The male lead was transported to a world of divinity, where an neon can become a god. However, he could only control a useless, teeny, and weak group of locust nobles. Because of that, he was ridiculed and bullied by his classmates. Fortunately, when he was transported, he received two new attributes, chosen one and life sacrifice. If you want to know what these two attributes are and how his journey to become a god will unfold, then join to find out. At this moment, in a certain school, a loud curse rang out, "You little brat, are you tired of living? How dare you talk to me like that? If you don't hand over your divine power, believe me, he will destroy your divine core." This blonde-haired guy was Jang Bin, the school bully. He had an army of 5,000 goblin nobles. "I don't have any divine power, only this life of mine. Let's see if you dare to take it." And this newbie was Anu, also me, or rather, the present me. My core was the lowest ranked trash locust nobles. So why did I dare to challenge the school bully? It all started the day before. That's right, I was transported to a world of divinity, where anyone can become a god. It was just that the owner of this body was a pitiful wretch. An 18-year-old who awakened to divinity but only received the core of trash locust nobles. When he went to see his grandpa in the hospital, even though he had to breathe through an oxygen mask, he still tried to remind him, "Your mother got separated at the chaotic star Sea in the imperial capital. She must still be alive. If you have the chance in the future, you must find her." Up at school, Han W was hit on by a busted supermodel. "If you're willing to be my slave and provide enough locusts for my thunderbirds to eat every day, I can guarantee you'll graduate from high school. Think about it carefully." Outside of school, he was bullied by his classmates. "Anu, bring me 100 divine power points for coming to school tomorrow. If you don't, I'll lead my goblin army to invade your divine realm, wipe out your noble core, destroy your core, ruin your future, and you'll never be able to hold your head up again for the rest of your life. Do you understand?" Starting with hell mode difficulty, how to get through this game. Relying on locust nobles, in this life, I wouldn't even be able to enter a top academy in the imperial capital, let alone find my missing mother. But the urgent matter at hand was that I had to get past that blonde-haired bully first. Offering my neck for him to chop off wasn't my style. As he spoke, he walked towards a machine that could connect to the user's divine realm. Anu sat inside the machine and began to put on the equipment, thinking to himself, "But now that I'm here, not struggling a little wouldn't be showing respect to being transported." He lay down and began the process of connecting to his divine realm. After a few seconds of waiting, he successfully logged in. The next second, a magnificent and vast scene appeared before him. Anu was stunned by the sight and stood there speechless. A few seconds ago, what a wonderful sight. But despite being lost in the scenery, he quickly regained his composure and looked at the locusts jumping and dancing in the lush green grass in front of him. This was his noble core, a swarm of locusts leisurely wandering in a green meadow. After looking around, he opened his information panel to check his status. Name, Anu. Divine being level, divine being, demigod, true God, Lord God, God King. Divine talent, cousin 1, unique. Divine ability, accelerated growth. Life sacrifice, unique. Divinity, on point. Faith power, 200,000. Core level, level 1, no relic added. Noble core, locusts. Number of nobles, 800,000 adults, 6,000,000 larve, 20,000,000 eggs. After reading through the information, Anu was quite surprised. According to his previous life's memory, there seemed to be no such things as chosen one and life sacrifice. Could it be a cheat? He asked the system to explain the information. System, explain chosen one and life sacrifice. System, chosen one, the lucky one chosen by heaven. Each level up grants a unique attribute ability. Life sacrifice can sacrifice the life of a creature in exchange for a product of equivalent value. The sacrificial process will produce random products. Can only be used once a day. This chosen one must be the golden finger I brought with me when I transmigrated here, Anu analyzed. And life sacrifice is the only unique attribute ability, uno within the divine being stage. With this heaven-defying golden finger, and if I work hard, I can fulfill my father's last wish. He frowned and thought to himself. But first, I have to get past that blonde-haired bully tomorrow. What about my insect army? Thinking so, he continued to check the information on the locusts, and was surprised. Noble core, locusts. Noble rank, ordinary creature, elite, superhuman, hero, lord, king. Noble talent, reproduction. Faith level, fanatical believer. Locusts have no intelligence and obey all commands of the divine being. Divided into ordinary believer, true believer, devout believer, fanatical believer, saint. Faith power, 1/100 points per day. Reproduction rate, 300 per time. Life cycle, 90 days, 15 days for eggs, 15 days for larvae, 45 days for adulthood, 15 days for aging. After reading through the information, Anu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Reproduction rate, life cycle, accelerated growth, life sacrifice. 1 day in reality is equal to 1 year in the divine realm. Every day that passes in reality, the divine realm produces 4 generations of locusts. After thinking for a while, he realized something and his eyes widened. He understand. He tapped on the notification screen to do something. Then let's make a bet. Win and become king, lose and become completely worthless. Time flew by and the next day arrived. A pink-haired girl was already standing in front of his class. She walked up to his desk and said loudly, Anu, have you thought about it? Become my slave, Kuyen Shuangesse slave. She affirmed seriously, I guarantee that until you graduate from high school, no one will dare to bully you. However, Anu narrowed his eyes and flatly refused, making Kuyen Shuang extremely annoyed. What? She slapped his desk. Do you know what you're saying? Without my protection, you'll definitely be exploited to death by those people. Hearing her words, he smiled faintly and replied, maybe the situation will really be as you said, but I still choose to refuse. He may be powerless, but he have my own dignity. I appreciate your willingness to protect me, but if there is nothing else, please leave. Seeing that he had made up his mind, Kuyen Shuang turned to leave. But before she did, she looked back and said one last thing, Anu, you'll definitely regret this decision, you'll see. Seeing that she had left, Anu breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the bullies came to him. Zhang Bin spoke first. Anu, I told you to prepare 100 divine power points. Did you bring them? The one on the left added, hurry up and hand them over. Don't make us resort to force. Zhang Bin's lackey on the right crossed his arms and glared at him threateningly. Hurry up and hand them over, or we'll crush your divine core and make sure you can never hold your head up again. You got that? As he spoke, Zhang Bin put his hand on Anhu's shoulder as if they were close friends. But now Han W wasn't going to be pushed around. He shrugged off his hand and snapped, Don't touch me. Being shouted at in front of everyone, Zhang Bin's face darkened and he forced out a cruel smile. You dare to talk to me like that? If you don't hand over the divine power, believe it or not, he will crush your divine core. Being challenged, Anu looked at him with disdain. Then give it a try. Seeing his attitude, Zhang Bin was a little surprised and thought to himself, why is this kid so tough today? Could it be he has someone backing him up? Thinking so, he turned to look at Qin Shuang, but saw that she didn't care about what he was doing at all, so he secretly guessed, it seems like it's not Qin Shuang. The surrounding students, seeing his attitude, immediately cheered, fight, fight, fight. I've never seen a core get crushed before, you wonder what it'll be like. Locust nobles, it really have dragged down the average strength of our class. Hurry up and finish him off so he can drop out of school already. I heard that Zhang Bin's goblin army can rank in the top 60 of the school, so you really want to see how powerful they are. Seeing that the crowd was so riled up, Zhang Bin didn't disappoint them. He pulled out a red card from his pocket and said with a confident smile, Anu, since you want to die so badly, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance. To deal with a trash like you, 10 divine power points is already a high assessment of you. This is an invasion card worth 10 divine power points. After locking onto the target, it will create a spatial gate in the target's divine realm, allowing for invasion between divine realms. Anu saw himself being sucked into some kind of space and his eyes widened in shock. In the blink of an eye, he was transported to some kind of hole, unable to turn back, and automatically propelled forward. Soon, he was pushed out of the hole into a strange place. But he landed on the ground still confident and cool. Until he saw a giant door appear in front of him. He was so shocked that he sat down on the ground. What is that? At this moment, the massive door began to slowly open, and inside, pairs of scarlet eyes stared out. A moment later, muscular goblins with fierce eyes were revealed. When the giant door opened wide enough for light to enter, the image of Zangbin appeared above it. He gave his order triumphantly. In the name of the Goblin God, I command you guys, my Goblin Legion. Go and destroy that weak and useless swarm of locusts, and destroy this divine realm for me. The goblins, after hearing the order, raised a hand and roared in unison. At the same time, outside, the classmates were buzzing with excitement. Zangbin's Goblin Legion has increased by at least 1,000 goblins. With this strength, they can squeeze into the top 50 of the school, right? Top 50? What nonsense! Didn't you see that every goblin in the army is equipped with an iron weapon? With this strength, they are at least in the top 30 of the school. Just then, a student noticed something unusual and exclaimed, "Look, the leader of the goblin army is an elite creature." The crowd was astonished. He already has an elite creature? And who is definitely finished? Hearing that there was an elite creature, Kuyen Shuang, although not very interested, walked behind the crowd and crossed their arms to observe. Seeing that the opponent had made their move, Anu didn't show any weakness and immediately ordered his self-destructing locusts to charge forward. The onlookers, seeing the teeny red creatures inside, wondered, "Look, what are those rare-winged insects?" At this time, someone who knew what they were exclaimed, "Those are self-destructing locusts, elite creatures. Isn't Anu's noble core just ordinary locusts? How could there be elite self-destructing locusts? And there are so many of them." But another student, who still didn't know the power of these locusts, scoffed, "So what if they are elite creatures? The fighting power of an elite locust is not even comparable to an ordinary goblin. Trash is still trash, even in larger numbers." Back inside, in the battle between Anu and Zangbin, both sides' nobles had charged at each other like moths to a flame. Just a few seconds later, a earth-shattering explosion erupted where the nobles clashed. Seeing the scene before him, Anu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Flashback to a day ago. After Anu had thoroughly researched what was called life sacrifice, he began the ritual, creating a massive magic circle under his feet. After the preparations were complete, he smiled. "Let's make a bet. I'll keep 10 million adults to maintain the survival of the species, and the remaining 2.49 billion locusts will all be sacrificed." As he spoke, his dreamy purple magic circle released a large amount of spiritual energy, sucking in a massive number of locusts to begin the life sacrifice process. After it had absorbed enough, a notification appeared before him. Option 1, 10,000 elite goblin warriors. Option 2, 2 fountains of life, can continuously flow with life-giving spring water to nurture life and improve the surrounding environment. Option 3, level 1 relic heart of explosion. After being absorbed into the divine core, there is a chance to produce a noble core containing explosive power. Seeing the notification, he rubbed his chin and analyzed. Option 1, with 10,000 goblin warriors, although it can solve the immediate crisis, is only a one-time use. After overcoming this danger, how will I deal with the next one? Option 2, fountains of life, is a long-term investment, and also an OS current urgent need, but it can't help me deal with tomorrow's oppression. Option 3 is about investing in the noble core, which can have a long-term impact on my noble core. For now, I can only choose this one. Thinking so, he clicked on the third option. A moment later, a blue and red crystal appeared before him. Without hesitation, he crushed it into pieces with his hand. As the crystal shattered, it released 2 streams of blue and red light that intertwined. Soon, from the 2 beams of light, a new type of locust emerged. Name: self-destructing locust noble. Rank: elite creature noble talent, self-destruction. Fate level, fanatic, locusts have no intelligence and obey all commands of the divine being. Faith power, 11 points per day. Reproduction rate, 30 per time. Life cycle, 180 days. After reading its information, he picked it up and commanded, self-destruct. As he spoke, he threw the locust forward. A few seconds later, the locust received his command and detonated with a loud boom. Even though it was just one. Seeing the scene before him, he smiled with satisfaction. With this kind of power, it definitely can't kill an ordinary goblin. But if the quantity is increased, then let's do it a few more times. Back to the present after the explosion, all that remained was a cloud of smoke. The bystanders, seeing only smoke, wondered, what's the battle situation now? A moment later, the smoke gradually cleared, revealing that all the goblins were lying motionless. However, the elite goblin was still alive, though covered in wounds. As for US nobles, there were still many left. So he continued to summon another wave. Qian Shuang, seeing the scene unfolding inside, found it somewhat interesting. The locusts, after being summoned, continued to rush towards the goblins like moths to a flame. Zhang Bin, seeing his army being decimated, panicked and shouted, "Those of you who are still alive, get back to my divine realm." Although the goblins were still eager to fight, they hesitated upon hearing the order, grinding their teeth in frustration. But what could they do? Their leader wanted to attack and destroy, and now he wanted to run? Anu chuckled. What? Want to run? It's too late now. All my nobles, charge through the portal and invade Zhang Bin's divine realm. Hearing the command, the red locust swarm surged towards the portal. A few seconds later, on the other side of the portal, massive explosions erupted in rapid succession. Zhang Bin was terrified now and yelled, "Quickly, order your nobles to get out of my divine realm." But Anu didn't react at all, only watched as his locusts continued to slaughter Zhang Bin's goblins. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Zhang Bin finally admitted defeat and pleaded, "Please call off your locusts. Let my nobles retreat safely." Hearing this, Anu chuckled. "Didn't you want to crush my divine core? Since you want to do that, then it's only natural for me to crush yours, right?" Zhang Bin was scared but still tried to threaten him. "How dare you? If you dare to do that, my parents will not let you off. My father is a demigod, and my mother is about to become one soon. You are definitely no match for them." Even though this guy was bragging about his powerful family background, Han Wu didn't care at all and confidently ordered his locusts, destroy his core at all costs. Zhang Bin watched as the locusts approached his core and cried out in terror. "Stop! Stop! I admit defeat. I swear I won't bully you anymore. Whatever conditions you have, just say it. I promise I'll agree. Just please stop." Anu frowned and sneered. "I don't need anything from you. I just want you dead." But just as he finished speaking, a loud voice rang out. "Dette no? Anu, stop right there." It turned out to be their homeroom teacher, Teacher Liu. He was floating in midair and tried to persuade Anu. "Student Anu, stop it, you've already won. There is no need to be so ruthless, is there?" Seeing someone coming to his rescue, Zhang Bin felt a bit relieved and arrogantly yelled, "Teacher Liu, quickly stop that madman. My parents." However, while he was still boasting, HNW's locusts were still flying straight towards his divine core. When the locusts reached it, they all slammed into it one after another. Just moments later, cracks began to appear all over Zhang Bin's divine core, his image becoming increasingly faint. Seeing this, he begged desperately, "No, Teacher Liu, save me." Teacher Liu turned to Anu with an irritated expression. "Student Anu, didn't you hear me?" Anu turned to look at him and asked, "Teacher Liu, I want to ask you something. Why are you here?" Teacher Liu frowned and confidently replied, "As a homeroom teacher, of course, I can sense the situation of everyone in the class." Hearing this answer, Anu clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. "Then let me ask you this. When I was being beaten, robbed, and bullied by Zhang Bin, where were you? Why didn't you show up to help me?" Teacher Liu thought to himself, "Yes, demigod parents. Why should I offend the Zhang family for a nobody like you with no status or money?" However, he still had to soothe him gently. "Stop it first, I will explain everything clearly to you." Seeing the teacher's unsatisfactory response, Manhwa's face showed disgust. All right, I'll ask you one last question. If he was the one whose diventare was being attacked today, would you stand up to stop it? This question hit a nerve with teacher Liu. He could only remain silent, unable to utter a word. Seeing that the teacher couldn't answer, Manhwa closed his eyes and sighed sadly. All right, seeing you like this, I already know the answer. Just like that, huge explosions continuously erupted from Zhang Bin's divine core, shattering it into pieces. At this time, the portal that connected the two divine realms began to collapse, along with the image of Zhang Bin, who gradually disappeared. My divine realm! He screamed. Manhwa didn't bother with him anymore and said directly to your teacher, Teacher Liu, please leave my divine realm. The next second, the screen displaying the battle between Zhang Bin and Manhwa disappeared, much to the astonishment of the students present. Zhang Bin, after being transported back to the real world, collapsed onto the floor, his legs giving way. He groaned in despair, it's all gone. Ive become a cripple. At this time, Teacher Liu stormed into the classroom and yelled, Manhwa, get out here right now. Seeing no response, he roared furiously, where is he? The student sitting at the front desk was a little scared but still replied, he probably went home, teacher. Hearing this, Teacher Liu was so angry that he gritted his teeth. This kind of student must be expelled. Expelled immediately. Scene change, inside Manhwa's divine realm. Manhwa was looking at his remaining locusts and said, report the battle situation. System, 18,090 self-destructing locusts remaining. 4,050,643 ordinary locusts remaining. Seeing these numbers, he thought to himself, it seems that in the future, I need to cultivate more self-destructing locusts. This time, I managed to obtain a fragment of Zhang Bin's divine realm. I can use it to expand my own divine realm. As he spoke, he took out the divine realm fragment. He then raised it high and shouted, Fuse. The fragment flew up and emitted a red light. Soon, the entire surrounding landscape began to change rapidly. System announcement. Divine Realm Area. 260 km quadrati più 160 km quadrati uguale 420 km quadrati. Resources. 100 km quadrati plain, 20 km quadrati mine, 40 km quadrati forest, 60 km quadrati desert, 40 km quadrati ordinary mountain range. Obtained level 2 divine core, level 1 relic, 820 iron-equipped goblins. After reading the notification, Manhwa's mood brightened considerably. This harvest seems pretty good. These things should be enough for me to use until graduation. Just as he thought of this, the image of Zhang Bin's furious face appeared in his mind. You dare to crush my divine core? My demigod parents will not let you off. Just you wait. Manhwa muttered to himself, this is definitely not over yet. If Zhang Bin's parents come to seek revenge, depending on Liu Letian's attitude, the school might not be able to protect me. It seems I still need to work harder to develop. Thinking of this, he put the goblin's iron ore up for sale online. Let's see if anyone has anything good to trade with me. To his surprise, just a few minutes after he posted it, someone contacted him. Sumeone already? That was fast. System, the other party requests to trade an item, magma fire crystal. Accept or decline? He remembered, magma fire crystal can increase the endurance of fire-type nobles and enhance their destructive power. Without hesitation, he immediately clicked accept. With it, his self-destructing locusts could evolve again. Once he received what he needed, he immediately used it. A while later, the self-destructing locusts were upgraded to a new level. Name, Magma Fire Self-Destructing Locust Noble Rank, Elite Creature Noble Talent, Magma Self-Destruction. Faith Level, Fanatic Faith Power, 1/5 points per day. Reproduction Rate, 20 per time. Life Cycle, 250 days. Seeing that the upgrade was complete, he sat down and gently picked up a nearby locust. Then, just like before, he threw it forward with a flick of his wrist. Detonate! A earth-shattering explosion erupted in front of him. After witnessing the scene firsthand, Manhwa was quite surprised. The destructive power of the magma fire self-destructing locust is almost equivalent to a grenade. Moreover, when it explodes, it also creates magma fragments that fly everywhere, causing additional area damage. So, I now have a bunch of grenades? At the same time, in the school's education office, my son's divine core is now shattered and beyond repair. Shouldn't the school give me an explanation? A man roared angrily. The woman in the office, hearing this, waved her hands placatingly. As we understand it, this invasion was initiated by your son, Jang Bin, and what do you mean? The man interrupted, his eyes wide with rage. Are you saying that my son's divine core was shattered because of his own doing? And the school bears no responsibility? And of course, teachers bear no responsibility either, right? Jang Bin's mother, standing beside him, added coldly, we don't care about anything else. We just want to know that the student who crushed our son's divine core must be punished. He must be expelled. Back in an US divine realm, he stood with his arms crossed, thinking to himself, now, I should use accelerated growth to produce another batch of self-destructing locusts. Just as he was about to do so, he received a call from Principal Xu. Seeing the caller ID, he knew what was coming had finally arrived. Despite knowing this, he still answered the call. Principal Xu, upon seeing that he had picked up, introduced herself briefly. Student Anu, I'm Principal Xu. I have something to discuss with you. She then went straight to the point. Student Jang Bin's parents have come to the school demanding punishment for you. Principal Xu proceeded to recount the entire story. Jang Bin's mother had been furious, demanding his expulsion. However, Principal Xu stood firm. We have a clear understanding of the situation. Student Jang Bin initiated the invasion into an US divine realm. In this confrontation, student Han W relied on his own abilities and did not cheat. We have no reason to expel him. Despite this explanation, Jang Bin's mother stubbornly argued. You are protecting a bad student who destroyed his classmates' divine core. Is this the school's educational goal? Despite her outburst, Principal Xu remained calm. Stippling her fingers, she asserted firmly, Ms. Du, please don't distort the truth. Student Anu has always been a well-behaved student at our school. We have plenty of evidence to prove that your son, Jang Bin, has repeatedly bullied his classmates. Even after such a heartfelt explanation, Ms. Du still yelled stubbornly, don't talk to me about this. Just tell me, are you going to expel him or not? Principal Xu smiled gently. I'm sorry, but we can't do that, Ms. Du. Seeing that his wife was getting nowhere, Jang Bin's father, enraged, released a surge of powerful energy. Principal Xu, I can accept that the school didn't severely punish that brat Anu. But as the victim, he must be allowed some form of retribution. If even this small request cannot be granted, then I won't bother maintaining any semblance of respect for this school. Returning to the present, Principal Xu continued, in the end, Jang Bin's father proposed to send a squad of 1,000 people to invade your divine realm. Regardless of the outcome, they will not pursue the matter further. This is the maximum level of protection the school can provide. However, a squad of 1,000 demigods is enough to fight against 50,000 ordinary students. Anu, do you think you can withstand it? Seeing that she had tried her best to help him, Anu first thanked Principal Xu for her assistance. Then, he said, I will come to school tomorrow to face this challenge. After that, Principal Xu hung up the phone. Anu muttered to himself, it seems it's time to quickly increase my strength. I need to activate the second life sacrifice now. With that said, he raised his hand, initiating a sacrifice of billions of lives. A magic circle appeared in his hand, sucking in a large number of self-destructing locusts. Moments later, where he stood, it was like a giant volcano erupting, magma spewing into the sky. Soon, a notification appeared before him. Option 1, Level 1 Relic Bloodshot Demon Eyes. After being absorbed into the divine core, there is a certain probability of producing a noble core with bloodshot eyes. Bloodshot eyes can enhance the user's dynamic vision and enter a primary berserk state when seeing blood. Option 2, Level 1 Skill Crystal Fireball. After being absorbed into the divine core, it can allow the noble core to master primary fire magic. It can also be given to a hero-level creature for learning. The highest level of mastery can reach the level of forbidden fire magic. Option 3. Slashing Iron Sword Wind, hero-level creature of the Swordwind race. After browsing through the options, he felt that spending 4.8 billion locusts to exchange for this treasure was definitely worth it. After a few seconds of deliberation, he decided to choose the third option. Alright, I choose this one. After making his choice, an old man with 4 arms and grey hair appeared in front of him, standing proudly. A powerful aura emanated from him. The notification panel appeared again. Name, Slashing Iron. Swordwind race, Swordwind. Level, Hero. Talent, Swordwind. Technique skills, all around. Slash, level 1. Primary Raging Wind Slash, level 2. Primary Violent Wind Slash, level 3. Slashing Challenge, level 5 self-created skill, unaccessible level. Fate level, Ordinary Believer. Faith Power, 500,000 per day. Lifespan, 800 years, currently 150 years old. After the information was displayed, the old man spoke. Divine being, I need a sword. Hearing that the old man in front of him needed a sword, Anu replied confidently, no problem. He then opened his divine equipment panel and calculated in his mind. Over the past 2 days, I've been cultivating a large number of locusts. When the faith power I've gathered reaches 100 million, it will condense into a small amount of divine power. Adding the divine power I have left from the previous sale, I have a total of 54 divine power points. Explanation: equipment is divided into 4 different levels. First is common equipment, made of raw materials without any abilities imbued. Second is faith equipment, masterpieces crafted from rare materials and imbued with faith power, often possessing some special effects. Third is divine power equipment, which have a large amount of condensed divine power incorporated during the forging process and often possess a soul, allowing them to grow independently. And the final type is divine equipment that only gods are worthy of, representing the power and authority of a divine being. After some careful consideration, he purchased a violent wind greatsword for 50 divine power points. Once the purchase was complete, he handed the sword to Slashing Iron Swordwind and proudly said, I bestow this weapon upon you. This is the violent wind greatsword. Slashing Iron Swordwind, upon receiving the sword, immediately swung it to test it out. That single swing created a powerful shockwave that surged forward. However, it still wasn't enough. What's the point of having 4 arms if I can only wield 1 sword? Swordwind looked at Yanu. Divine being, I need 3 more weapons like this to unleash my full power. Upon hearing this, HNW's face contorted in shock. What? You need 3 more violent wind greatswords? That's 150 divine power points. Do you think my divine power grows on trees? Despite his complaints, he still opened his information panel and started browsing. But considering the battle tomorrow against demigod Zhang Geng's army of 1,000, he can't afford to be careless. I can only try my best. Scene change, Qian Shuang's divine realm. Qian Shuang was sitting under a large tree, focusing on her cultivation. However, while cultivating, her thoughts began to wander. She recalled a childhood memory. Flashback, she had been playing by the river and fallen into the fast-flowing current. Fortunately, Anu had seen her and used all his strength to chase after her. Luckily, fate had been kind, and he caught up to her, pulling her back to shore. But she had been underwater for too long, and ordinary methods couldn't revive her. So, Han Wu had no choice but to perform CPR. After some time, she regained consciousness, witnessing the whole scene with her own eyes. End of flashback. Thinking back on this, her cheeks flushed red, and she chided herself in annoyance. Qian Shuang, how could you fall for that blockhead HNW? I hope he gets crushed to death. But, my grandfather is a true god, and our clan is 23 demigods. There's no way we can't save that idiot, right? Suddenly, her phone rang. She was surprised to see the caller ID, as it was the person she had been thinking about. Despite this, she answered the phone without any hesitation. Have you finally come to your senses and agreed to be my slave? Upon airing her question, he replied casually, of course not. I just wanted to borrow a few divine power points from you. Queen Shuang was taken aback. He hadn't contacted her for that reason. She felt a surge of irritation and snapped, You're asking to borrow divine power? What are you going to give me in return? Your trash nobles. Don't think that just because you defeated Zhang Bin in the last invasion, you're the best there is. Your self-destructing locusts are barely ranked 517 among elite creatures. They are completely worthless. Rejected so bluntly, Anu simply replied, All right then, sorry to bother you. He hung up without hesitation. His decisiveness startled Queen Shuang. She realized that her words had been a little too harsh and clutched her head in self-reproach. What am I doing? Why did I say those hurtful things? I didn't mean it. What if he misunderstands? He definitely misunderstood. This is bad. After a moment of self-blame, she decided to call him back. Anu answered the call. Hello, what is it? Queen Shuang, flustered, turned her face away and muttered, How much do you need? Give me your account number. And so, after a while, slashing iron sword wind had 4 identical swords in his hands. Although his strength had increased considerably, Anu couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. For you, Swordwind Master, I have invested all my assets. You better give it your all, scene change. The next morning, class 3-2. The classroom buzzed with excited chatter. He actually dared to come? Is he not afraid of having his divine realm flattened by 1,000 demigods? Is he crazy? He really wants to see if he can remain so calm when his divine core is destroyed. Anu, outwardly indifferent, walked slowly into the classroom. However, he couldn't help but think to himself, it seems everyone knows about it and is waiting to mock me. Queen Shuang, who had just heard the news, walked up to him for confirmation. You borrowed divine power from me to strengthen yourself for a duel with a demigod, right? She then tried to dissuade him. I advise you not to waste your efforts. Even if the demigod only dispatches a small squad of 1,000, it's not something you can handle right now. Anu, knowing this full well, smiled calmly. I have no other choice. Worried, Qin Shuang stepped closer and said resolutely, Just become my slave, and I'll immediately contact my clan to put pressure on Zhang Gang. His family only is 1 demigod, but mine has a true god and 23 demigods. He wouldn't dare to disobey. Despite her offer, Anu remained firm. Turning his head away, he asserted confidently, Thank you for your kindness, but please excuse me. I need to prepare to face those 1,000 demigods. Seeing the goddess of their hearts showing concern for Anu infuriated some of the boys. Anu, what makes you worthy of Goddess Queen Shuang's kindness? You useless trash. You're going to die today. A moment later, Teacher Liu opened the classroom door and enthusiastically invited Zhang Bin's parents inside. Walking up to the podium, he pointed at Anu. That's Anu. Upon seeing him, Zhang Bin's mother flew into a rage. You little beast! You dared to destroy my son's divine core? I'll tear you apart. Seeing his wife like this, Zhang Gang quickly grabbed her and said, Don't violate the school rules. Teacher Liu turned to Han Wu and barked, Get over here. Don't waste Mr. Zhang's time. Despite the order, Anu remained unafraid and even smiled. I want to wait for Principal Su to arrive as a witness. Hearing this, Teacher Liu slammed his hand on the table, furious. A small matter like this requires Principal Su's presence? For me to be a witness is already giving you too much face. Let's begin now. Don't blame me for being ruthless if you don't cooperate. Just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice echoed through the classroom. Teacher Liu, who are you planning to be ruthless towards? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Teacher Liu and Zhang Bin's parents turned around to look. Seeing his superior, Teacher Liu rubbed his head sheepishly. Principal Xu, this small matter doesn't require your presence. He just wanted to discipline my student. Principal Xu didn't want to waste words and sternly reminded him, Teacher Liu, don't forget that you are also a teacher at this school, not the subordinate of some demigod. Do you understand? Seeing that the principal had arrived, Zhang Gang didn't say anything more. Principal Xu is here as well. Let's begin then. Despite his words, Principal Xu turned to Anu. Student Anu, are you ready? He smiled confidently. I'm ready. Hearing this, Principal Xu announced, then let's begin. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Gang, with a fierce aura, quickly took out an invasion card and activated it, and so Anu was once again brought to the Divine Realm Gate. Soon, he saw countless glowing red eyes staring at him through the gate. Moments later, the owners of those eyes revealed themselves, a pack of enormous wolves. Some walked on all fours, some stood on two legs like humans, and they came in all shapes and sizes. The students outside gasped upon witnessing the formidable army. The entire army is made up of elite wolf cavalry, and their captain. Those are superhuman wolf cavalry. They've already grasped superhuman abilities. A combination of green orcs and gnolls, equipped with full sets of armor. Anu is done for. The wolves stopped a few dozen meters away from him, awaiting orders. Anu, however, showed no fear, standing motionless. Zhang Gang crossed his arms and sneered. You little bastard. You dared to destroy my son's divine core yesterday? Today, I'll make you pay in blood. Qian Shuang, watching from outside, analyzed the situation. The wolf cavalry can be clearly divided into two combat units. He said he would only send 1,000, but this is clearly. Something felt wrong. Qian Shuang shouted, this is clearly 2,000 units. This is cheating. Back inside the Divine Realm, Zhang Gang finished his speech and ordered his wolf cavalry, attack. The wolves, upon hearing the command, immediately charged towards their target. At the same time, Anu summoned his swarm of self-destructing locusts, ready for battle. The crowd stared at the sheer number of locusts, faces a mixture of bewilderment and shock. Nearly 7,000,000 elite locusts. Weren't there only 20,000 left yesterday? Produce 7,000,000 elite locusts in just one day. That reproductive ability is terrifying. Even if they're the weakest elite creatures, with such overwhelming numbers, they're definitely not a force to be underestimated. It's a shame this student doesn't have enough time to grow. He can't withstand the wolf cavalry's assault now. Inside the Divine Realm, the battle had begun. Millions of self-destructing locusts sacrificed themselves pointlessly, only inflicting minor injuries upon the wolf cavalry. Teacher Liu, witnessing Anu's strength, was surprised. This kid is truly a rare talent. But facing this challenge, he still won't make it. Otherwise, he'd definitely become one of the top students in the school. Moments later, behind him, a student pointed at the screen. What's that? Zhang Gang's wolves also sensed something lurking within the thick smoke left by the exploding locusts. They raised their heads, sniffing the air. Then, they heard Anu's command. Magma fire self-destructing locusts, deploy. The magma fire self-destructing locusts emerged from the smoke, diving towards the wolves. The wolves, confused, paused, unsure of how to react. In the blink of an eye, Anu's locusts reached the wolves and exploded, sending the wolves flying before crashing to the ground. The students watching were stunned. What's going on? Those locusts, their explosive power is even greater than before, and they can even spew magma. Even Principal Xu and Qian Shuang were shocked. Superhuman creatures? Principal Xu turned around and asked, is there any student or teacher here capable of ability analysis? Please share the information about those locusts with everyone. Fortunately, among the onlookers, Sumeone possessed that ability. He covered one eye with his hand, while the other emitted a bright light. He quickly identified the locusts. Eve found it. Those are magma fire self-destructing locusts, an elite creature. Principal Xu beamed. Well done. Student Anu. Despite this, Zhang Gang, being a demigod, remained arrogant. Do you think this is enough to wipe out my wolf cavalry? Don't dream. My superhuman beast, activate your power. The two-legged wolf howled, a dark purple aura enveloping its body. The lower-ranked wolves opened their maws, spewing icy blasts towards the approaching locusts. The flames caused by the exploding magma locusts were swiftly extinguished by the wolves' freezing aura. The students watching weren't surprised. Demigods are still demigods. How could he be defeated by something so foolish? Superhuman creatures are truly powerful. To think it can even unleash such large-scale abilities. Amazing. An US locust swarm is less than 500,000 left, and the magma fire locusts are almost gone. It seems he can't turn the tides anymore. Seeing that he had gained the upper hand, Zhang Gang gloated, "You little beast. I'll let you experience true despair. When your core shatters and your divine realm collapses, you'll be expelled from the school. And then, your worthless life will be mine to decide." He then commanded his wolves to destroy HANW's core. They ignored him entirely, charging straight towards the core. Principal Xu, witnessing this, could only close her eyes sadly. "It's over, isn't it?" Qian Shuang, thinking the same, couldn't bear to watch anymore and turned away. But at that moment, a student suddenly yelled, "Look! What's that in front of HANW's core?" Jolted back to attention, Qian Shuang opened her eyes and stared at the screen. There, a familiar figure with 4 arms stood protectively in front of the core. In each hand, a sword gleamed, ready to defend the divine realm at all costs. It was none other than Slashing Iron Swordwind. His expression was grim, his stance unwavering as he awaited the enemy's charge. A student recognized the swords in Swordwind's hands. "Those are violent wind greatswords. The ones that cost 50 divine power points each." Another student gasped. 50 divine power points each? With the 4 swords, that's 200 divine power points. And Wu isn't an orphan, is he? How can he be so rich? And what kind of creature is that? Principal Su's face brightened, and she explained with a smile, "That's a swordwind. Swordwinds are born as superhuman creatures." The teacher beside her was confused. Even if it's a superhuman creature, so what? Isn't the demigod Zhang Gang also a superhuman creature, the wolf cavalry captain? Let the wolf cavalry captain handle the swordwind while the rest of the wolf cavalry crush HANW's core. Although that made sense, Principal Su felt that something wasn't quite right. Looking at its aura, that swordwind isn't just a superhuman creature. It's a true hero-level creature. Zhang Gang also realized this, envy and anger twisting his features. "I've been fighting for over 10 years and only managed to nurture 1 hero-level creature. How can this high school student have such a powerful noble?" He decided he had to steal it. "I must get my hands on this hero-level creature. As soon as I destroy that brat's divine core, this swordwind will be mine." Slashing Iron Swordwind, sensing the approaching enemies, his eyes flashed. Slashing Iron Swordwind's 4 arms brandished his swords, ready to engage. As the enemies came within striking distance, Swordwind, without hesitation, unleashed his level 3 skill, Primary Violent Wind Slash, cleaving several wolves in half. He followed up immediately with another attack, the level 1 skill Primary All-Around Slash, launching the remaining wolves into the air. One of the nose opened its maw wide, spewing a wave of freezing air towards Swordwind. The frigid blast quickly encased both of Swordwind's legs in ice. Seeing this, Zhang Gang's wolves and gnolls rolled triumphantly and charged again. But it wouldn't be that easy. Swordwind calmly raised his 4 swords towards the heavens. Powerful energy surged from the blades, converging into a glowing sphere above his head. This was Slashing Challenge. With a mighty roar, Swordwind unleashed the energy in a devastating arc, obliterating everything in its path. The students watching were awestruck. "Holy crap! That's insane! How can it be so powerful?" Needless to say, after that attack, the wolves lay scattered across the battlefield like fallen leaves. Zhang Gang, witnessing his nobles being slaughtered, was enraged. "Damn it! Captain of the wolf cavalry, crush this brat's divine realm for me." The wolf cavalry captain, upon hearing the order, took a step forward. His eyes blazed crimson, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body as he prepared to unleash his full might. But before he could act, a voice rang out. "Demigod, are you planning to break your promise?" Zhang Gang spun around, startled. Recognizing the speaker, he stammered, "Principal." "No, I wouldn't dare." He quickly turned to his wolves and commanded, "Wolf cavalry, retreat." With Zhang Gang dealt with, the principal fixed a cold gaze on Slashing Iron Swordwind and Anu, silently assessing them. After a moment, he simply uttered 2 words, not bad, before turning and leaving. Back in the classroom, Principal Xu praised Anu, well done, student Anu. However, she also cautioned him, but don't get complacent just because you have a hero-level creature. Hero-level creatures are not invincible. With your current strength, it'll be difficult to even make it into the top 3 of our grade level. Anu, however, wasn't concerned about that right now. He addressed Principal Su seriously. Principal Xu, I have a favor to ask. What is your request? She asked. I want to transfer classes. Teacher Liu S. jaw-dropped. His face shifting through a range of emotions, he hastily began making promises. Student Anu, I admit that I haven't paid much attention to you before. I promise I will guide you better in the future, and you will receive more teaching resources. Please give me a chance to make amends. He had said that, but his mind was racing. Everyone can see this kid's potential. If he develops steadily, he's guaranteed to get into a top school, maybe even compete for the number 1 spot. The rewards he'll receive then will be immense. I can't let him leave. However, Han W saw right through him and stated firmly, I want to transfer classes. Teacher Liu was furious but could do nothing. Anu had indeed become much stronger, but Principal Xu still couldn't let him transfer so easily. Student Anu, transferring classes isn't something you can just decide on a whim. The school has rules. If you truly wish to transfer, you must pass a test arranged by the school. Only then can I approve your transfer. Hearing Principal Xu's words, Anu clenched his fists, determined. If that's the case, I would like to take the test. Seeing her crush wanting to transfer classes, Kuyen Shuang immediately jumped up and declared, Principal Xu, I want to take the test too. Teacher Liu's jaw almost hit the floor. Anu wanting to transfer was one thing, but even Kuyen Shuang, one of his star pupils and someone he had been trying so hard to please, also wanted to leave his class. He could only force a smile. Student Kuyen Shuang, if you have any dissatisfaction with my teaching, please tell me directly. I will definitely improve. There's no need to go so far as to transfer classes, is there? But Kuyen Shuang wasn't interested in his excuses. She simply wanted to be in the same class as her crush. Otherwise, she would have been in a better class from the start. I have no dissatisfaction with your teaching, teacher. I just don't want to stay in this class anymore. Seeing this, another student stood up and raised his hand. Principal Xu, I want to take the test too. Teacher Liu could take it no more. He snapped, Zhang Xiaolong. You are the class president. Why are you joining in the fun? Zhang Xiaolong smiled calmly. Thank you, teacher, for your concern and guidance, but I can no longer stay in this class. He then snuck a loving glance at Kuyen Shuang. Bite me, Kuyen Shuang. I won't let anyone else have you. With no one else voicing their opinions, Principal Su turned to leave, saying, I will prepare the test for you tomorrow. Teacher Liu, come with me. Shen Change, said sera that evening, outside the school gates. As soon as school was dismissed, Kuyen Shuang chased after Anu and demanded, Anu, tell me, what's the deal with that hero-level creature of yours? He turned to her. What does that have to do with you? Kuyen Shuang clenched her fists. Of course, it concerns me. You owe me 150 divine power points. If you can't pay me back, you'll have to be my slave to work off the debt. Therefore, I have the right to know where your hero-level creature came from. Anu, however, remained firm. I can pay you the interest of 150 divine power points now. But as for the origin of my hero-level creature, I can't tell you that. He then opened a portal and stepped inside, returning to his divine realm, leaving an angry Kuyen Shuang behind that jerk. Shen Change, inside HANU's divine realm. Anu called up his system. Report on the current number of locusts. System, 1 billion ordinary locusts. 1 million self-destructing locusts. 30,000 magma fire self-destructing locusts. Looking at the remaining numbers, he concluded, with these numbers, tomorrow's test will be very difficult. As he pondered this, slashing iron sword wind flew before him and reported, Great divine being, the escaped wolf cavalry are hiding in the mines. Should we eliminate them? Anu considered this. Those wolf cavalry weren't completely wiped out. A dozen or so escaped. Those are Zonggang's nobles, left behind in my divine realm. There'll be a disaster later, onorevole. I need to eliminate them quickly. But simply killing them seems like a waste. After a few seconds of thought, he ordered Swordwind, go capture those wolf cavalry. But to make sure they're alive. Them have a use for me. As you command, Swordwind responded and immediately set off. Just 2 hours later, Zhang Geng's wolf cavalry were captured and bound. Now that they're taken care of, Han W used his 1 billion ordinary locusts and 24 captured wolf cavalry for the sacrifice. As he activated the ritual, a bright green light enveloped him, shooting up into the sky. Soon, the system announced, "You have received 1 set of alpha armor, 1 level 1 foundry blueprint, can be used to construct a massive foundry capable of crafting high-level faith equipment, 3 watchtowers, provide a wide field of view and deter invaders." Anu looked at his rewards and analyzed them. The armor is definitely good, but can my idiotic locusts even wear it? Same with the foundry. Don't expect my locusts to start forging equipment? And the watchtowers. They can only see so far. He sighed. None of these are quite right. But then he remembered something important. Wait a minute, didn't I get a few hundred goblins from Jangbin last time? He wondered how they're doing. He activated his eagle eye, his vision instantly shifting to where the goblins were located. To his surprise, they were hard at work, diligently carrying out the task he had given them. One of the goblins noticed him observing them and declared, "Divine being, thank you for granting us such a good life." Anu was surprised by their diligence. "After capturing these goblins, I only gave them one order, mine. It seems their natural talent and passion lie in mining and crafting. Zhang been forcing them to fight was suppressing their true potential." He looked at the goblins who were focusing on forging weapons. They're very talented at crafting. I could let them handle logistics and resource production. The foundry Uno just received could also be put to good use. He then made the foundry appear before the goblins and declared, "I bestow upon you this grand foundry. Forge me powerful equipment." The goblins were overjoyed upon seeing the suddenly appearing foundry and cheered. "The divine being has blessed the Stati Uniti." Scene change, back at the school, in the teacher's office. The teachers were gathered for a meeting. "As you all know," began Principal Xu, "we have 3 students, Anu, Kuyen Shuang, and Zhang Xiaolong, who will be taking the class transfer test. The school has entrusted us with overseeing this test. Does anyone have any suggestions?" The crab-faced teacher next to Teacher Liu spoke up casually. "Suggestions? We should be thanking Teacher Liu for this gift. 3 outstanding students transferring classes? Isn't this a reward for all of Stati Uniti?" Teacher Liu, however, had other plans. "I'm not too concerned about Kuyen Shuang and Zhang Xiaolong's tests. But for an US test, he propose we increase the difficulty to the guest level. A student who disrespects his teacher like this must be severely punished." On the surface, he claimed Anu disrespected him, but his true motives were far more insidious. Yesterday, he had been publicly humiliated by Principal Xu because of an US class transfer request, and he even lost his bonus points. "Just you wait, Anu." The other teachers, hearing about the disrespectful student, immediately voiced their agreement. "I agree. We need to make an example of him. I hate ungrateful people the most. Count me in punto." And so, the next morning, Teacher Liu stood at the podium, handing out 3 pieces of paper. "These are the requirements for your tests." He looked at Zhang Xiaolong. "Student Zhang Xiaolong, for your level 1 class transfer test, you need to defend against 1,000 invading alien creatures. Good luck." Kuyen Shuang received a similar test, also requiring her to defend against 1,000 invaders. When Anu read his test paper, however, he froze. His class transfer test was level 10. And he needed to defend against 10,000 invading alien creatures. Principal Xu, seeing the requirements for HANW's test, pleaded with Teacher Liu, regarding HANW's test, "Could you reconsider?" However, Teacher Liu had personally requested this test, so there was no chance of him backing down. This was a decision made by all the homeroom teachers. "There is nothing I can do. Despite his test being 10 times harder than the others," Anu remained confident. It's all right, Principal Xu. Teacher Eliu chimed in, his tone dripping with full concern. I also hopes you can demonstrate your abilities to your new homeroom teacher. His words only made an roll his eyes. Kuyen Shuang, worried about him, put on a haughty expression. My offer still stands. Just become my slave, and I guarantee that no one in the entire school, except me, will bully you. Anu knew this, but he still refused without hesitation. Thank you for your kindness. We'll see each other after the test. Kuyen Shuang felt a flicker of annoyance. This idiot really doesn't know what's good for him. Zhang Xiaolong, standing behind them, overheard their conversation and smirked. Anu, get ready to become the laughingstock of the entire class. After some preparation, the test began. Countless crimson goblins with sharp teeth appeared, swarming towards the challengers' divinacores. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves. He heard HNW's test is the hardest. Yeah, who told him to provoke Teacher Liu? Now we have a good show to watch. Anu, seeing the sheer number of red goblins, felt a cold sweat break out. What the hell? Liu Letian, you're not human. There are so many red goblins. Lu Lishan, seeing the tension on HNW's face, smirked smugly. Anu, you can only blame yourself for rejecting my kindness. An army of 10,000 red goblins is enough to pierce through your divine realm. The other teachers standing beside him laughed and congratulated him. Congratulations, Teacher Liu, on your successful revenge. Lu Lishan, however, put on a facade of noble righteousness. Oh, come on, there's no animosity between teachers and students. After this test, student Anu will surely understand our dedication as teachers. Principal Xu, seeing this, could only silently cheer for Han Wu. Hang in there, student Anu. I believe you can do it back in the divine realm. Anu commanded his locust army to attack. The red goblins, seeing the approaching enemies, responded by conjuring flaming projectiles in their hands. They hurled the fireballs towards Anu's locusts. Explosions erupted as the fireballs collided with the locusts. The ordinary locusts can't inflict any damage. Anu realized. He ordered his self-destructing locusts to engage. The red goblins, seeing this, flinched and retreated. However, due to their sheer numbers, only the ones at the front could react in time. The rest continued to surge forward. The exploding locusts slammed into the red goblins, detonating with resounding booms. Anu managed to eliminate 400 of them. At that moment, Zhang Xiaolong and Kuyen Shuang finished their tests. Look! Kuyen Shuang and Zhang Xiaolong have finished their tests and left the machines. The onlookers exclaimed. As Kuyen Shuang walked over to Principal Xu, the principal remarked, "It seems Anu is in trouble." Kuyen Shuang nodded. After all, locusts are just low-level creatures. No matter well-trained, they can't achieve much. It doesn't look good. Back to the battle. Anu remained calm, ordering his magma fire self-destructing locusts into the fray. Explosions erupted as the magma locusts detonated, sending nearby red goblins flying and wiping out 3,000 of them. However, the red goblins still outnumbered HNW's forces by a significant margin, and they continued to charge towards his core. Everyone watching, both inside and outside the divine realm, was on the edge of their seats, their eyes glued to the screen. Anu finished this time. Even if he has a hero-level creature as his trump card, how can it possibly kill 6,500 red goblins? Kuyen Shuang's face was etched with worry, but she still muttered under her breath, "Let him be arrogant. Let the red goblins crush his core and teach him a lesson." At this moment, Principal Xu sent a message into Anu's divine realm. "Student Anu, if you can't hold on any longer, just surrender. It's not shameful to lose. I believe that with just a little more time, you will be able to easily pass this test." Despite her words, Anu remained confident in his abilities. "Principal Xu, if I've decided to transfer classes, I will see it through to the end. Even if I have to sacrifice every last soldier, I'm not afraid. Moreover, I haven't lost yet." Just then, the red goblins reached the slashing iron swordwind's range. He immediately unleashed his level 3 skill, Primary Violent Wind Slash. Even too many red goblins were killed, the rest showed no fear, retaliating with fireballs. Explosions erupted all around the slashing iron sword wind as he was bombarded with attacks. He was severely injured from taking so much damage. The onlookers outside grew even more concerned. An US hero-level creature seems to be seriously injured. He's finished this time. Lu Lishan, watching this, was delighted. He sneered and said, "Student Anu, this is the final lesson I want to teach you. Make sure you learn it well." But his joy was short-lived, as a student suddenly exclaimed in shock, interrupting his gloating. "Look, what I said that?" After a few seconds of observation, everyone realized what it was, and gasped. "It's a goblin army." The leader of the goblin army raised his axe and roared, "Protect our divine being." The goblins behind him marched forward, their expressions resolute. The red goblins, seeing an US goblins, were visibly shaken. But there was no time for them to panic. An US goblins, armed with weapons he had provided, charged towards the red goblins, unleashing a merciless assault. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Isn't that Zhang Binesse form a noble corps? What a genius! With this kind of ability, he's sure to make it into the top 10 of the school. An US well-equipped goblins made short work of the red goblins, crushing them with ease. Anu, seeing this, jumped up and cheered in delight. Principal Xu was also ecstatic. "Excellent!" Kuyen Shuang, despite having cursed him just moments before, couldn't help but feel happy for him upon seeing his victory. Only Liu Letian, seeing Anu successfully pass the test, was left fuming with frustration. After Anu completed his test, the teachers swarmed the 3 students, vying to recruit them. "Student Kuyen Shuang, come to my class. I have resources perfectly suited for your Thunderbirds. They can help you quickly upgrade your nobles. Student Zhang Xiaolong, I have a secret technique for nurturing demonic beasts. If you join my class, I'll teach you everything. Student Anu, come to my class. I'm willing to provide you with an even stronger goblin army." Anu began to consider his options. Kuyen Shuang's choice was obvious. Wherever her crush went, she would follow. Zhang Xiaolong looked at her expectantly. "Kuyen Shuang, wherever you go, I'll go too." After a moment of hesitation, Anu asked Principal Xu seriously, "Principal Xu, may I ask why my test was so much more difficult than the others?" Principal Xu crossed their arms and replied calmly, "The difficulty of the individual tests is determined by all the homeroom teachers together." Hearing this, Anu smiled. "I want to see their votes." Seeing his request, Principal Xu showed him the compiled voting results for the class transfer assessment without hesitation. The teachers who had sided with Lu Lishan earlier, seeing that they had just lost a super talented student and all the potential rewards that came with him, started to turn on each other. He knew uno shouldn't helped Liu Letian. That bastard. Liu Letian, despite hearing everything, pretended not to notice and remained silent. Anu, after reviewing the voting results, approached 2 of the teachers who had voted against him. "Thank you for voting against the increased difficulty. If I join your classes, what can you offer me?" The bald teacher smiled gently and spoke first. "Student Anu, in today's test, I saw that you have a good talent for nurturing goblins. If you join my class, I can provide you with a goblin army of no less than 10,000. With this army, you are sure to enter the top 10 of our grade level. Getting into a top school in the future is not a far-fetched dream." Then, the tall and handsome teacher beside him added, "Nurturing your noble core is the most important. I have some resources that are very beneficial for insect nobles. If you join my class, I will help you complete the evolution of your entire locust race." After listening to the benefits the 2 teachers could provide, Anu considered for a moment before making his decision. "Teacher Tian Wn, I choose to join your class." Kuyen Shuang, without hesitation, followed suit. "Teacher Tianwen, I choose to join your class too." Of course, Zhang Xiaolong wouldn't be left behind. "Teacher Tianwen, please allow me to join your class as well." Teacher Tian Wn, seeing that he had suddenly gained 3 outstanding students, beamed with joy. "With this, I'm sure to win the Outstanding Teacher Award this year." He then welcomed them. "Of course. You are all welcome to join my class." He took out 3 cards and said, "These are welcome gifts for joining my class. The card manhwa you received was a level 2 construction card, insect nest, occupies 1 km quadrato, can hatch 1,000,000 insects per year, perfectly amplifies the effects of relics embedded in it. Anu smiled. This is clearly designed for my insect race. He rubbed his chin, thinking. After building the insect nest in my divine realm, I can embed 2 relics in it, the heart of explosion and the level magma fire crystal. The insect nest will perfectly amplify their effects on the insects hatched there. That means I'll be able to get 1 million magma fire self-destructing locusts each year. He bowed deeply before Teacher Tianwen. Thank you, teacher. Teacher Tianwen smiled warmly. There's no need for thanks. Your achieving good results is the best way to thank me. Seeing that everything was settled, Principal Xu reminded the teachers, today's test was just a small, unimportant challenge. The comprehensive exam organized by the school in 7 days is what truly matters. It will affect the allocation of resources for your classes later onorevole. I don't need to emphasize its importance any further. Scene change, Anu S. Divine Realm. Anu checked the number of his nobles again. System, 20,400,000 ordinary locusts. 5,000 self-destructing locusts. 300 magma fire self-destructing locusts. 52 red goblins. Hero-level creature, slashing iron sword wind. Looking at his remaining nobles, he felt dejected. With this level of strength, participating in the comprehensive exam in 7 days, my results will probably be at the bottom of the entire student body. I need to increase my numbers. First, I need to nurture more locusts. He then noticed something else that surprised him. His goblins had changed their name to red goblins. I need to check it if flew towards the red goblins. As he looked at one, a notification panel appeared. Red Goblin Noble Information. Elite race evolved from ordinary goblins after experiencing a desperate, bloody battle. Rank, Elite creature. Talent, Flame Blood Gene. Faith level, True Believer. Faith power, 20,000 per day. Reproduction rate, 1 liter every 5 years. Lifespan, 85 years, 5 years child, 15 years adolescent, 55 years adult, 15 years elder. Talent effects. Enhanced comprehension in forging for the host. Flame blood significantly enhance resistance to high temperatures, making it easier for the host to master fire attribute skills. He was astonished. They evolved into a naturally born elite creature? If only they were my core noble race. I can only accelerate their growth further and restore my noble population to its former scale. 4 days later, Anu pressed his palms together, preparing to perform the ritual. All right, the number of locusts is reached 7.3 billion. Please, God, let me get something good this time. The better, the better. After finishing his prayer, he initiated the life sacrifice. As before, a massive vortex appeared, sucking in a vast swarm of locusts. Just a few seconds later, what manhwa you desired arrived. The system panel displayed, Option 1, Level 2 Relic. Corrupted Law of Gluttony. After being integrated into the divine core, the core race will gain the gluttony ability. The total energy consumed from food will exceed its own energy by 1,000 times, enabling it to complete its own evolution. The relic is partially corrupted and only effective on ordinary creatures. Option 2, Hero Template. Bestow upon a superhuman creature to promote it to a hero-level creature. Option 3, a small amount of divinity, equivalent to 1 billion faith power, or 100 million divine power. After reading the 3 options, Anu's eyes sparkled with joy. Oh my God! This is too amazing! It's so hard to choose. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, analyzing the choices. The law of gluttony could turn all my ordinary locusts into elite locusts, but I probably wouldn't be able to feed them all. The hero template can help a superhuman creature evolve into a hero-level creature. Divinity, this is equivalent to 1 billion faith power, or 100 million divine power. Isn't that like winning the lottery? Right now, I definitely can't afford to feed billions of elite locusts. I can only use it on the insect nest and start nurturing millions of gluttonous locusts first. With that, Anu chose the first option. 3 days later, Anu stared in disbelief at a monstrous creature before him. Good heavens! Are you a giant insect or a giant lizard? Fine, from now on, you shall be known as the Magma Fire Locust Plus. Scene change, later that afternoon, in the classroom. Kuyen Shuang approached Anu again. Have you carefully considered becoming my slave? You have no backing, no resources, and with your current strength, you can't compete against the other demigods' children. She stated seriously, your locust nurturing method is really good, but they're ultimately still too weak. And as for taming goblins, although that's impressive, in the end, they're not your core noble race. Anu knew this, but he still firmly rejected their offer. Thank you for your concern, but whether I can succeed or not, we'll see after the exam. Kuyen Shuang was exasperated. This idiot. He's going to drive me mad. She continued to pester Han Wu, trying to convince him to reconsider. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaolong sat in the distance, silently watching them. After observing them for a while, he scowled and clenched his fists. Anu, one day, I will make you disappear from Kuyen Shuang's sight. At that moment, Teacher Tianwen entered the classroom. This comprehensive exam is related to the resource allocation for our class in the future. It's very important. I hope you all will do your best. Those who achieve outstanding results will receive Divine Realm Territory relics, core fragments, noble legions, and other resource rewards, all from me. As long as you have the ability, take them. As for the exam rules, read them carefully. He displayed the exam rules on a screen for all the students to read. Rules of the comprehensive exam. This exam is divided into two stages, elimination and ranking. Elimination stage, all students will face the same difficult challenge. Those who pass will earn 1 point for their class. Those who fail will be eliminated and expelled from the school. Ranking stage, after the elimination stage, the remaining students can choose to withdraw from the exam or continue based on their remaining noble strength. Those who withdraw will not be included in the rankings. The ranking stage uses an unlimited challenge system. Invaders will be sent continuously. Each successful defense increases the individual's ranking and earns 1 point for their class. After reading the rules, Anu felt that the exam was incredibly harsh. They'll actually expel the ones who fail? But he was no longer the same weakling as before, so he wasn't afraid. His only concern was, with such a harsh exam, the rewards must be amazing. Let's see. He continued reading the rewards section. Ranking rewards, all participants, random basic resource card. Top 100, Divine Realm Territory worth 100 Divine Power, type Kambi-Kosen. Top 51, Level 1 Relic. Top 31, Reproduction Card, increases noble reproduction rate by 5 times for 15 days. Top 21, Level 1 Building. Temple, within a 100 m radius, provides primary divine light, which accelerates noble healing. Top 11, Divine Power Weapon worth 100,000 Divine Power, style Kambi-Kosen. Top 5, Superhuman Seed, can help an elite creature comprehend superhuman power and become a superhuman creature. Top 3, increase divine core level by 1. Top 1 point of divinity. Anu was incredibly excited. With these rewards, I have to try my best. After giving the students enough time to read the rules and rewards, Teacher Tianwen announced, the comprehensive exam officially begins. As soon as his words fell, all the students in the classroom were transported to a strange space. A voice rang out. The elimination round of the comprehensive exam is about to begin. All contestants, please get ready. Countdown, 3, 2, 1, begin. A massive gate appeared before them, slowly opening. All nobles, prepare for battle. Anu shouted. His red goblins rushed to his side, ready to fight. As the gate fully opened, monstrous creatures began to emerge. Anu's face contorted in shock. Blood flesh puppets? It's only the elimination round, and they're already pulling out the big guns? He quickly analyzed their characteristics. These things, although they're ordinary creatures, have combat power comparable to elite creatures. They have thick skin and flesh, and are very durable. Fortunately, their movements are slow. Without wasting any time, he ordered his 50,000 magma fire self-destructing locusts to attack. commence magma self-destruction. His locusts charged towards the blood-flesh puppets and detonated in a series of thunderous explosions. Seeing his locusts decimate the enemy, Anu smiled triumphantly. I didn't expect. There's even the smell of grilled meat. Can't I use this as food for my locusts? He ordered his red goblins to collect the corpses. The goblins rushed forward eagerly. 15 minutes later, HNW's locusts were feasting on the blood-flesh puppet remains, quite literally. He chuckled. What a sumptuous feast! I understand now. This isn't an exam, it's clearly a food delivery service. If all future exams are like this, bring it onorevole. Meanwhile, in the student observation room, teacher Liu Letian sighed. Another student eliminated. He was quite optimistic about him at first. Teacher Tian WN replied, my class has lost 20 students. A third of our numbers are gone. The bald teacher chimed in, that's nothing. My class is even worse. Half of my students are gone. Is the difficulty of this comprehensive exam exceeding the curriculum? Principal Xu spoke up. The principal and the 3 vice-principals are fighting for control with the abyssal civilization on the front lines. There must be a reason why they chose blood-flesh puppets for the elimination round. Demigods like us shouldn't overthink it. Teacher Tian Wen, looking at the screen, saw Han Wu feeding his locusts with blood-flesh puppet meat. He was impressed. This kid is quite something. Blood-flesh puppets, which others consider a nightmare, have become food for nurturing his nobles. This tactic is incredible. Moreover, he has a noble race that can resist the latent toxins within the blood-flesh puppet's flesh. A teacher in a white coat was surprised. Locusts can ignore the toxins of blood-flesh puppets? This is a new discovery. It's worth researching. Seeing them price Anu, Liu Letian scoffed. HMPH, it's just a fluke. If we're talking about true strength, that brat's locusts are nothing but trash. Teacher Tianwen retorted, luck is also a form of strength, don't you know? I think the strength of those locusts and nurtured is not as weak as you say. He pointed at a large locust. That's a superhuman creature. Although it's probably the weakest of all superhuman creatures, it has at least crossed the superhuman threshold. Liu Letian disagreed. A superhuman locust is still just a locust. Its overall combat power is only comparable to an ordinary goblin. In other aspects, it's even worse than a goblin. Teacher Tianwen calmly replied, Teacher Liu, your perspective is too narrow. You can't always compare the shortcomings of locusts with the strength of other races. I'll ask you this, can goblins increase their numbers 100 or 1,000 times in a year like locusts can? Seeing that he was losing the argument, Liu Letian crossed his arms. Fine, I don't want to argue with you about this anymore. Let's just wait and see the results. I have a student named Liu Mo's noble race is goblins. I bet you that Liu Mo's final score will be better than Anu's. Do you dare to take the bet? Teacher Tian Wen, confident in HNW's abilities, immediately agreed. What is there to be afraid of? I bet that student Anu will outperform your Liu Mo. Liu Letian raised his voice, calling for everyone present to be their witnesses. Everyone here, please bear witness. Let's bet 5 points of divinity, how about that? Teacher Tian WN agreed without hesitation. Seeing his prey take the bait, Lu Lishan smirked inwardly. Teacher Tian Wen, you've already lost. Liu Mo is my nephew. Would you be willing to give that Anu kid the same amount of resources I've given my nephew? Not long after, a notification appeared before the teachers. Elimination round concluded. 430 contestants have passed the test. 300 contestants will participate in the ranking stage. Liu Letian, seeing the statistics, grumbled, why are there 130 people who gave up? A bunch of cowards with no future. The teachers nearby defended the students. Don't blame them. This exam is truly difficult. It's normal for some to give up. Those who were lucky enough to overcome this challenge are the ones we should focus on nurturing in the future. After a short break, the ranking stage officially began. Skeletons began pouring out from the gate, flooding the contestants' divine realms. The teachers were surprised by the relatively low difficulty of this wave compared to the first one. ESNT is practically giving away points? Even Anu, seeing the skeletons, felt disappointed. I have over a billion hungry locusts here. Skeletons? Are you serious? He sighed. I can only fight them, what else can I do? He immediately ordered his billion locusts, eat them all. A massive swarm of locusts descended upon the skeletons. The skeletons, sensing the attack, their eyes glowed crimson as they entered combat mode. 2 hours later, Anu sat on the ground, yawning. Suck weaklings. How boring. Just as he finished speaking, the second wave of skeletons arrived. This time, he commanded his self-destructing locusts to attack, supported by the magma fire self-destructing locusts. The skeletons were quickly blown to pieces. Then, he had an idea. If the lava keeps rising, the skeletons won't be able to swim across. The higher the temperature, the better. He immediately ordered his red goblins, poured the molten liquid from the foundry into the lava on the ground. The red goblins grabbed buckets and poured out the molten liquid. Seeing his plan come to fruition, Anu smirked. Now, as soon as the skeletons step out of the portal, they'll be sent straight to hell. I'm a genius. A teacher, witnessing this, exclaimed in surprise, this student's thinking is truly unique. Teacher Tian Wen, seeing his student being praised, feigned ignorance. Let's see, whose adorable student is that? Liu Letian, however, dismissed it it's nothing special as only passed the 7th wave. My Liumo has already passed the 7th wave too. Scene change. Liumo S Divine Realm. 13 level 1 arrow towers. 9 level 1 ballista towers. 2 level 1 fireball towers. And countless other structures. A teacher wondered, do these students' families own gold mines or something? Lu Lishan smiled smugly, thinking to himself, who among you can be better than me? With so much investment, the number 1 spot in this comprehensive exam is definitely going to be Liumo S. But his smugness didn't last long, as another teacher suddenly exclaimed, look at Quien Shuangesse Divine Realm. Liu Letian, curious, turned to look. Inside Quien Shuangesse Divine Realm, 100 frost towers. 300,000 thunderbirds, a naturally born elite creature. 100 giant treants, ordinary creatures. The teachers, seeing the sheer power within her divine realm, were stunned. She truly is the Qin family's golden girl. This is on another level. Others have a house on a mine, but Quien Shuangesse family lives inside the mine. Unbelievably wealthy. Even a demigod like me doesn't have this many trump cards. I heard before that Qian Shuang was in the top 3 of our grade level, but now it seems even the top spot isn't out of reach for her. Liu Letian, seeing that he had lost a talented student and the potential rewards he could have gained, gritted his teeth in frustration. Anu, it's all your fault. I will make you pay. At that moment, a loud announcement rang out. The 10th wave has ended. 18 contestants remain. Warning, the 11th wave is about to begin. The difficulty will be significantly increased. Students, please be prepared. Hearing this, not only did Anu and Quien Shuang's expressions turn serious, but the other contestants also felt the pressure. Suddenly, the spatial gate turned crimson, and a shadowy, black figure slowly emerged. One of the teachers, seeing the figure, cried out in alarm. Oh my god! Isn't that a hero-level creature? The black figure was a skeleton controller. Race, skeleton tribe. Rank, hero. Talent, skeleton control, skeleton summoning. Wherever the skeleton controller walked, nearby skeletons stirred to life, their movements jerky and unnatural. A sinister smile seemed to play on his face, and a dark aura emanated from his body. He raised his staff into the air and began gathering the surrounding skeletons, gradually forming a massive skeletal foot. A moment later, the skeleton controller roared, Combine. The tiny bones assembled, forming a colossal skeleton. It emitted an airy purple glow, its eyes blazing with fiery intensity. Without another word, the skeleton controller commanded, Kill. The giant skeleton swung its massive arm towards its target, then stomped its foot, creating a series of powerful shockwaves. One of the teachers, seeing this, exclaimed, Less than 3 minutes in, and our students have already withdrawn. This test is too difficult. Liu Letian, however, only cared about Anu. He suddenly cried out in alarm, "Something's not right. Why are the skeletons in manhwa's divine realm so small? There's something fishy going on. I think he cheated." Indeed, the skeleton in manhwa's divine realm was teeny, no different from the initial skeletons. However, because his divine realm was filled with lava, the creature was trembling, barely clinging to a ledge. Teacher Tianwen explained calmly, "That's because most of the bones in HNW's divine realm have been burned to ashes by the lava. The skeleton controller doesn't have enough bones to unleash its full power. And because it was just a tiny skeleton, slashing iron sword wind easily destroyed it with a single blow." The system announced, "The 11th wave has been cleared." Anu, with nothing else to do, yawned. Seeing him so relaxed, Liu Letian fumed. "This is cheating. He must have known the test questions beforehand." Teacher Tian WN, still trusting Anu, retorted, "Do you have any evidence that he knew the test questions in advance?" Liu Letian crossed his arms, his expression righteous. "Tianwen, you are shielding your student. Be careful, or I'll report you to the Ministry of Education." Despite his aggressive tone, he continued to argue his point. "We are all discerning individuals. Who doesn't see Anu's unusual actions when facing the skeletons? Ask yourself, who would automatically clean up the battlefield after defeating skeletons? Unless he knew beforehand that a skeleton controller would appear. Cleaning up the bones on the battlefield would weaken the skeleton controller's power." Teacher Tian WN, however, still believed in Anu. "Teacher Liu, don't spout nonsense." But Liu Lishan cut him off. He seriously suspected that Anu knew the test questions in advance. This is a serious act of cheating. The school must investigate it thoroughly. Fortunately, Principal Xu intervened. The content of this comprehensive exam was personally arranged by the principal before he left. Even I didn't know the specific content until the exam began. If Anu knew the content beforehand, it could only be because the principal leaked it. Teacher Liu, do you think the principal would do something so foolish? Hearing Principal Xue's words, Liu Lishan scratched his head, feigning remorse. "Perhaps I was overthinking it. Han W defeated the skeleton controller due to his own luck. Even if he didn't cheat, his results were heavily influenced by external factors. It's unfair to the other students." Principal Xu continued to rebuke him. "As a demigod, do you know how ridiculous your words are? The divine civilization has always cultivated the seeds of strength, not fairness. Survival of the fittest. It doesn't matter how student Anu achieved his good results. As long as he didn't cheat, these achievements belong to him. As for the fairness you mentioned, do you think it's fair to other students that you use your authority to secretly favor your nephew, Liu Mo? Is it fair to other students that Qian Shuang's family donated 10 million divine power?" Teacher Tianwen clenched his fists, enraged. "Damn it! So Liu Mo is your nephew. No wonder you wanted to bet with me. You've just shot yourself in the foot. My student Anu has passed the 11th wave, while your nephew Liu Mo. I think it's harder for him to pass the 11th wave than to climb to heaven." Meanwhile, in Liu Mo's divine realm, the giant skeleton had already killed many of his goblins and destroyed all the arrow towers and ballista towers that Teacher Liu had painstakingly gathered for him. Trapped in a desperate situation, Liu Mo could only lament, "It seems this is it for me. I can't fight anymore." He looked up at the sky and chose to withdraw from the exam. Teacher Tian WN, seeing Liu Mo withdraw, said to Liu Lishan, "The results of our bet are in. My student, Anu, passed the 11th wave, while your nephew, Liu Mo, did not. Teacher Liu, all the teachers here are witnesses to our 5 divinity points bet. You're not going to welcome me, are you?" Liu Lishan, with no way to deny it, reluctantly handed over a card containing 5 divinity points to Teacher Tianwen. However, he was still unconvinced. "Teacher Tian, hold on to those 5 divinity points carefully. One day, I will take them back." An hour later, the notification board displayed the latest information for the teachers. The 13th wave is concluded. 3 contestants remain, Anu, Qian Shuang, and Wang Fei. A teacher remarked, "The top 3 have emerged. Now it's just a matter of who can secure first place." Soon, the 14th wave arrived. Wang Fei surrendered. In the 16th wave, Qian Shuang could no longer hold on and also surrendered. Principal Xuchird. Excellent. Anu is in first place. Scene change. Anu esse divine realm. Anu had reached the 20th wave and was commanding his self-destructing locusts to attack. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted near the gate. The skeleton controller, struggling to absorb the remaining bomb fragments in Anu esse divine realm, was quickly dispatched by slashing iron sword wind. Just 15 minutes later, Anu esse divine realm was peaceful once again. System, the 20th wave has concluded. The 21st wave is about to begin. Difficulty will be significantly increased. Contestants, be prepared. Hearing the announcement, Anu grinned with excitement. The real challenge is finally coming. As his words fell, the gate before him creaked open. Unlike previous waves, however, arcs of electricity crackled around the gate. When he finally saw what was inside, he was taken aback. What is that? Inside the gate, a headed beast sat upon a stone throne. Its body emanated a black, ethereal aura. The teachers, witnessing the next wave's monster, cried out in alarm. It's a skeleton lord. Anu, seeing the beast, knew he stood no chance. Time to end this. At the lord level, all my assets wouldn't even be enough to fill its teeth. He raised his hand and declared, I forfeit. I withdraw from the competition. The skeleton lord, hearing his surrender, lost its cool demeanor and abruptly stood up. What? As soon as Anu spoke the words, the beast was dragged back through the gate. It roared in protest, desperately clinging to the closing portal. Knowing she couldn't resist for long, she threw something long and white towards Han Wu. The projectile flew so fast that Wu could only stare in shock, frozen in place. Luckily, it missed him, whizzing past his hair. A massive explosion erupted behind him. He was still in shock. What just happened? The gate slammed shut, restoring peace to his divine realm. He was pulled back to the teleportation platform. The rankings were displayed, with his name at the very top. I got first place. The notification board continued. Teacher Ti in one's class has achieved a total score of 252 points, ranking first, 20 points ahead of the second place class, making it the best class among the top 3. Liu Lishan's class has achieved a total score of 192 points, ranking 8th. Lu Lishan, seeing the rankings, gritted his teeth. Damn it! First place should have been mine. This is terrible. Teacher Tian Wen, on the other hand, was overjoyed to learn that his class ranked first. Of course, with joy, there was also sadness. The students who failed the first round were now crying their hearts out. Mom, I don't want to be expelled. Anu's situation was the complete opposite. A banner was hung up, congratulating him on his first-place victory. The school even showered him with confetti. Seeing the treatment he was receiving, he crossed his arms and smirked. What's mine will always be mine. An hour later, numerous reward cards appeared on the system board for the victors. 1 unit of iron ore. Divine realm territory worth 100 divine power can be exchanged for a level 1 relic. 1 level 1 temple. 1 divine power weapon worth less than 100,000 divine power. 1 superhuman seed. Divine core level increased by 1. 1 point of divinity, used for noble reproduction. The other students looked at the rewards with envy. Wow, so many rewards. I wish I could get some too. I knew these people would suddenly become rich. Anu, however, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Which rewards should I choose? This requires careful consideration. Teacher Tian Wen, seeing him pondering, sent him a private message. If you're unsure what to choose, I can help you select the most suitable rewards. Anu smiled. Teacher Tian Wen is truly reliable. Scene change. Anu esse divine realm. He began using his reward cards. Divine Realm Territory card exchanged successfully. 20 km quadrati of forest terrain acquired. Level 1 relic exchange successful. Level 1 toxic bone relic acquired. Divine core level increased to level 2. Level 1 temple construction complete. He then opened the weapon shop and looked at the violent wind greatsword. He rubbed his chin. I can only exchange for 1 sword. But the slashing iron sword wind needs 4. Giving him 1 would be useless. If that's the case, should I get a hammer for the goblins? he switched to the Warhammer selection. Purgatory Hammer, 99,999 divine power. Forged from the core of the nine-headed serpent from hell, a lord-level creature. Contains immense fire energy. Minimum requirement, hero-level fire creature. Seeing the requirement, he scratched his head. It seems I can't use this yet. I'll have to wait until I have a fire-type hero among my red goblins. Oh well, it's free anyway. An hour later, back at the school, Teacher Tian WN stood before his class, praising them. The comprehensive exam is a milestone in your high school careers. Those who made it to the end are all outstanding individuals. Now, I invite the top 3 students of our class to the podium to receive your class rewards. Anu, Kuyen Shuang, and Wang Fei walked up to the podium. Teacher Tian WN pointed at Han Wu and announced to the class, Student Han Wu, in this comprehensive exam, you shone brightly, achieving outstanding results and ranking first. Your class reward is 100 class points and you can choose any item from our high-level resource pool. Anu, of course, didn't care about the praise. He was more interested in the contents of the resource pool. A list appeared before him. Giantess Feast, Fountain of Life, Black Iron Mine Core, Level 2 Skill, Ass Rocket, Level 2 Building, Goblin Nest, Superhuman Creature, Tiger Master. After a moment of hesitation, he chose the Fountain of Life. Explanation: the Fountain of Life can continuously spray water containing life energy, nurturing life and improving the surrounding environment. Seeing his choice, Teacher Tianwen looked at him with admiration. This child is truly remarkable. He doesn't blindly pursue brute strength, but recognizes his own advantage and utilizes them. His future is bright. After receiving his reward, Anu returned to his seat. Suddenly, a student approached him. Congratulations, newly rich guy. He cut straight to the point. Anu, can you sell me the divinity point you earned in the comprehensive exam? I'll give you 105 million divine power in exchange. We can trade right now. Anu was a little annoyed. He didn't know this kid, yet here he was, acting all familiar and giving him orders. Who do you think you are? And 105 million divine power? Is your family really that rich? Something definitely fishy. He eyed the student suspiciously. Why do you want to buy it? The student smiled but didn't reveal his true motive. Why do I need a reason? As long as you agree, 105 million divine power is yours. With this amount, you can buy an evolutionary path for your locusts and change your destiny. Seeing that the student wouldn't tell him, Anu flatly refused. The student, seeing his firm refusal, clasped his hands together and switched to a pleading tone. Anu, actually, my grandfather is about to ascend to true God, and he needs a lot of divinity. Please, sell it to me. Besides, in addition to the divine power, consider this a favor owed to you. Hearing his explanation, Anu's suspicions lessened. 105 million divine power is definitely a huge sum. If I can get this amount, I can completely increase the number of locusts my divine realm can hold by 10 times. By then, I can easily earn back this divinity point. Just as he was about to speak, a notification interrupted him. It was a message from Kuyen Shuang. She was offering to buy his divinity point for 150 million divine power. Anu stared at the offer, dumbfounded. What? 150 million? Anu messaged Kuyen Shuang back. 150 million divine power? You really have a lot of money, Kuyen Shuang immediately replied. Isn't one divinity point worth 100 million divine power? Sensing his confusion, she continued. Don't tell me you don't even know this basic information. One divinity point can indeed be condensed from 100 million divine power, but the prerequisite is that the divine being must produce and consume it themselves. Meaning, using the faith power generated by their own nobles to condense divine power, then using that divine power to condense divinity. If faith power from other divine beings is mixed in, the success rate of condensation will be significantly reduced. Currently, the market price for divinity is 145 million divine power. And even with money, it's hard to find. After reading her explanation, Anu's eyes widened in realization. So that's how it is, right? That means the Sixu Sun guy was trying to rip me off? Understanding Xu-sun's scheme, and Wu coldly turned to him and spat out one word, scram. Xu-sun was shocked. His plan had failed. Seeing that his intentions were exposed, he turned to leave, but not before threatening Anu. Don't think that just because you cheated your way to first plus in the comprehensive exam, you can be arrogant. Just you wait. Anu ignored him. A second later, he received 150 million divine power from Qian Shuang. He grinned, overjoyed. Oh man, I want to roll around in this pile of money. Scene change, Anu assume. Anu hovered in there within his divine realm, surveying the landscape. He decided to build the level 1 temple near the Red Goblin settlement. Soon, a magnificent temple appeared. He then placed the Fountain of Life near the desert. I think that in time, this barren land will become fertile. He then flew to the Red Goblin settlement. Upon seeing him, they gathered and knelt before him, proclaiming, Great Divine Being, thank you for all you have bestowed upon us. He told them to rise. All right, everyone, stand up. This time, I have brought a new artifact to bestow upon you. He placed the hammer on the ground. This is the Purgatory Warhammer. The leader of the Red Goblins stared at it in awe, sensing the powerful aura it emanated. Anu then took out a rare object and pointed it at one of the goblins. And this. He walked towards the goblin and said, I bestow upon you the superhuman seed. From now on, you shall be known as Godhammer. I hope you will soon become a hero and wield this Purgatory Warhammer. The goblin, receiving the seed, eagerly reached out to accept it. Anu immediately left. The red goblins chanted, Long live the Divine Being! Long live the Divine Being! Anu examined the toxic jade in his hand. This is the relic that Teacher Tian told me to choose, but I don't know what it does. Just then, Teacher Tian called. He answered the call. Hello, Teacher Tian. Is there something I need? Teacher Tian cheerfully held up two objects. Today, in the comprehensive exam, regarding the bet between you and Lu Mo, Teacher Liu and I wagered 5 divinity points. He won. This victory is partly thanks to you, so I'm going to share some of it with you. One is a divinity card containing 150 million divine power. As for the divinity card, I don't need to explain it to you. So, I'll focus on explaining this demonic embryo egg. This is a war trophy I obtained while fighting in the Outer Realm. It's an egg laid by the demonic insect king, refined into a demonic embryo using a special secret technique. Although it's a dead embryo, it can still produce 10 liters of demonic embryo fluid every day. Lower level insects can consume the fluid to transform into the lowest level of demonic insects. His expression turned serious. When you joined my class, I said I would help you complete the evolution of your core noble race. This is the evolutionary path for your locusts. Anu thought to himself, the teachers at the school don't think highly of me just because they think my locusts are useless trash. If I can obtain an evolutionary path for my locusts to transform into demonic insects, their potential. While it can't compare to Qian Shuang's naturally born elite thunderbirds, it can at least reach the level of ordinary creatures like goblins and red goblins. Teacher Tian continued, you can choose one of these two as a reward from me. Thanks to you, I won that bet. Money wasn't an issue for Anu now, and the egg was far more beneficial for him, so he chose the demonic embryo egg. Teacher Tian reminded him, demonic insects are easily compatible with the poison attribute. You can embed the level 1 toxic smoke jade onto your core. The result will surely satisfy you. Anu thanked him, confidently assuring him that he wouldn't disappoint his expectations. Since he had Teacher Tian on the line, he decided to ask about something that had been bothering him. Teacher, I wanted to ask you something. Do you know where I can get a lot of meat? The quality doesn't have to be good. Teacher Tian listened to his question and replied seriously, if you want to use meat to raise locusts, I advise you not to buy it from the store. The price is too high, and the benefits are low. Recently, the principal is conquering a demonic plane. There will surely be plenty of demon corpses. If I can contact the principal, I will ask for you. Anu happily thanked him and hung up the phone. He walked towards the forest, pondering the effects of the level 2 relic, Law of Gluttony. It's too powerful. The locusts in my divine realm have become incredibly voracious. They eat very quickly. Currently, the production in my divine realm can't meet their needs. I need to find a source of food immediately. That's the best solution. He arrived at an ancient tree and gently placed the demonic embryo egg beneath it. Placing the egg here should allow it to produce demonic embryo fluid quickly. After feeding it to my locusts, they should evolve. 2 days later, Anu returned to the ancient tree to check on the situation. It seems that some locusts have already consumed the demonic embryo fluid produced by the egg. I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of creature will emerge from this cocoon. He wondered. It's been 2 days. He wondered how much longer it will take. Just then, the cocoon began to crack. His face lit up with anticipation. Finally, it's coming. The cocoon split open, revealing a strange creature. System: demonic insect. Noble core detected. Rank: ordinary creature. Talent: violence. Fate level: fanatic. Faith power: 1 point per day. Lifespan: 200 days, 30 days larva, 150 days adult, 20 days elder. He looked at the new creature, his eyes shining with excitement. Although it's still an ordinary creature, its strength is 100 times greater than a normal locust. However, there's no reproduction information, so each demonic insect must rely on demonic embryo fluid to transform. 1 drop of fluid can transform 1 locust. 1 milliliter has 20 drops of demonic embryo fluid. 10 liters is 200,000 drops. If all goes well, I'll get 200,000 demonic insects every day. As he watched, the demonic insect grew noticeably larger. He was surprised. It's already doubled in size. It seems the law of gluttony also works on them. At this rate, it'll become an elite creature soon. He took out the level 1 toxic smoke jade. Level 1 toxic smoke jade relic integrated into the divine core. As soon as the jade was integrated, the demonic insect evolved. This is a toxic smoke demonic insect elite. Perfect. Scene change: an unknown location. The principal of an US school was staring at something with a troubled expression. How should I deal with this? Before him was a mountain of demon bones and flesh. There are too many broken bones and demon corpses. How should I deal with them? The principal muttered to himself. Even if I put them into cards, they'll spill out and continue polluting the environment once the divine power runs out. Just as he was struggling with this problem, he received a video call from Teacher Tianwen. Teacher Tian, what does he want? He answered the call. Hello, principal, Teacher Tianwen greeted, rubbing his head sheepishly. He quickly got to the point. I'm calling to ask if you have any demon corpses available. One of my students wants to buy some. The principal, hearing that a student wanted to buy demon corpses, asked, what does your student need them for? Teacher Tianwen replied honestly. He's planning to use them to nurture his noble core. His core race is locusts. They consumed demon flesh during the comprehensive exam without any adverse reactions. Hearing locust nobles, the principal smiled, instantly recalling Anu. Isn't that the little genius buff out against the demigod a few days ago? Tu think those teeny locusts have successes? It's a shame the living conditions in the demonic plane are unsuitable for locusts. Otherwise, we could bring a swarm of them here to devour the demon corpses. It could save us a lot of divine power. He took out a card. Here are 1,000,000 demon corpses. Give them to your student. However, just 1 day later, Teacher Tianwen called the principal again, rubbing his head sheepishly. Principal, that student is already finished all the demon corpses from yesterday. He's asking if we can provide them long term. The principal's jaw dropped. What? Finished in just 1 day? And he wants a long-term supply? Seeing the principal's expression, Teacher Tianwen realized it might be a difficult request. He also thinks this might be asking too much, so the principal, however, interrupted him cheerfully. Wait a minute. He cleared his throat. We have enough demon corpses, but we can't provide them for free long-term. How about this? 1 divine power can buy 100 demon corpses, with a minimum order of 10,000 divine power per delivery. 5 minutes later, Teacher Tianwen called back with a report. Principal, student Anu says there's no problem. He's placing an order for 1,000,000 divine power worth. A few days later, in Anu's divine realm. The demonic insects had grown significantly under his care. He felt the time was ripe to initiate the life sacrifice ritual. After the sacrifice, the system displayed the options. Option 1. 5 giant warriors, superhuman creatures. Option 2. Level 3 skill crystal. Toxic explosion, after integrating into the divine core, allows the nobles to grasp primary toxic explosion magic. Can also be given to a hero-level creature for learning. The highest level of mastery can reach forbidden toxic explosion magic. Option 3. Decomposition machine. Decomposes matter and extracts pure energy. He was thrilled by the first option. This is what 12 billion elite locusts sacrificed for. 5 giant warriors. Those are superhuman creatures, renowned for their destructive power. Even selling one giant warrior could fetch at least 10 million divine power. But he suppressed his excitement. Alright, calm down, calm down. Let's review option 2. Level 3 toxic explosion. Combined with the demonic insects and the level 1 toxic smoke jade. That's a perfect combination. But my divine core is currently only level 3. After integrating the law of gluttony and the toxic smoke jade, there's no space left for the level 3 toxic explosion. There's only option 3 left. The decomposition machine can decompose matter and extract energy crystals. Energy crystals are said to be the food of magic-oriented nobles, very valuable. I'll make a fortune. After a few seconds of thought, he chose the third option. As soon as he selected it, a massive machine appeared before him, shocking him with its size. But his surprise didn't last long. He quickly stepped forward to test it out. Let's try it with some iron ore first. 5 hours later, the machine produced 3 iron crystals. He picked one up and examined it, smiling. Oh, iron crystals. These can be used as food for special races, and also as genetic materials. Each one can be sold for 5 divine power points. Not bad, not bad. This is a sustainable way to get rich. His happiness was interrupted by a prayer from his red goblins. Great divine being, while mining, we were attacked by an undead. 3 teams were injured. Currently, Chief God Hammer is fighting against the undead. Please bestow your blessings and save us. Manhwa was startled. This is a prayer from my believers, relayed through the temple? But how can there be undead in my divine realm? He immediately used his eagle eye to observe the situation. The image of the red goblin's chief battling an undead creature appeared before him, clear as day. After observing for a while, he felt that the aura emanating from the skeleton was somewhat similar to the skeleton lord he encountered before. The 2 seeds were locked in a fierce battle, neither gaining an advantage. He was impressed. So strong. He asked the system, analyze the information of that skeleton for me. But the system responded, unable to search. The skeleton is not your believer. Furthermore, you do not have any reconnaissance skills, so you cannot view its information. He was shocked. But he quickly ordered Slashing Iron Sword Wind to assist the red goblins. Upon receiving the order, Slashing Iron Sword Wind flew to the skeleton's location and, without hesitation, swung his sword, decapitating it. However, the skeleton quickly reassembled itself, returning to its complete form. An OS image then appeared before the skeleton. Follow me, believe in me, and you will have a new life. The skeleton, seemingly insulted, charged at him, attacking with a powerful blow. But Manhwa remained unscathed. My divine realm is intact. My divine avatar can exist eternally. He then ordered his nobles, attack it until it submits. The red goblin chief and the Slashing Iron Swordwind's bodies emanated a strange black aura as they continued their assault. 3 days later, the skeleton knelt before him, its voice raspy. I am willing to submit to the divine being. Manhwa approached it, pleased. Excellent, excellent. Now I can finally see your information. He touched the skeleton S and then began the subjugation process. The system announced, Skeleton Tribe Noble detected. Rank, Weakened Lord Level Undead, Sealed, Incomplete. Talent, Questo Bone, Resurrection. Faith Level, Ordinary Believer. Faith Power, 1,000,000 per day. Scene change, back in the classroom. Students, are you ready for a new challenge? Teacher Tianwen's voice boomed through the classroom. The upcoming exam, he continued, will truly create a gap between you. It will even affect which universities you can get into in the future. Hearing this, Anu recalled what teacher Tianwen had told him before. University entrance exams. My father's wish was to go to the chaotic Star Se Academy in the imperial capital to search for my missing mother. And the academy in the imperial capital is one of the top universities in the divine civilization. Teacher Tianwen continued, you will be transported to the demonic plane, designated C793-826. The specific exam content will be sent to you via email after you arrive. You will have 1 hour to prepare. The students, hearing their exam location, began to murmur amongst themselves. The demonic plane? I heard that place is shrouded in demonic energy year-round. Nobles who enter have a chance of being corrupted by the demonic energy, transforming into mindless demonic creatures. Only demons and undead can survive there normally. Anyone with demon nobles, let me hug your thighs. And he also heard that undead natural disasters often occur there. Those undead frantically attack any living creature. Who can withstand that? Zhang Xiaolong, however, smiled inwardly upon hearing the location. Isn't this perfect for me? My time has finally come. Anu, let's see how long you can remain arrogant. As he was rejoicing, he received a call from an unknown number. He decided to answer it. Xiaolong, it's me, the voice on the other end said. He instantly recognized the voice. Teacher Liu, what is it? He stepped outside the classroom to take the call. Seeing that they were alone, Liu Letian spoke. I need you to deal with Sumeone. Zhang Xiaolong knew exactly who he was talking about. Anu, right? He was going to deal with him anyway. Liu Letian smiled. As expected of the student I value. Help me with this, and I won't treat you unfairly. He held out a card. Here are some resources I've prepared for you. Take them. They'll be helpful for your exam. It was a demon wormling card. Zhang Xiaolong's eyes widened. This is a superhuman demon wormling? That's a powerful race, with strength comparable to a hero-level creature. Soon, the exam began. The students were transported to demonic plane C793-826. The exam requirements appeared. 1. Each contestant has one opportunity to summon a noble avatar. If the avatar dies, the contestant will return to their real body. Death of the real body means actual death. Each contestant can summon their nobles once per day. Each summon is limited to 100 nobles. Exam rankings are based on accumulated mission points. Complete missions to earn points and corresponding rewards. Mission list. Mission 1. Destroy the skeleton camp. Description. There is a large-scale skeleton camp in the Valley of the Undead. Destroy over 90% of the skeletons and their banner. Int, this camp is 8,000 to 10,000 skeletons. The lowest rank is ordinary undead, and the highest rank is superhuman undead. Reward, 60 exam points, 1 random level 1 relic. Mission 2. After reading through the requirements, the system prompted him to choose an avatar. Choose your avatar. 1. Locust avatar. Red Goblin avatar. Swordwind avatar. Weakened Skeleton Lord avatar. Sealed, incomplete. Weakened Skeleton Lord avatar. Sealed, incomplete. Anu considered his options. The Skeleton Lord avatar is undead, so it can avoid the demonic energy corruption in the demonic plane. Let's try it. He chose the 4th option. Black energy surged around him, enveloping his body. Soon, he transformed into a skeleton. He stared at his new form, surprised. The demonic plane is truly a paradise for demons and undead. He was right. It didn't take long for him to get used to his skeletal body. 100 gluttonous locusts, deploy. However, as soon as the locusts flew into the black demonic energy, they started dropping like flies, as if poisoned. He wasn't phased. He had anticipated this. Just as I thought, demonic energy is the bane of most nobles, either get corrupted or die. There's no other way. He summoned these demonic insects. Number 1, number 2, number 3, I'm counting on you. After wandering around the demonic plane for a while, he found bone fruits growing on a twisted tree. Harvest those fruits. He commanded his demonic insects, pointing at the tree. The 3 demonic insects flew up to the tree. But moments later, he sensed something approaching and turned around, startled. Giant demons were lumbering towards him, growling menacingly. He stared at them, surprised. But he also felt excited. Perfect! Let's test the offensive and defensive capabilities of this little skeleton. 10 minutes later. The giant demons lay slain, piled up in a small mountain. He scoffed. They're too weak. He then sighed, looking at his demonic insects. After all that effort, harvesting 10 bone fruits only earned me 20 exam points. But the 100-point mission requires fighting a demigod, which I definitely can't do. So I guess I'll just rely on quantity. Gather all the bone fruits you can find, he ordered. One day later, Han W held a stack of bone fruit cards, a triumphant grin on his face. All the bone fruits here are mine, and exam points can only be exchanged once. He sent a message to the class group chat. And you need 100 bone fruits for mission 49? Open to trades as well. He then chuckled to himself, feeling smug. I'm a business genius. The students in the class immediately jumped into the discussion. Can you even do that? Isn't it cheating? It's clearly cheating. What do you know? This is called resource integration. I need a portion of bone fruits. He offered 50 divine power. Me too. I also need a portion. 50 divine power. Teacher Tianwen intervened, reminding the students, only resources obtained during this exam are allowed for trading. Violators will receive a warning. 3 warnings will result in disqualification. With the teacher's warning, Han W leaned back, a smug smile on his face. I'm a business prodigy. Now I have all the resources I need. However, every advantage has its disadvantages. Sumeone, seeing his message, smiled wickedly. He was wondering how to find you, and you just revealed your location. This time, let's see how you die. Although his face wasn't visible, his long, flowing robes were a dead giveaway. It was none other than Zhang Xiaolong, accompanied by his wolf pack. Hours passed, and HNWU's ranking began to plummet. My nobles are too weak. It's really hard to earn exam points. If he don't complete some high-level missions, he'll be overtaken soon. What should he do? Just as he was racking his brains for a solution, he heard movement behind him. He glanced back to investigate. The approaching skeletons were startled to find that he had vanished. But their confusion quickly turned to terror as they sensed a powerful, ominous presence closing in behind them. It was Anu. He had circled around them using his speed, his body emanating a dark, intimidating aura to attract their attention. I wonder if my skeleton lord avatar can subdue them. He thought. The skeletons, sensing the powerful aura, turned to face him. Do you recognize me? He asked. As soon as he finished speaking, the skeletons all knelt before him. System, skeleton soldier noble detected. Rank, ordinary undead. Talent, hardened bone. Fate level, true believer. Fate power, 500 per day. Anu stared, his jaw dropping. Holy crap, it actually worked. He suddenly evolved a dozen skeleton soldiers as true believers. Rise, he commanded. My nobles, lead me to your camp. An hour later, he arrived at the skeleton camp, accompanied by his new followers. The other skeletons saluted him upon seeing him. System, skeleton knight noble detected. Rank, superhuman undead. Talent, iron bone, skeleton summoning. Fate level, true believer. Faith power, 50,000 per day. Looking at the assembled skeletons, HNW's eyes widened, and a delighted grin spread across his face. I've hit the jackpot this time. The skeleton knight bowed before him and introduced himself. I was once a member of the 1st Skeleton Legion. During a battle against demons, our squad was separated from the main army and forced to settle here. Every day, we face attacks from ghouls, zombies, and demons. The number of skeletons under my command has been dwindling, so I sent my soldiers to search for bone fruits to enhance their strength. Anu listened, his mind racing. They're my army now. I need to make them stronger. Maybe I can do this. The next day, his ranking had plummeted to 178 He felt it was time for a breakthrough. Now, I bestow upon you the bone crystal, he declared, holding up a yellow crystal. As for equipment, you can figure that out yourselves. The skeleton knight, seeing the reward, dismounted his skeletal wolf and knelt before him. 10 minutes later, the skeletons seemed to have gained new strength, their faces glowing with renewed energy, their eyes gleaming. Our target is the demon lair, Manhwa commanded. Advance. The skeletons marched towards the demon's cave. Upon arriving at the entrance, he analyzed the mission information. The demon lair house an estimated 8,000 to 10,000 demons. With my current army of over 1,000 skeletons, a direct confrontation is impossible. We use guerrilla tactics. He turned to one of his skeletons. Go and lure the demons out of their lair. The skeleton obeyed, walking back and forth in front of the cave entrance. The demons, seeing an intruder in their territory, dispatched a small force to deal with it, but before they could attack, they were met with a terrifying sight. A horde of skeletons, emanating a powerful dark aura, had been lying in ambush. Without hesitation, they charged, attacking the demons. Manhwa, watching from afar, smiled. Excellent! When demons are killed, they can be converted into skeleton soldiers. This method of replenishing the skeleton tribe is truly unique. An hour later, his skeleton army had grown to 7,000. My skeleton army now has 7,000 soldiers, while there are only about 3,000 demons left in the lair. The time is ripe. He pointed at the demon lair. Charge. Attack. 3 hours later, the skeletons had wiped out the demons. The skeleton knight approached him, holding up a red crystal. Manhwa took it down. Complete the mission. System, exam points increased by 60. His ranking jumped to 108. Scene change, Zhang Xiaolong location. Damn it! Manhwa, where has that brat gone? Zhang Xiaolong cursed, standing near a patch of bone fruit trees. Unable to find Han Wu, he opened the ranking list. After a few seconds, he saw that HANWU's score had increased by 60 points. He guessed, it seems that Manhwa has captured the demon lair. Manhwa, you truly exceed my expectations. But your luck ends here. Get ready to die. Zhang Xiaolong immediately headed towards the nearest demon lair. He soon encountered HANWU's skeleton army. Rage filled him. Damn you! Manhwa, I can't believe you secretly nurtured a skeleton tribe. You want to use this to achieve a good score in the exam? Don't you dare dream. He commanded his leons to attack. The dogs charged, barking ferociously. Moments later, Manhwa heard growls and approaching footsteps. He turned around. Despite seeing the approaching enemies, Manhwa remained motionless. His skeletons, however, reacted instantly, leaping towards the enemies with fierce cries of "Protect our master." The two armies clashed, a chaotic melee of bones and fangs. Zhang Xiaolong, observing Manhwa's forces, was surprised. It's only the second day in the demonic plane, and Manhwa has already assembled such a powerful army? If we give him a few more days, we will be able to stop him. Today, he must eliminate him. With a roar, Zhang Xiaolong transformed into a colossal golden dragon. He swooped down, his massive jaws crushing the skeleton knight, who screamed in agony. Zhang Xiaolong! Manhwa exclaimed. We have no quarrel. Why are you attacking my nobles? The dragon roared in his face. I simply don't like you. D! He unleashed a barrage of golden energy slashes. Manhwa, caught off guard, was struck directly in the chest. The skeletons, seeing their master fall, roared in fury, their eyes blazing with a thirst for revenge. Zhang Xiaolong, satisfied, turned and flew away, calling to his followers, "They're just a disorganized mob. No need to waste time killing them all, let's go." The skeletons, helpless to stop their retreating enemies, roared in frustration. Moments later, however, HANW's body regenerated, his bones knitting back together. He sat up, clutching his chest, and sighed. Phew, good thing the skeleton Lord Avatar can resurrect. He quickly regained his composure and ordered his skeletons, "Don't just stand there. Gather all the soldiers and leave this place immediately." His entire body radiated a dark aura as he growled, "Zhang Xiaolong, the next time we meet will be your last." Meanwhile, at another location, Zhang Xiaolong was checking the list of contestants who had withdrawn from the exam. He rubbed his chin, confused. Why isn't an US name on the withdrawal list? He then checked the ranking list and his eyes widened in shock. An US name was still there, at 163rd place. Damn it! Did Anu faked his death? This time, even if it means wasting time, I will wipe you all out. With a powerful beat of his wings, he took off, searching for Anu. He and his followers arrived at the cave where the battle had taken place. But Anu and his army had long since departed. Find them, he ordered his wolves. Within 100 miles, don't miss a single bone. Scene change, Anu's location. I bestow upon you this crystal. Anu declared, holding up a red crystal. The crystal slowly rose into the air, emitting a red glow. After Zhang Xiaolong's surprise attack, my skeleton army is down to just over 5,000. I still need to develop further. I need more crystals. He thought. The skeletons bowed their heads, absorbing the power of the crystal. He then checked his status. My current strength is still insufficient. To be noticed by the Imperial Capital Academy, I need to achieve even more outstanding results. He began searching for a new mission. He soon found Mission 64, Eliminate the Fallen Demon Tribe. Reward, 80 exam points, Level 2 Skill Crystal. Chain Fireball. He analyzed the information. Fallen demons are a native species of the demonic plane. Cunning and vicious, but their strength is average. This trash mob is worth 80 exam points? Their numbers must be over 1,000,000. I can use the fallen demons to create a large-scale skeleton army. Having found a suitable mission, he confidently ordered, let's move out. Our target is the fallen demon tribe. Scene change, the school classroom, 2 months later. The teachers were chatting amongst themselves. Student Wang Fei from my class has now established an army of over 100,000 demonic earth goblins. His exam points have also reached 3,200, firmly securing him first place. This time, the divinity point will definitely be his. Student Liu Mo is also doing well. 3,910 exam points, currently ranked second. In this exam, he even found an evolutionary path for demonized goblins. With a little more effort, he might be able to compete for first place. Teacher Tianwen listened, a thoughtful expression on his face. Liu Letian noticed this silence and couldn't resist taking a jab. Teacher Tian, didn't your class have that Anu, the top student in the comprehensive exam? How come he's achieved nothing this time? Teacher Tianwen, however, ignored him and instead said, Teacher Liu, please be mindful of your position as a role model for others. At least maintain some decency. But Liu Letian wouldn't let it go. Am I wrong, Teacher Tian? That Anu is just useless trash. No matter how many resources you give him, he'll forever remain useless. He laughed inwardly. Besides, it's uncertain whether that brat can even survive this exam. Unwilling to waste his breath arguing, Teacher Tianwen proposed, then let's have another bet. I bet that the champion this time will still be student Anu. Liu Letian, seeing him fall into his trap, was delighted. He feigned indifference. What do you want to bet? I bet you 10 divinity points. Do you dare? Liu Letian agreed without hesitation. Sure, but I don't have 10 divinity points. However, I have a divine authority. I'll bet my divine authority. I'll bet my level 3 healing divine authority, Lu Lishan declared. Teacher Tianwen instantly agreed. DL. However, Han WU was already close to completing an 80-point mission. An 80-point mission is very difficult for a high school student. Once completed, he will surely attract the attention of top universities. Even if he doesn't achieve a good final ranking, just appearing before those top schools is worthwhile. Teacher Tianwen thought, pleased. Scene change. Demonic Plane C793-826. The Fallen Demon Camp, which once held millions, now had less than 100,000 remaining. Anu stood atop a cliff, looking down at the battlefield. My strategy was flawless. My skeleton army is ground to nearly 900,000. The time has finally come. Attack! He commanded. His skeleton surged forward, leaping down from the cliff and engaging the fallen demons in a relentless assault. The fallen demons, riddled with wounds, panicked and tried to flee. Haven't you surrendered yet? The skeleton knight roared. 20 minutes later. An US skull banner was planted firmly in the ground. "We are victorious," he cheered. He then ordered his skeleton mages, "Use your skills to transform those fallen demons into members of our skeleton army." The mages chanted incantations, firing beams of green light at the fallen demon corpses. The flesh quickly melted away, leaving only skeletons behind. Then, they stirred to life. System: Skeleton Reviver Noble detected. Rank: Superhuman Undead. Talent: Hardened Bone, Skeleton Revival. Fate Level: Pius Believer. Faith Power: 500,000 per day. Unstead, Stand. What the Skeleton Reviver is even stronger than the Skeleton Knight? The newly revived skeleton immediately used its revival ability on the other fallen skeletons. In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield was filled with reanimated skeletons. He grinned. "This is amazing. From now on, my army will never suffer casualties." A skeleton knight knelt behind him, offering a crystal. "Boss, spoils of war," he said respectfully. Anu took the crystal. System: Level 1 Relic. Fireball Staff detected. Effect: After integrating into the divine core, a portion of the noble race will gain the ability to cast level 1 fireballs. The power of the fireball is related to the strength of the noble. Can also be used as a divine weapon. Hero Template Fragment. Un quarto collect all 4 fragments to allow a noble to fuse and evolve into a hero-level creature. Origin of the Fallen. Can be used to activate Fallen evolution for a race. Effects: Immunity to demonic energy corruption. Increased negative resistance. Anu thought, the origin of the Fallen can activate evolution? I'll try it on my locusts later. He grinned confidently. With this million-strong army, why should I be afraid of Zhang Xiaolong? Complete mission. System: Exam points increased by 80. Current ranking: 401 ST Level 2 Skill Crystal. Chain Fireball acquired. He then chose his next mission: subjugate a native demonic plane race, 70 exam points. Army, advance! He shouted, turning to his massive undead legion. 3 days later, in the school classroom. The teachers were looking at the ranking list displayed before them. Contestant Han WU has consecutively completed 80 point and 70 point missions in the past few days, rising to 4th place. The teacher next to Tian announced. Even teacher Tian WN was surprised. In just 3 days, Anu has climbed from the bottom of the ranking to 4th place in the entire grade. Teacher Tian, your student is a true gem. Lu Lishan, seeing this, felt a pang of annoyance. He forced himself to appear calm. So what if he's 4th place? It's not like he's first. Just as he finished speaking, a series of notifications arrived. Top-ranked university, Co-Battle Academy, has sent an invitation to meet with the student Han WU after the exam. Top-ranked university, Hidden Dragon Academy, has sent an invitation to meet with the student Han WU after the exam. Second-tier university, Green Mountain Academy, has announced that student Han WU can be directly admitted without taking the entrance exam. Liu Letian, hearing only notifications for the student he disliked the most, questioned, Principal Xu, e object. Why are you only announcing invitations from universities for Han Bu and not for other students? Principal Xu explained, currently, no other students have received invitations yet. He was bewildered. How is that possible? And Wu is only in 4th place. There are 3 other students above him. The conditions for receiving early invitations from universities are a total score of at least 3,000 points and completion of at least 180 point mission, Principal Su explained. Currently, only student Han WU meets these requirements. She then continued, student Qn Shuang has also just completed an 80 point mission, her total score reaching 3,000. She has received an invitation from the top-ranked university, Berserk War Academy. As she announced this, Lu Lishan smiled slyly. No matter which universities they're invited to, the number of remaining missions is dwindling. As long as that brat Anu doesn't get 1st place, I've already won the bet. He immediately called Zhang Xiaolong. There are only 3 missions left, and then the class exams will end. Xiaolong, you have to complete your 90 point mission before Han WU. Do you understand? Understood, Zhang Xiaolong replied confidently. I'll finish this 90-point mission I'm working on before Han Wu gets to it. Meanwhile, An Wu was reviewing the remaining missions. 100 exam points, eliminate the Shadow Frog demigod. 90 exam points, eliminate the Bull Demon tribe. 90 exam points, destroy the evil Treant forest. He calculated his options. My current total exam points are 3,480, ranking third, 130 points behind the leader. I need to complete at least 2 missions, but these are all tough ones. However, I have over 20 million skeleton soldiers, 2 hero-level creatures, and 190 superhuman creatures. Let's give it our all. We'll eliminate the Bull Demon tribe first. Scene change, inside the Bull Demon tribe's territory. A fierce battle raged. Damn it! Work harder. Xu-san yelled at Zhang Xiaolong. You don't want to be overtaken by the Anu in the end, do you? Shut up! Zhang Xiaolong snapped back. If I didn't have to, why would I team up with you? But I'm already doing my best. As they argued, the Bull Demon raised its massive arms, preparing to unleash a devastating blow on them. An hour later, the Bull Demon was still going strong, effortlessly decimating Zhang Xiaolong and Xu-san's nobles. Fear etched their faces. This isn't working. We need to retreat. If we continue, we lose everything. Let's go. Even if we join forces, we can't beat this thing, let alone that useless Anu. But as they turned to flee, Susan gasped in horror. What? What are those? Behind them, a massive skeleton army appeared, their bodies radiating a chilling black aura that filled the air. Xu-san and Zhang Xiaolong stared in disbelief at the approaching army. Are we unlucky enough to encounter an undead natural disaster? Xu-san stammered. The Bull Demon, however, paid no attention to them. It continued its rampage, crushing the encroaching skeletons. Susan, watching the carnage, suddenly noticed something important. Those skeletons may be numerous, but their combat power is weak. Let's just charge through them. But at that moment, Han Wu appeared on a nearby cliff, his voice booming across the battlefield. Trying to escape? It won't be that easy. Skeleton controller, deploy. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his skeleton controller, who immediately conjured a colossal skeleton. The giant skeleton swung its massive arm, attacking the Bull Demon. The skeleton controller then used its bone puppet skill, summoning more skeletons from the surrounding animal corpses. Xu-san's jaw dropped. My lizard. It just died and now it's a skeleton? How can we fight this? Zhang Xiaolong, seeing his comrades panic, urged him. It's too dangerous here. Let's retreat. Don't worry about our nobles anymore. But before they could escape, an US colossal skeleton blocked their path. Don't move. It boomed. Zhang Xiaolong and Xu-san stammered. What? What are you going to do to us? Anu, perched atop the giant skeleton's shoulder, called down to them. Hello, Xiaolong, Xu-san. Are you? Seeing Anu commanding the giant skeleton, Zhang Xiaolong was shocked. Anu, your noble core, it's not those useless locusts anymore, is it? Anu, however, ignored this question. That's not important. What's important is that last time, you gave me a very unexpected gift. So this time, allow me to return the favor. He ordered the giant skeleton, crush him. The skeleton raised its massive foot, ready to stomp. Zhang Xiaolong, seeing the approaching foot, felt his pupils constrict. His mind went blank. He could only stand there, frozen in terror, and scream, No, no, stop, stop. The next moment, the giant foot came crashing down, crushing Zhang Xiaolong's body. Xu-san, witnessing this, his limbs trembled, and he stood rooted to the spot. After a moment, he snapped out of his shock, sweat dripping down his forehead. Anu, we don't have any major grudge between Stati Uniti. I apologize for the previous misunderstanding. But if you kill me, it won't benefit you at all. Anu replied nonchalantly, It doesn't seem like sparing you would benefit me either. Seeing his indifference, Susan was terrified. Tears welled up in his eyes. I'll split all the treasures I've collected in this demonic plane with you. Just please, spare my life. Seeing a chance for profit, Anu relented. Fine, I agree. You can get lost now. Relieved, Xu-san turned and fled, not daring to look back in case Anu changed his mind. 5 hours later, the bow demon corpses were piled up in a small mountain. The remaining bow demons knelt on the ground, their hands clasped together, begging for mercy. We surrender. We are willing to submit to you, Master. Anu completed the mission. System. Mission complete. Exam points increased by 90. He then checked his status. Total exam points. 3,570. 3,610 points away from first place. 40 points needed. 2 missions remaining. He contemplated his options. Only 2 missions left. Which one should I choose? Suddenly, the system announced, a contestant has completed a 90-point mission. He was surprised. What? Only 1 mission left? Who was it? He quickly checked Qian Shuang's score. Student Qian Shuang's total exam points, 3,580. Current ranking, 2nd. He wasn't surprised. So it was not unexpected. If I want to get first place, there's only one option, eliminate the Shadow Frog demigod. He frowned, feeling apprehensive. This mission seems beyond my capabilities. This mission is extremely difficult. But if I want to get the attention of the Imperial Capital Academy, I have to achieve first place. I have no choice. Army, advance. Our target is the Shadow Frog demigod SLR. Back at the school, a voice echoed through the teacher's office. 11 classes have finished their exams. Only 3 students remain in Teacher Tian's class. The notification board displayed. 2nd plus, Qian Shuang, 3,580 exam points. Third place, Anu, 3,570 exam points. Teacher Tian spoke up. Student Qian Shuang is in second plus with 3,580 exam points. Student Anu is in third plus with 3,570 exam points. And student Susan is in 7th plus with 3,320 exam points. What are they doing? Liu Letian scoffed. Putting on a show of mystery. That's all. There's only the demigod elimination mission left. Do they dare attempt it? If they fail, they lose everything. That's a mission that no one in 11 classes dared to try. No one in history has ever succeeded. Teacher Tianwen retorted, well, Teacher Liu, you're in for a surprise. Anu and Qian Shuang are both challenging the Shadow Frog demigod elimination mission. As for the result, let's wait and see. I have complete faith in my students. Meanwhile, in the demonic plane C793-826. Attack! Qian Shuang commanded her Thunderbirds. Her Thunderbirds unleashed bolts of lightning at the Shadow Frogs below, causing them to shriek in pain. But the Shadow Frog demigod remained unscathed. It was preparing to unleash a skill. You ignorant fools! It roared, activating a protective barrier that absorbed all the lightning attacks. You dare destroy my tribe and kill my people? I curse you. I curse you to die a horrible death. Qian Shuang, seeing the demigod's defense, felt a sense of foreboding. Her fears were quickly confirmed as a barrage of rocks, neither large nor small, bombarded her, causing her to fall from the sky, severely injured. She quickly used her purification spell to heal herself. Then, she activated her Thunderstorm Strike skill, creating a ball of electricity. All Thunderbirds, unleash your Thunderstorm Strike with me! She shouted, launching the electric sphere towards the Shadow Frog demigod's barrier. Her Thunderbirds followed suit, their combined attack focused on a single point. Their combined assault successfully shattered the demigod's barrier. But before Qin Shuang could celebrate, the demigod spoke. Mountain devouring toad, come forth. Qian Shuang gasped. What? Another one? Before she could react, a gigantic toad, its mouth dripping with saliva, appeared, its crimson eyes fixed on her. In a flash, it lunged, its long tongue wrapping around her body. Qian Shuang was caught and dragged towards the mountain-devouring toad's gaping maw. She struggled, unleashing her lightning to attack from inside its stomach. But it was futile. This thing's body is too massive. My lightning can't hurt it. If this continues, I'll lose it for sure. Just then, she received a call from Anu. She glanced at the caller ID and thought, this idiot. Why is he calling me at the worst possible time? Despite era annoyance, she answered the call. Where are you? An US voice come through, his tone mocking. The decorations around you are quite unique. Knowing he was making fun of her predicament, she snapped, "Where I am is none of your business." Anu, aware that time was running out, got straight to the point. "All right, do you want to cooperate with me or not? If not, your Thunderbirds will be wiped out in a few minutes." Kuyen Shuang, her words faster than her thoughts, blurted out, "Why should I listen to you?" But the next moment, she reconsidered and agreed, "Fine. But I'm warning you, if we win, I want the Shadow Frog demigod's corpse. The rest is yours, understand?" Anu agreed without hesitation. "DL. Now quickly descend and have your Thunderbirds pick up my elite troops. My location is..." At that moment, HNW's skeleton army was trapped in quicksand, unable to move. He cursed, frustrated. "What kind of cursed place is this? We can't even walk. How are we supposed to fight?" After ending the call, Qin Shuang immediately ordered her Thunderbirds to the swamp. Now, the Thunderbirds took off without hesitation. Moments later, they arrived at HNW's location, their speed astonishing him. He didn't waste any time, however. He waved his hand and shouted, "Over here! Over here!" As soon as a Thunderbird landed, he jumped onto its back. "Let's go!" Qin Shuang's Thunderbirds carried him and his army to the battlefield. "Skeleton army, attack!" he commanded. The Thunderbirds swooped down, releasing their skeletal passengers. The skeletons charged towards the Shadow Frogs, who retaliated by snapping at them with their sharp teeth. Anu watched as his skeletons were quickly overwhelmed, their bones piling up in a small mountain. Individual skeleton soldiers are truly cannon fodder. They crumble so easily in direct combat. But at least it created a pile of broken bones. "It's your turn, skeleton controller. Deploy." The skeleton controller appeared atop the bone pile and began chanting, his voice echoing across the battlefield. The bones assembled, forming a colossal skeleton. The Shadow Frogs, seeing this, huddled together and activated their Swan Hell skill, causing the ground around the giant skeleton to sink, making movement, let alone attack, difficult. Sensing trouble, Anu summoned the Skeleton Reviver and the Bull Demon Shaman. Attack! The Skeleton Reviver and the Bull Demon Shaman charged towards the Shadow Frogs. The Bull Demon Shaman slammed its massive fist into the Shadow Frogs, sending them flying. The Skeleton Reviver began chanting, reviving the fallen Shadow Frogs as skeletons. The two seeds clashed, a chaotic battle of flesh, bone, and lightning. Qin Shuang's Thunderbirds joined the fray, unleashing bolts of electricity at the Shadow Frogs. The Shadow Frog demigod, seeing that the situation was getting out of control, finally spoke. "It seems Uno have underestimated you. It's time to get serious." He cast a divine spell, Dark Descent. Black clouds gathered in the sky, and the moon turned a sinister shade of red. Anu looked around, his eyes widening in alarm. "This magic is terrifying. The life force of my skeletons is being drained. What can I do? All my noble warriors are already here. Am I going to lose?" At that moment, familiar voices reached his ears. "Divine Being, we are ready to fight. We too are willing to fight." Anu recognized the voices instantly. It was Slashing Iron Swordwind and his red goblins. He grinned, realizing a new day had dawned. "Perfect! I can summon new nobles now." He opened the gate to his divine realm, releasing his remaining forces. Slashing Iron Swordwind stepped out, his swords gleaming. The red goblins charged forward, roaring, "Kill!" At the same time, his locust nobles, having evolved to the point of telepathic communication, offered their sacrifice. "Divine Being, we are ready." "Sacrifice Stati Uniti." He was startled, but he didn't hesitate. This was no time to delay. He immediately initiated the life sacrifice. The reward notification appeared before him. The reward from this sacrifice. It's perfect timing. Heaven is truly helping me. He had received the Holy Flame of Hope. Special item. Dispels darkness, removes negative status effects, empowers nobles. A gift from believers to their divine being, hoping to bring about a miracle. Without wasting any time, he took out the torch and held it high. The holy flame banished the darkness. The Shadow Frogs, seeing the flame, Fear flickered in their eyes. Anu, noticing their reaction, smiled slyly. Time for a counterattack. The Shadow Frog demigod, seeing its powerful spell dispelled, was horrified. How is this possible? How can a mere divine being dispel my dark descent? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Anu raised the holy flame torch eye, riding atop Quen Shuang's thunderbird as they soared through the sky, dispelling the darkness cast by the Shadow Frog demigod. The lesser Shadow Frogs, seeing the light gradually replacing the darkness, panicked, their croaks filled with fear. Anu, unable to locate Quen Shuang, turned his gaze towards the largest toad, realizing, Quen Shuang must have been swallowed by the mountain-devouring toad. Kill that mountain-devouring toad, he commanded, opening a portal beside him. As you command, slashing iron sword wind, and the red goblin chief responded, stepping through the portal and charging towards the gigantic toad. They reached their target and, without hesitation, began attacking its belly. The mountain-devouring toad's belly was quickly torn open. Seizing her chance, Quen Shuang burst out, her body crackling with electricity. Without wasting a moment, she activated her thunderstorm strike, unleashing it at the toad. A deafening explosion shook the ground, sending debris flying. Qin Shuang, along with her thunderbirds and the red goblins, then charged at the remaining shadow frogs. Meanwhile, an US colossal skeleton, freed from the swamp's grasp, began stomping on the smaller shadow frogs like ants. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the shadow frog demigod attempted to flee, turning to his remaining forces and blustering, "Don't get cocky." But before he could escape, Anu, torch in hand, blocked his path. The demigod turned, surprised to find Anu standing before him. How had he gotten there so quickly? Before he could react, Quen Shuang's thunderstorm strike slammed into him from behind, sending him crashing to the ground. His back was charred black, and he lay there, defeated. "Now it's your turn," Quen Shuang said, turning to Anu. "As per our agreement, I only want the demigod's corpse. The rest is yours." Anu and the slashing iron sword wind slowly approached the fallen demigod. "Spare me," the shadow frog demigod pleaded. "I'm willing to offer everything in exchange for my life." Anu, however, felt no pity. He chuckled. "Isn't everything yours going to be mine once you're dead anyway?" He turned to slashing iron sword wind. "Finish him." A blinding beam of light shot into the sky, followed by a massive explosion of smoke and dust. Half an hour later, Anu and Quen Shuang were surveying the shadow frog demigod's horde. "As we agreed," Quen Shuang said, "all these spoils belong to you." He was surprised. "All of these? You don't want even one or two items?" "We had an agreement," she replied nonchalantly. "Everything but the demigod's corpse is yours." As she spoke, he scanned the treasures, searching for something specific. When she finished, he had found it. He picked it up and placed it on her head. "Then consider this the interest on my debt to you." Quen Shuang, secretly delighted to receive a gift from her crush, feigned indifference. "If you insist, I'll reluctantly accept it." Before they could chat further, Teacher Tianwen contacted them. "Student Anu, you did well. The school leaders and the recruitment staff from top universities want to meet you. I'll keep these skeletons for you. Return quickly." Back at the school, Teacher Tianwen ushered Anu and Quen Shuang towards the meeting room. "Follow me," he said, his voice serious. "Don't speak carelessly. The teachers in there are all true gods." He opened the door to a room where several teachers from different universities were waiting. Anu felt a wave of nervousness. "I wonder if these recruitment teachers can see my unique divine talent and life sacrifice ability." Teacher Tianwen led them into the room. The bald teacher, his brow furrowed, spoke first. "Let's start with student Quen Shuang. Your family is a true god clan. Your resources are abundant, and in this exam, you obtained a demigod corpse. You're planning to use it to create a lord-level creature, correct? How many divinity points do you have now?" The teacher in the blue suit was shocked. Quen Shuang hasn't even become a demigod yet, and she's already preparing to nurture a lord-level creature? The chances of success are quite high. Even those of Stati Uniti who have been demigods for many years haven't been able to nurture a Lord-level creature. Qian Shuang replied without hesitation, "That's right. You have 4 divinity points." Anu, hearing her answer, was stunned. This Qian Shuang, she secretly accumulated 4 divinity points? That has at least 450 million divine power invested. She is unbelievably rich. The bold teacher, impressed, outlined the offers from the 3 top universities. Student Qian Shuang, your qualifications fully meet the admission criteria for all 3 of our universities. Once you complete the nurturing of your Lord-level creature, you can apply to any of our schools. We will complete the pre-enrollment procedures, and you can experience university life early. Qian Shuang, pleased, thanked the teachers for their consideration. The bald teacher's expression then turned serious as he addressed Anu. As for Student Anu, the bold teacher began, "We've reviewed your file. Your core race is locusts, correct?" Anu quickly replied, "That's right." The teacher marked a decimo next to core race under HANW's name. "And your current divinity value is 1 point, correct?" "Yes," Anu replied calmly. Another X was marked next to divinity value. The teacher then asked, his tone serious, "One last question. We're very curious about how you acquired a hero-level sword wind and a weakened skeleton lord avatar during the entrance exam." Anu realized that these teachers seemed unaware of his abilities. "There's no need to tell them, then. May I refuse to answer that question?" he asked. The bald teacher, seeing his reluctance, didn't press him further. "Regarding your evaluation, I'm sorry, Student Anu, although you performed exceptionally well in this exam, you still haven't met some of our requirements in other aspects. If you truly wish to apply to one of our 3 universities, please continue to excel and see us again during the next university entrance exam." Principal Xu, seeing Anu being rejected, felt a twinge of sadness for him. They haven't seen Anu's true potential. What a shame. Despite being rejected by his desired universities, Anu remained optimistic. He smiled confidently. "I understand. Then I'll do my best. See you at the next university entrance exam." The teacher waved his hand dismissively. "Very well. I wish you success in fulfilling your aspirations." Teacher Tian WN, seeing HANW's rejection, patted him on the shoulder comfortingly. "The admission standards for top universities are very high. It's normal to not get in. If you're willing, there are still some first-tier universities that want to invite you as a pre-enrolled student." Anu appreciated his teacher's concern but was unwavering in his decision. "No need, Teacher Tian. I only want to go to the Imperial Capital Academy." He left the room. Qian Shuang was waiting for him outside. "After I finish nurturing my Lord-level creature, I'll become a pre-enrolled student at a top university. There are more resources there, more suitable for my development." "You're going to the Imperial Capital Academy, right?" "Yes," he replied firmly. "I will definitely go to the Imperial Capital Academy. I must go to the Imperial Capital Academy in Chaotic Star Sea to search for my missing parents. That is my most urgent task," he thought. Hearing his confirmation, Qin Shuang said, "All right then, I'll also choose the Imperial Capital Academy. However, as a pre-enrolled student at the academy, I'm sure to receive more resources and level up quickly. By the time we meet again, you might not be my match anymore. So, while I'm not a pre-enrolled student yet, you should reconsider becoming my slave. It's not too late." He turned away, rejecting her offer as he had done countless times before. "I've earned quite a bit myself. Why would I need to be your slave? I want to organize what I've gained from this exam. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye." Qian Shuang didn't say anything more, only bidding him a gentle farewell. Inwardly, however, she was excited. Is such an idiot. And his little skeleton form was so cute. Scene change, Anu's divine realm. He took out a card and said, "Absorb divinity card." The card glowed, releasing a red aura. A notification appeared. Name, Anu. Rank, Divine Being. Divine Talent, Cousin 1, Unique. Divine Ability, Accelerated Growth Life Sacrifice, Unique. Divinity, 2 points. Divine Power, 3.5 million, self-produced, 76 million, produced by others. Faith Power, 79,030,000. Core Level, Level 3. Relic, Corrupted Law of Gluttony, Level 2, Toxic Smoke Jade, Level 1. Core Race, Locusts. Superhuman Creatures, 219. Elite Creatures, 49,800,000. Ordinary Creatures, 2.38 billion. Subordinate Races, Swordwind, Slashing Iron Swordwind, Hero. Red Goblins, Godhammer, Hero, 2 Superhuman, 58 Elite. Skeleton Tribe, Skeleton Lord Skeleton Controller, Hero. Skeleton Reviver, Hero, 190 Superhuman. Bull Demon Tribe, Bull Demon Shaman, Hero, 14 Superhuman, 2,589 Elite. Divine Realm Buildings, Level 1 Gram Foundry, Level 2 Insect Nest, Level 1 Temple. Special Items, Fountain of Life, Decomposition Machine, Holy Flame of Hope. He grinned, feeling like a newly rich tycoon. Now I can equip and upgrade my nobles to enhance my strategies. But the most important thing is to build an evolutionary path for my locusts. His hand glowed red. First, I'll use the origin of the fallen to build the fallen path. The red light shot towards his locusts. After absorbing the red light, his locusts seemed to become tougher, their immune system stronger, their vitality enhanced. They were now more resistant to negative status effects and magic attacks. Their evolution focused on defense. I'll call them the Fallen Strain. Next, he used the Shadow Frog Demigod's Heart. Construct the Dark Curse Path. After absorbing the black energy from the heart, his locusts emitted a sinister black aura, their eyes glowing crimson with a bloodthirsty glint. This mutated group can fly stealthily and inflict various negative effects on their enemies. An assassination-focused evolution. I'll call them the Curse Strain. As he was working, a voice reached his ears. Divine Being, please forgive our foolishness. While decomposing ores, we accidentally dropped the staff you bestowed upon us into the decomposition machine. Divine Being, please forgive Stati Uniti. He immediately rushed over, alarmed. So wasteful. Let me see. Godhammer and his brother, Tai Chui, were kneeling on the ground. Divine Being, please forgive me. Godhammer pleaded. It was he, the foolish one, who dropped the relic into the decomposition machine. Seeing that it was already done, a nu didn't pursue the matter further. He simply reminded them, remember this mistake. Be more careful in the future. Do you understand? Relieved, Tai Chui burst into tears, thanking the Divine Being for his forgiveness. The decomposition machine beeped, signaling the completion of its process. System. 2 fire crystals and 1 golden crystal acquired. Origin of a relic. The origin from which a relic is formed. Can be used to upgrade or repair relics. He stared at the information, stunned. Repair relics? My law of gluttony is corrupted. Could it actually be repaired? He took out his corrupted law of gluttony and tried using the origin of a relic on it moments later. The system provided updated information, ordinary creatures. After consuming food exceeding 999 times their own energy, can evolve into elite creatures. He was astounded. It was 1,000 times before, and now the requirement has been reduced. If he have no origins of relics, could uno completely repair the law of gluttony? The only problem is origins of relics need to be extracted from relics. Where am I going to find that many relics? He decided to search online for information, seeing what others were saying about this matter. He found a post from someone seeking help. Help! I have a weapon that is both a divine weapon and a relic, but it was damaged during a battle in the outer realm. Without it, my combat strength has plummeted. I am searching for skilled individuals within the divine civilization to help me repair it as long as you can fix it. Any amount of divine power is yours. Several people had already commented. Give up, it's impossible. I've tried to repair it, but there is no way. Han W. wondered, repairing a weapon that's both a divine weapon and a relic. Maybe the origin of a relic can help. He left a comment. Perhaps I can help. If you need assistance, contact me privately. Just a few minutes after his comment was posted, a stranger called him. Anu was surprised by how quickly the person had responded, but he answered the call anyway. The person on the other end didn't waste any time getting to the point. "Can you really help me restore my weapon?" Anu calmly replied, "I can't guarantee anything, but since you've been posting for so long without finding a better solution, it can't hurt to try one more time. If you trust me, send me some divine artifacts." The person on the other end exclaimed, "I've already downloaded the Divine Realm Anti-Scam Center app. Don't try to fool me. Tell me, what level of divine artifacts do you need? I can send you anything below level 4 right now. It will take some time to get anything above level 4. Anu was surprised that the person could provide him with divine artifacts up to level 4. A sly grin spread across his face as he said, "Level 1 is fine." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge crate was express delivered to his doorstep, knocking him over in surprise. "Holy moly! That was fast." He looked at the crate and thought to himself, "Wow, there must be at least 100 divine artifacts in this crate. Maybe I should add this guy to my blacklist and run away." But as soon as that thought entered his mind, he kicked it out and scratched his head in fear. No, forget it. Just hearing the name Divine Realm Anti-Scam Center is enough to scare me. Without wasting any more time, he dumped the pile of level 1 divine artifacts he had just received into the analyzer and started it up. All he had to do was watch. After just 2 hours, he had collected 109 divine artifact essences. He decided to send some of them back to the person. "He'll take 9. He probably won't notice." He then sent the divine artifact essences to the person. When the person received them, he called Han W back and exclaimed, "Master, you are my savior. My name is Yuan Song. Please, Master, you must help me with this matter." Anu covered his ears at the sound of the voice. Yuan Song, the vengeful one. This guy really lives up to his name. He cheerfully replied, "You're too kind. I love helping people the most." Meanwhile, at teacher Tianwen S+. Teacher Tianwen was currently focused on cultivating his Tier 3 healing divine ability. On the day of the exam, a loud voice had boomed out from the academy. "The Tier 3 healing divine ability belongs to Teacher Tianwen." It turned out that the voice belonged to Lulishan. He had lost to Teacher Tianwen and was bitter about it. "Your path to becoming a god is still long. Just you wait." But Teacher Tianwen didn't care. He was only interested in the Tier 3 healing divine ability he had just obtained. As he was reminiscing about that wonderful moment, his phone rang, startling him. When he saw the caller ID, he immediately picked up the phone and asked, "Student Anu, what can I do for you?" Anu smiled and said, "Teacher Tian, it's nothing major. I just wanted to ask if you know how to obtain resources to upgrade the Divine Realm Core's rank. I've searched online, but I can't find anything." Knowing that Han W was a blank slate, Teacher Tian patiently explained, "Rare resources like divine abilities, divinity, and core fragments cannot be traded online. As soon as they are put up for sale, they are bought up by large corporations. We don't have access to them at all. Since you helped me defeat Liu Lishan, I can give you some of my collection. Thank you very much, Teacher Tian." Teacher Tian continued, "Actually, there is another way. In the past, when my Divine Realm Core's rank was too low to absorb divine artifacts with good attributes, a senior from my class who was quite close to me took me to participate in a competition at a place called the Bloodstained Arena. The winner of each match would be awarded a core fragment by the organizers as a reward." At this point, Teacher Tian's expression became serious. "Student Anu, if you were to compete against other Divine Realm citizens or even races from other civilizations, there is a chance that many of your nobles could die during the competition. But if you win, you will be rewarded with a Divine Realm core fragment. Are you willing to participate in such a competition?" Anu thought to himself, "I just spent a lot of money to nurture my nobles. I'm looking for an opportunity to test their strength." He cheerfully replied, "No problem. I have plenty of nobles." The next day, at the Bloodstained Arena, Anu looked around at the magnificent interior of the arena and exclaimed, "Wow, this place is amazing." Teacher Tian followed behind him and took out a mask. This mask can hide you from the scrutiny of demigods and those with abilities below demigod. This place is outside the protection of the state, so we should be careful. The two of them walked over to the registration desk. The organizers saw that they wanted to register for the competition and handed them a form. Please fill out this registration form. While Han Wu was filling out his personal information, Teacher Tian stood beside him and explained, the rules of the competitions here are divided into 3 categories. Depending on the rank of the participants, competitions for divine beings, demigods, and true gods. Unless the participant specifically requests it, there will usually be no cross-rank competitions. Also, there is no limit to the number of nobles that can be used. However, if you want to surrender during the competition, the death rate of your nobles must be 50% righe. Stubborn participants will persist until the death rate reaches 100%. As soon as Teacher Tian finished speaking, the organizer announced, "You have been paired with an opponent. Please prepare to be teleported." Anu was surprised by the announcement. That was fast. Before he could say anything, he was teleported away, his surprise turning into panic. What the heck is going on? Of course, within seconds, he was teleported into the arena. His opponent spoke first. "Little boy, although I can't see through your information, I dare say that you are just a newbie, aren't you?" He said, "Don't worry, I'm very interested in newbies. The match will be over quickly." The people in the audience saw that the 2 contestants had entered the arena and began to whisper among themselves. "Look at that kid. He's obviously a rookie with no experience. How pitiful. He has to face the cruel rats in his first match. Those greenhouse flowers will only know how dangerous the outside world is after they've been trampled on a few times." Anu frowned when he heard what the audience members were saying. "My first opponent seems to be these rats. It seems like they have a bad reputation for being vicious." The organizer announced, "Contestants, please release your nobles. The match will officially begin in 3 minutes." The opponent opened his summoning gate and said smugly, "Little boy, I bet you've never seen so many nobles before, have you? Are you scared? If you're scared, just surrender obediently. Wait until I kill all your nobles, then I'll let you leave." At that moment, the opponent's rats rushed out of the summoning gate, squeaking. "You want to compare numbers with me? Fine." Anu summoned these locust nobles. The opponent looked at HNWU's nobles with disdain. "Your noble core is actually locusts? How pitiful. Don't worry, I'll do what I say. I guarantee that the match will end quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, the competition between the 2 sides officially began. The opponent ordered these rats. Hearing the order, the rats took out crossbows and aimed the arrows at their opponents. After they were ready, he shouted, "Fire!" The rats fired their arrows at their enemies. However, Anu was not flustered. He immediately shouted, "Fallen insects, defend!" Hearing the order, the fallen insects lined up in a row and formed shields to block the arrows. The arrows of the rats were blocked and even broken in half. Although the opponent saw that his attack had no effect, he still ordered the rats to continue shooting until they killed all of Wu's nobles. The rats continued to attack, while Anu quietly ordered these cursed insects to sneak behind the rats and ambush them. Hearing the order, the cursed insects moved behind the rats and emitted an extremely uncomfortable light, making it impossible for the rats to do anything but close their eyes to block the light. When they were done, Anu ordered the fallen insects to charge forward. The fallen insects charged forward and fired the needles from their abdomens at the enemy. In the next second, thousands of needles were flying towards them. The rats were still closing their eyes because of the cursed insect's light. At this time, the survival rate displayed on the scoreboard was 99.99% for Anu and only 22.73% for the opponent. Seeing this ratio, the audience members panicked and exclaimed, "This is too strong. It's completely overwhelming." Seeing such an attack, the opponent was extremely flustered. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But he couldn't bear to see his nobles being wiped out, so he shouted, Don't attack anymore. I surrender. I surrender." Since he had surrendered, a barrier appeared in the middle of the arena to block the attacks of the other side and immediately stop the match. As soon as the match was stopped, a transparent and beautiful crystal flew out from the pile of dead rats. Anu recognized it as a divine realm core fragment when he saw it. When it touched his hand, he said, "It's so similar to the life sacrifice ability. The arena announced that the match was over and that he would be teleported to the waiting area. After being teleported back, teacher Tianwen praised him. Student Anu, well done. You easily won your first match and helped me gain a lot of divine power. Anu was proud of the compliment and flicked the mask he was wearing. After the compliment, teacher Tianwen asked, Your nobles don't seem to be too badly damaged. Do you want to continue to the second round? If you win consecutively, the number of Divine Realm core fragments you receive will increase by 10% compared to this time. Anu smiled confidently. Then let's continue. My nobles are still lacking in training. 32 days later, Anu looked at the pile of Divine Realm core fragments he had earned. Eve finally won. 100,000,000 self-destructing heavenly demon insects. But the number of Divine Realm core fragments he had received after 89 consecutive victories was astonishing. The Divine Realm core could be upgraded to level 7 now. He then switched to thinking mode. If he wants to become stronger, it will be more and more difficult. The number of fragments needed to upgrade to level 8 is more than the total number of cores I've earned before. At this time, teacher Tianwen, who was standing beside him, suggested, Actually, with your current noble force, you can challenge a demigod. Anu was puzzled by the suggestion. If I challenge a demigod, will the reward increase significantly? Teacher Tianwen calmly replied, It will increase by 10 times compared to winning ordinary matches. For example, if you defeat a demigod in the next match, you will receive benefits equal to 10x 90 consecutive victories, which is 90 times the number of Divine Realm core fragments you would normally receive. After listening to teacher Tianwen's explanation, Anu lowered his head and pondered. After thinking it over carefully, he filled out his registration form for the cross-level challenge. After receiving the registration form, the staff member confirmed with him again, Have you really thought it over carefully? This is a challenge to a higher level. But Anu was still very confident. Yes, I am sure. After Anu confirmed the information with the staff member, the guys inside the arena heard about it and began to spread the news. He heard that the little locust, a newbie who has only been in the blood-stained arena for more than 30 days, thinks that just because he is killing it on the divine being arena, he can do whatever he wants. He's too arrogant. Let the demigods teach him a lesson. I bet on the demigod to win this match. The demigod has a higher divine realm core level and can equip higher level divine artifacts. Moreover, the demigod also has divine abilities and can use divine spells. Who gave the locust the courage to challenge the majesty of the demigods? I think that little locust is too confident. He thinks he's invincible on the divine being arena. I checked the data. That little locust has lost 3 matches. At this time, teacher Tianwen said to Anu, Hey, kid, the current odds are 100 to 1. No one has any faith in you. Anu felt that he could earn a little more money, so he said to teacher Tian, I can't bet. You bet 10,000,000 divine power for me. Bet on me to win. Teacher Tianwen smiled slyly when he saw how bold his student was. You're quite a gambler. I'll also bet 5,000,000 divine power on you. All my hopes are pinned on you. You must win. When you win, I'll buy a divine artifact to reward myself. Anu was speechless when he saw that beaming face, but he still thanked teacher Tian Wn. After teacher Tian Wn left, Anu whispered, This teacher Tian Wn, what does buying a divine artifact to reward himself have to do with me? How annoying. He then entered his divine realm and thought to himself, My divine realm has been upgraded, but I still don't have any new divine artifacts. What should I add? He stood on a mountaintop and looked down. The law of gluttony and the poison smoke seemed to be a bit weak. While he was talking to himself, Yuan Zong called, Master, have you refined the divine artifact essence today? But Anu didn't answer. Instead, he asked, Didn't you say before that you could find all divine artifacts below level 4? Is that right? Yuan Zong answered honestly, Master, I have many divine artifacts below level 4 in my divine realm. If you need them, just come and find me. Anu smiled slyly when he heard the answer. All right then. Next, I need a powerful level 2 divine artifact, preferably with the 4 attributes of poison, earth, fire, and darkness. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge crate appeared in front of him and fell down with a thud. Fortunately, he had learned from his previous experience and jumped back to avoid being crushed. These demigods are really rich. Anu, eager to see what was inside, immediately opened it. The first item was a level 2 relic, the Hellfire Orb, which possessed both earth and fire attributes. This can enhance defense, endurance, and improve noble regeneration. The second item was the level 2 Shadow Spike, a darkness attribute relic. After integrating this into my divine core, it will allow compatible nobles to learn the level 2 Shadow Spike skill. Shadow Spike attacks through an opponent's shadow, restricting their movement and immobilizing them. He realized these relics were perfect for his fallen and curse-strained locusts. Let's give them a try. The 2 relics floated into the air, emitting powerful auras. Moments later, they exploded, creating a beautiful golden ring of light that spread across the sky. He summoned these fallen and curse-strained locusts. Within seconds, their forms began to shift, evolving further. Amazing. Just like that, they evolved again. This is great. Future battles will be much more stable. Just then, the arena's notification arrived. Contestants, please enter the arena. Preparations are underway. Without hesitation, he returned to the arena. Inside the arena, the spectators were going wild, their cheers echoing through the stands. Crush him, Elephant Lord. Show him the power of a demigod. Locust, you have to hold out for at least 3 seconds, or I'll lose everything. Elephant Lord, arms crossed, smirked arrogantly. Today must be my lucky day. I get to face a newbie like you in the blood arena. Newbie, are you ready to lead your nobles to their deaths? He puffed out his chest, relishing his demigod status. Newbie, I admire your courage in challenging a demigod. But courage is not strength. Today, I will show you the true terror of a demigod. Anu, tired of being called a newbie, retorted, all right, enough talk. Let's fight. Elephant Lord, without hesitation, raised his hand and bellowed, if that's you want it, then come. My Mammoth Legion. Several mammoths materialized behind him. The spectators erupted in cheers. Crush him, Elephant Lord. You're amazing. So majestic. Elephant Lord, perched atop a colossal thunder mammoth, sneered down at Honwu. Newbie, it's your turn. Try your best to entertain me. Anu, refusing to back down, summoned his locust nobles. After absorbing the enhancements from his divine realm, their appearance had completely transformed. The first locust, a combination of the insect nest, law of gluttony, and toxic smoke jade, it evolved into the toxic explosion demonic insect. The second, enhanced by the insect nest, law of gluttony, and the shadow spike, had become the shadow curse locust. The last one, a product of the insect nest, law of gluttony, and hellfire orb, was now the earth explosion fallen locust. Elephant Lord, seeing their transformation, was surprised. This is your true strength. I'm starting to get excited. He commanded his Mammoth Legion, charge. The mammoth standard forward. Anu, not to be outdone, ordered his shadow curse locusts, attack. The shadow curse locusts launched their sharp tails towards the mammoths. But their target wasn't the mammoths themselves, but their shadows. The mammoths, which had been charging moments before, suddenly froze in place. The spectators gasped. Look! The mammoths are immobilized. What kind of skill is that? Attacking the shadow, but affecting the real body? Anu wasted no time. Toxic explosion demonic insects, attack! The toxic explosion demonic insects flew towards the mammoth's heads and detonated. Elephant Lord laughed triumphantly. Even if you've nurtured your locusts into superhuman creatures, so what? My thunder mammoths are invincible. Even if they stand still, you can't even scratch them. Anu smirked. Are you sure about that? The next moment, a series of explosions erupted where the mammoth stood. Elephant Lord's face contorted in annoyance. This kid wants to win by sheer numbers. I can't let him get away with it. Mammoth Legion, advance. Protect the thunder mammoth. He commanded. The mammoths charged, but Anu countered. Magma fire self-destructing locusts, attack. The two forces clashed, creating a series of massive explosions. Seeing his side losing ground, Elephant Lord could no longer stand idly by. He began casting divine spells. Divine spell, savage thick-hide. Divine spell, savage blood. Divine spell, savage healing. His mammoths, empowered by his spells, began to recover from their wounds. Their endurance significantly increased. They charged at unwasted locusts, their attacks relentless. Seeing his nobles no longer being armed by the locusts, Elephant Lord sneered. You actually forced me to use divine spells. You've proven your strength. Unless you eliminate 50% of your nobles, I won't allow you to surrender. But Anu wasn't phased. He countered, You think this is all uno if? There's no such thing as giving up in my dictionary. Anu declared, opening the gate to his divine realm. Bull Demon Tribe, attack. A horde of bull demons charged through the gate, roaring and bellowing, eager for battle. They quickly positioned themselves in front of Elephant Lord's mammoths. Elephant Lord stared, stunned. What? You even nurtured a bull demon tribe? Before he could recover from his shock, HNW's bull demons slammed their concrete clubs against the mammoth's heads. Skeleton tribe, attack. Anu commanded. A legion of skeletons marched out of the gate. Leading the charge was the Skeleton Lord, flanked by the Skeleton Reviver on the right and the Skeleton Controller on the left. Anu leaped onto the Skeleton Lord's shoulder and turned to the Skeleton Reviver. I'm counting on you. The Skeleton Lord, a hint of displeasure on his face, snorted. The Skeleton Reviver, receiving his orders, flew towards the center of the arena without a word. It raised its staff and cast its revival spell. Moments later, skeletal mammoths emerged from the fallen mammoth corpses. Elephant Lord, seeing this, roared in frustration. Damn skeletons! They're like chewing gum, impossible to get rid of. But don't think you can make a demigod like me submit so easily. He ordered his Thunder Mammoth, activate your trample ability. The Thunder Mammoth stomped its massive foot, sending shockwaves through the ground as it charged forward, crushing the skeletal mammoths underfoot. Elephant Lord laughed triumphantly. The Mammoth Lord reigns supreme. Excellent! Crush them! Crush those bones! Seeing the tide turning against him, Anu ordered, Bull Demon, retreat. Skeleton Controller, deploy. The Skeleton Controller flew forward, landing amidst the bone pile. It raised its hands and cast its bone puppet skill. The scattered bones on the arena floor rose into the air, coalescing into a colossal skeleton. As soon as it formed, it stomped on several mammoths, crushing them effortlessly. Elephant Lord gaped at the towering skeleton, his jaw slack with awe. But he quickly recovered. Empower! He roared, pointing at his Thunder Mammoth. The mammoth began to grow, its size increasing rapidly. When it reached the same size as the colossal skeleton, it charged, its tusks aimed at its opponent. But the skeleton was no pushover. It caught the mammoth's tusks with its bare hands, stopping its charge. Then, it opened its jaw and roared, a deafening sound that shook the arena. With a powerful throw, it flung the mammoth high into the air before slamming it back down onto the ground, sending a cloud of dust billowing across the arena. Not stopping there, the colossal skeleton leaped into the air and, with a punch, sent the mammoth crashing to the ground once more. But the Elephant Lord's elephant was not easy to deal with. It could not be taken down with just a few attacks. So, it used its trunk to block the skeleton warrior's attack and immediately used its trunk to knock the skeleton warrior to the ground. It didn't stop there. The elephant stood up on its two hind legs and raised its two front legs high. Then, it stomped down on the skeleton warrior, sending dirt and sand flying everywhere. Fortunately, HNW's skeleton warrior was not ordinary. It was able to stand up in time and jump backward to avoid the attack. But dodging was not enough. So, the skeleton warrior kicked the elephant in the face, causing it to cry out in pain. Anu saw this and knew that this was his chance. He shouted, "Finish it!" Receiving the order, the skeleton warrior didn't hesitate. It jumped onto the elephant's back and continuously punched its head. After beating it up, the skeleton warrior grabbed the elephant's tusk. In the next second, the tusk was split in two, one half in the skeleton warrior's hand and the other still attached to the flesh. The elephant lord panicked. My mammoth elephant! Get up and fight back! Hearing the order, the elephant tried to get up, but an US skeleton warrior didn't care. It continued to reach for the other tusk and, as before, the other tusk disappeared. Faced with the tears streaming down the elephant's face, Anu was surprised to see his skeleton warrior being so fierce. Holy moly! I wanted the necromancer to learn close combat skills, but he never expected it to be so ferocious when applied to this giant skeleton. As soon as he finished speaking, the skeleton warrior kicked the elephant in the face, sending it flying backward. The elephant lord was shocked when he saw his elephant flying towards him. He quickly retreated. A few seconds later, it crashed down in front of the elephant lord. But he was still in denial and shouted, "Mammoth elephants, surrounded and exhausted for me." The elephants heard the order and charged towards the skeleton warrior. But from this perspective, the elephants were as small as Miche, and the skeleton warrior was like a normal human. And as might expect, the skeleton warrior used its feet to trample on the teeny elephants. After trampling them, it switched to kicking mode and kicked them like they were bags of trash thrown on the side of the road. After playing with them to its heart's content, it sat down and clapped its hands as if it were playing with water. But because there were too many elephants, unless a giant skeleton couldn't clean them all up and was attacked by them. At that moment, an elephant used all its strength to ram the skeleton warrior's leg, knocking it to the ground. The other elephants saw that their enemy had fallen and immediately rushed forward, ramming their tusks into the skeleton warrior's body. Elephant Lord was delighted to see his nobles winning. That's right. Destroy it. Yes, at all costs. Crush the necromancer inside that giant skeleton. Anu saw that his side was losing and naturally didn't just sit there. He pointed his hand forward and ordered, "Bull demons, go. Rescue the necromancer." Hearing the order, the bull demons charged into the battle and knocked the elephants away from the necromancer. At this time, the necromancer also joined the battle. As soon as he entered the battle, he chanted, "Appear." Just like that, skeletons gradually formed from the corpses of the elephants. After being summoned, the elephant skeletons didn't hesitate and charged into battle. In the next second, a melee broke out in the arena, sending dust flying everywhere. A short while later, only a few elephants remained on the field. On Anu's side, there were still many. The people in the audience whispered to each other, "Oh my god, this is too exaggerated. The elephant lord's nobles have been reduced to less than 1,000 of their opponents. The locusts are too formidable." This is exactly what the saying goes: if things get too difficult, just turn on the cheat mode and play. The elephant lord saw that his army had been greatly reduced and knelt on the ground with a sigh. He finally accepted the truth. "I admit defeat." As soon as he finished speaking, a white aura flew out from the pile of elephant corpses and combined to form a core fragment. Anu held it in his hand and thought with a smile, "A divine realm core fragment obtained from defeating a demigod is indeed much heavier than those from before." While he was happily playing with the core fragment in his hand, Teacher Tianwen sent a message to student Han Wu. "The manager of the bloodstained arena wants to meet you." But before he could reply, he was teleported away. A second later, he appeared in a different place. A voice came to reassure him, "Don't worry, we are the managers of the bloodstained arena, so we won't do anything to you." Although he had been taken to a strange place, his calm expression remained unchanged. "What do you want to do by bringing me here?" The arena staff member slowly explained, "We have watched your match. Although you used some tricks, you have also proven your abilities. You are qualified to become the heir of the bloodstained arena. The bloodstained arena is a test for the owner to choose an heir. Any contestant who can win a cross-level challenge is qualified to become the heir of the bloodstained arena. Do you want to become the heir of this bloodstained arena?" Anu gasped in surprise. "Heir? Why?" Surprised, Anu began to think. The bloodstained arena had a huge amount of traffic. Every day, many races passed through. The divine power earned from these people alone was not a small amount. How could such a big pie fall into his hands so easily? There must be something fishy going on. Onorevole. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath to calm down. When he was ready, he put on a very serious expression and asked directly, "Before I make a decision, I need to know how many heirs the bloodstained arena actually has. What kind of treatment will I receive after becoming the heir of the bloodstained arena? And what responsibilities will I have to shoulder?" Airing these questions, the green-skinned person in front of him was quite surprised. He didn't expect the young man in front of him to be so mature. "Student Anu, the fact that you are not blinded by the benefits in front of you is truly beyond our expectations. Since you have asked so sincerely, we will not refuse and will explain everything to you clearly. There are currently a total of 349 heirs in the bloodstained arena, including 221 divine beings, 118 demigods, 9 true gods, and finally one supreme god. If you become an heir, you will receive the permanent coordinates of the bloodstained arena and will be able to teleport to a fixed point without using any tools in all the dimensions that the bloodstained arena is recorded. However, each teleportation will cost 1,000,000 divine power points. In addition, you will be granted the right to establish a special bloodstained arena in your divine realm to train your nobles. As for the responsibilities, when the number of heirs reaches 500, the bloodstained arena will hold another inheritance ceremony. The most outstanding person from those 500 heirs will be chosen to become the next owner of the bloodstained arena. Of course, you are obligated to participate." After listening to these words, Anu began to analyze. Judging from the nature of the bloodstained arena, the inheritance ceremony was definitely not just a simple ceremony for fun. It was probably a way for the 500 heirs to kill each other, leaving only the last person to become the owner. But at the moment, he was only the 357º heir. It was still a long way from reaching 500. By that time, he might have already become a divine king. While he was still hesitating, the staff member of the arena asked, "So, do you agree to become a candidate for the heir?" With that confident thought in his mind, Anu immediately agreed. As soon as he finished speaking, the system announced, "Congratulations! You have become the 357º heir of the bloodstained arena." After the system announcement, a red light flew straight into Hanw's body, surprising him. He didn't know what it was, but he didn't panic for long. In the next second, he was teleported back to Teacher Tianwen. Teacher Tianwen was overjoyed to see him and immediately ran over to him with a smile. "Student Anu, you are my lucky star. We've made a fortune this time." Anu was confused by the teacher's sudden excitement. After he finished speaking, Teacher Tianwen hurriedly put the phone in his hand and told him to take it. Anu didn't rush. Instead, he put on his mask to hide his information first. When he saw the super long number on the phone, his eyes widened in surprise. So many zeros? 1 billion? After being happy for a while, Teacher Tianwen returned to his usual calm demeanor and said, "Student Anu, spending 1 billion divine power points is not something that can be figured out overnight. So, I have a suggestion for you. You should buy a divine artifact that suits you first." Airing this suggestion, Anu raised his hands and asked, "A divine artifact? But I'm only a divine being now. I'm not even a demigod yet. Can he control a divine artifact?" Teacher Tianwen patted his chest confidently. "No problem at all. How could I harm you? He happened to know a divine artifact shop that can definitely help you find a divine artifact that suits you." Anu didn't say anything when he heard those words, but he was overjoyed in his heart. This was really the right person at the right time. As expected, it was a coincidence. Just as he was talking to the teacher, Elephant Lord ran over from behind him with all his might and shouted, "Locust, I finally found you." Hearing that familiar voice, Han W hurriedly ran behind Teacher Tianwen and exclaimed worriedly, "Teacher, save me." Of course, as a teacher, how could he don't protect his student? So, Teacher Tianwen immediately spread his arms out and shouted resolutely, "Oomph! With me here, who dares to hurt my student?" Anu was quite surprised because he didn't expect his teacher to protect him so fiercely. Seeing this, Elephant Lord didn't continue to charge forward. Instead, he stopped in front of the two teachers and the students and raised his hand. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to take revenge on you. After explaining, Elephant Lord extended a hand and said seriously, I'm here only because I saw that your strength is not bad and I want to make friends with you. Let me introduce myself. I'm the #1 student of the Western Capital Academy. My real name is Xiang Meng. Xiang Meng, cough, cough. So, you're a student of the Western Capital Academy. No wonder you're so powerful. Anu took a step forward and shook hands with the Xiang Meng. Xiang Meng was delighted to be shaken by him and gave him a thumbs up. After shaking hands, Xiang Meng asked curiously, You're not very old. You probably haven't taken the college entrance exam yet, right? Which preparatory school are you a student of? Anu scratched his head and replied SHYLY, I'm not a student of any preparatory school. I'm just an ordinary high school student. Hearing this, Xiang Meng's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. His mouth was wide open in surprise. What? Are you kidding me? Xiang Meng thought that Anu was trying to trick him, so he pointed a finger at him and leaned close. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Are you joking with me? Anu didn't explain himself when he was called a liar. Instead, he pointed to teacher Tianwen behind him. Why would I lie to you? The one standing behind me is my teacher. He can vouch for me. Seeing that it was his turn to go on stage, teacher Tianwen put on his most serious expression and said, Cough, cough. Student Locust is really not a preparatory student. Although many academies have sent him invitations, Student Locust has high aspirations and only wants to enter the Imperial Capital Academy. However, the admissions officer of the Imperial Capital Academy doesn't care about Student Locust. Hearing this explanation, Xiang Meng finally understood. So that's how it is your vision is very good. The Imperial Capital Academy is the strongest of the top 3 academies. I think highly of you. I also hope that you can become my junior. I will report your matter to the academy. The academy will most likely give you a test. As he spoke, Xiang Meng patted Anu's shoulder, looking intimate. After you go back, try to upgrade the core of your nobles. Perhaps you can seize this opportunity to get on the list of preparatory students of the Imperial Capital Academy. Anu asked, Will you really help me? Xiang Meng turned around and laughed loudly. Your potential is great, but the path to becoming a god is still very long. It will definitely be easier if you have a few friends to rely on than if you go it alone. Although he said that, Xiang Meng also had some benefits in this matter, but he didn't intend to hide it and said bluntly, I'm introducing you to the academy. As long as you pass the test, the academy will give me a reward. Why wouldn't I take it for free? Right. Although Anu knew that the other party also had benefits in this matter, he still clasped his hands and bowed to express his gratitude. Then I'll have to trouble you. But the Xiang Meng was not someone who only took and didn't give. So, as he was leaving, he reminded Anu, it's just a small matter. However, striking iron still requires one to be strong. In the future, you should invest some more resources in the core of your nobles. It's best if you can cultivate a heroic life form. If you want to pass the test of the Imperial Capital Academy, it won't be easy. Well, goodbye. At a street called Wanbao Road, Teacher Tianwen and Han Wu were standing in front of a house with a large golden sign that read Treasure Pavilion. Anu thought to himself, this name is both rustic and old-fashioned. Without wasting any time, Teacher Tianwen pushed the door open and said, Let's go in. As soon as they took a few steps, a purple-haired woman with a hot body, wearing a purple body dress greeted them. She put her hands on her ant-like waist and asked happily, Welcome to the Treasure Pavilion. What level of equipment do you want to buy? Or which Grandmaster Refiner do you want to meet? Teacher Tianwen replied with a smile, Please help me contact Grandmaster Tony. Tell him that old Tian is here to visit him. When he heard the name, a thought flashed through HANW's mind. Grandmaster Tony? This name sounds like a barber. I wonder if he's professional in forging divine artifacts. After walking for a while, the purple-haired woman pointed at a teleportation gate and turned to say, This way, please. Anu glanced at Teacher Tianwen as if to say, Is it okay? Teacher Tianwen did the same to him, as if to say, If you want to know, go and see for yourself. And so, Anu took the risk and stepped into the gate. On the other side of the gate, a fat man was holding a huge hammer and forging weapons. When he heard the sound from the gate, he asked, Old Tian, is the fat pig you brought this time fat enough? Hearing these words, Anu felt that something was wrong with this matter. Oh no, is it too late to run now? But as Tony was saying those words, TWN, heard everything, slapped Anu's chest and exclaimed, Tony, have some decency. This is my student. Tony, hearing this, scratched his bald head and said bluntly, a student of old Tian, you say? Well, let me explain our shop's motto. We treat everyone equally, young or old, big or small. And of course, we don't have special student discounts. Anu, hearing this, was speechless. What the heck? No discrimination? No student discounts? Everyone has student discounts. He thought to himself, don't you know how hard it is for students to make money? I risked my life fighting to earn that 1 billion divine power. TWN, knowing Tony's personality, chuckled and reassured Anu, don't worry too much. Tony may have a sharp tongue, but he's a softy at heart. Though his words might sound harsh, the equipment he makes is top-notch. Hearing his friend's praise, Tony cracked a smile for the first time since Han W arrived. Old Tian, after all these years, you finally said something nice about me. Idem frowned, but, voice a sharp tongue? Who's hard to understand? If it weren't for you bringing me customers. He trailed off, deciding to let bygones be bygones. Know about the past. Time to make some money to fill my stomach. He pulled back a curtain behind him and gestured to Anu. Come, follow me. Let me show you my masterpieces. As the curtain drew back, Anu found himself staring at a dazzling array of weapons displayed throughout the room. Tony gestured proudly. Each piece here bears my unique mark, each one crafted by my own hands. After Tony finished his grand tour, TWN approached Anu. Which one catches your eye, Anu? Anu, overwhelmed by the choices, hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, he spotted a gourd-shaped weapon and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. This gourd it costs 4 divinity points, which is less than 600 million divine power. Not a bad deal. He considered his options, especially his upcoming test for the Imperial Capital Academy. Finally, he declared, I want the 2-star divine weapon, Ancient Gourd. The Ancient Gourd is a 2-star divine weapon with 2 main functions, Tianwen explained, a proud smile on his face. One is Q refinement. The gourd contains a space that can hold up to 100,000 insects. These insects are then pitted against each other in a deadly battle. The sole survivor has a chance to evolve, potentially even becoming a heroic insect entity. The second function is insect control, a divine art that can attract nearby insects within a certain radius. The range depends on the amount of divine power used. Tony, hearing HNW's choice, walked over with a price tag in his hand. Its price is 4 divinity points, or 580 million divine power. How would you like to pay? Anu, startled by Tony's sudden appearance, jumped back. Tianwen, sensing an opportunity to haggle, pulled Tony aside. Give me some face, Tony. Lower the price a bit, or throw in something extra. If you don't, I'll scold you. Tony rolled his eyes. Fine. 600 million divine power and I'll throw in a free exploring eye. After settling the price, Anu excitedly paid for his new treasures. Just as they were about to leave, Tony called out, Vite. I have something else. He rushed back, holding a strange object, and presented it to Anu. Based on a fragment of a lost civilization, I've created this special divine weapon. I have a feeling it suits you. TWN, intrigued, took the object and examined it closely. Suddenly, he roared, Tony, I thought we were friends. You're treating me like a fat pig ripe for the slaughter. This useless orb has no power whatsoever. You think I wouldn't know? Tony, defending his creation, pleaded for patience. Hear me out. This divine weapon is called Gluttonous Wolf. It comes from a lost civilization that specialized in plundering divine weapons. As you know, divine weapons are bound to their owners. Until the owner dies, others cannot use their divine weapons. The ruler of that civilization found it unbearable that these valuable artifacts could only be treated as scrap metal. It asked his finest craftsmen to find a solution. After generations of research, they created the Gluttonous Wolf. It can devour other divine weapons and inherit their power. However, he had dead dramatically, the gluttonous wolf was too powerful, incurring the wrath of dozens of other civilizations. In the end, the civilization that created it was wiped out by a coalition of their enemies. Tony then presented the gluttonous wolf to Han W again. Our shop is having a grand sale. This lost civilization's divine weapon can be yours for the low price of 1 billion divine power. Don't miss out on this amazing deal. And Wu found the price suspiciously low. If this weapon could truly destroy an entire civilization, how could it only be worth 1 billion divine power? He wondered if this was some kind of scam. Tony, sensing Han's hesitation, decided to be upfront about the weapon's flaws. To be honest, this gluttonous wolf is only a fragment of the original. It can still devour divine weapons, but its growth rate is 10 times slower. Furthermore, it can only inherit some passive effects and not the accompanying divine arts. Tian WN scoffed. So it's still useless. Tony slammed his fist on the table. Old Tian, you can insult me, but don't you dare insult my masterpiece. This gluttonous wolf. Anu, however, was very interested. He imagined using the gluttonous wolf to devour powerful enemy weapons that couldn't be easily destroyed, effectively weakening his opponents. After considering all the angles, he decided to play on Tony's pride. Teacher Tian, you've misunderstood my intentions. I truly admire Master Tony's craftsmanship. Tu recreate the gluttonous wolf from just a fragment. This alone is worth all the divine power I have. I would gladly spend everything to support such dedication. He sighed dramatically. Unfortunately, I'm just a poor student. I only have 400 million divine power left. I wonder if Master Tony would be willing to part with his beloved creation for such a paltry sum. Tony, flattered by the praise, practically drooled at the thought of the sale. He tried to maintain a facade of humility. You truly think so highly of my work? Anu, with a sincere expression, replied, of course. It's the truth. Tony, unable to resist any longer, agreed, all right, 400 million it is. A true friend is worth more than 1,000 gold. The gluttonous wolf is yours. Back at home, Pan W sat cross-legged on the floor, ready to bind himself to his newly acquired treasures. He pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the ancient gourd. To his surprise, the blood didn't beat up but instead spread across the surface as if it were alive. A moment later, the exploring eye activated, shooting a beam of golden light into the air. Next, he focused on the ancient gourd. It accepted his blood, emitting a green gas that solidified into the shape of a frog. Time to start good refinement, he exclaimed excitedly. However, when he turned to the gluttonous wolf, he was puzzled. Why isn't it reacting? He wondered aloud. But just as the words left his mouth, an gluttonous wolf began to glow. The round object transformed, taking the shape of a four-legged creature. Anu stared in surprise. This gluttonous wolf. It looks exactly like a husky. As if to confirm his thoughts, the gluttonous wolf barked impatiently. I want to eat divine weapons, it seemed to say. Anu, understanding its intent, rubbed his chin. This little guy has already been influenced by the law of gluttony. But little buddy, I'm so broke right now, I could barely afford dirt for dinner. Where am I supposed to find you a divine weapon? Despite his predicament, he couldn't bear to see it starve. With a sigh, he reluctantly pulled out a pink spirit stone and tossed it towards the gluttonous wolf. The gluttonous wolf, eyes gleaming, immediately turned to face the treat. Like any dogworth, it chased after the flying stone, leaping gracefully into the air to catch it in its mouth. Satisfied, it settled down to enjoy its meal. Meanwhile, Han Wu wondered what his other nobles were up to. He activated his observation skill to check on them. The locusts, as usual, were diligently munching on grass. The red goblins were busy mining in the distance, while the bull demons were huddled together, discussing some construction plans. They've all come so far, Anu thought proudly. Meanwhile, Steel-Edged Sword Sane was deep in meditation, honing his skills, and the skeletons were happily gnawing on colorful stones they had dug up. After surveying his domain, Han W rubbed his chin. With the sacred objects obtained from their own tribe, I finally managed to repair and upgrade the law of gluttony to level 3. And its effects are truly incredible. Now, simply by eating, my nobles can easily evolve into elite life forms. With further upgrades, even ordinary life forms could become superhumans. This means with enough food, my entire locust army could become superhumans. His eyes lit up with excitement. I'll have tens of billions of superhuman locusts under my command. The possibilities are endless. A week later, an US locust army had multiplied exponentially. The sky was now perpetually dark with their swirls. He knew it was time for another round of life sacrifices. He raised his hand. 13 billion locusts, he offered the sacrifice. As if summoned by a vortex, the locusts were sucked into his outstretched hand. Moments later, the post-sacrifice reward list materialized before him. These are the rewards for sacrificing 13 billion lives, he thought incredulously. It's even better than before. Reward options. 110 Tusk Hunters, Night Demon Tribe, Superhuman Life Forms. Do a 3-star Divine Weapon, Splitting Steel Axe. Function 1. Divine Weapon Sacred Object Duality can be used as a Level 3 Sacred Object, granting nobles the ability to summon steel blades as weapons. Function 2. Increases damage against beasts by 15%. Function 3. Accompanied by the Divine Art, Tyrantesse Body. 3 Level 2 Sacred Object, Petrification Stone. Upon absorption by the Divine Realm Core, there is a chance that the Divine Realmesse nobles will undergo petrification, gaining a humanoid form. Applicable only to non-humanoid and non-demonic races. Anu was particularly interested in the third option. A humanoid form? That's crazy. I have to see this. He immediately selected the petrification stone. A glowing orb appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he crushed it. A strange light erupted from the shattered fragments, enveloping the swarming locusts. To Anu's astonishment, their forms began to shift, becoming larger and more humanoid. New noble. Name, Mantis Man. Rank, superhuman life form. Racial talent, flight, low intelligence, humanoid body. Faith level, fanatical believer, over 50,000 faith points per day. Reproductive ability, 5 births per cycle, producing high-quality offspring. Lifespan, 10 years. Special ability, Venom Spit, summon Elven Shortbow. Amazing. Sack high faith points. Divinity points, come to me, he thought gleefully. Just then, his phone rang. It was Teacher Tion-1. Anu, the Western Capital Academy has announced a retest for you. Their admissions teacher will be at your school tomorrow to assess you. Be prepared. Anu, trying to contain his excitement, replied calmly, okay. The next day at his school, X-Yusan approached Han Wu and slung an arm around his shoulders. I see your divine realm coming along? If you're short on resources, let me know. He might be able to help you get your hands on some rare ones you can't find online. After all, my family has quite a few demigods. We have our ways. Anu decided to test. Can your family get their hands on divine realm core fragments? I need one to upgrade from level 7 to level 10. Iksu-san's face turned serious. We might be able to find one, but it'll be expensive. Even with our connection, it wouldn't be cheap. I'm guessing around 400 million divine power. Anu sighed internally. As expected, poverty is the greatest obstacle to my growth. Iksu-san, misinterpreting his silence, offered an alternative. However, my family did say that if you're willing to sell us 1,000 superhuman skeleton knights, they'd be willing to waive the cost of the divine realm core fragment. Anu's ears perked up. Superhuman skeleton knights, you say? DL. Iksu-san was surprised by how quickly Anu agreed. I should have asked for superhuman skeleton controllers instead, he thought regretfully. Just then, Teacher Tianwen entered the classroom. Anu, the Western Capital Academy's admissions teacher is here. Is waiting for you in the faculty room. Anu entered the room and was surprised to see the bald teacher who had previously failed him. Did he get here? He wondered. The teacher was just as surprised. How did you get here? He thought incredulously. There's no way this kid passed the general admissions test. Did he get into some backdoor deal? But even then, the Western Capital Academy's retest is far more difficult than the high school exams. Plus, To prevent cheating, only core nobles can participate. And what is his core noble? Locust. The lowest of the law. After a moment of silently judging Han Wu, he said, Student Han Wu, I will be administering your retest on behalf of the Western Capital Academy. Do you have any questions? Ano shook his head. This test requires you to enter a virtual world simulating a border town of a major civilization called Dragon City. This civilization has a complex system of classes and professions. Upon entering the simulation, you and your core noble will be identified as hostile entities. Your objective is to survive and successfully eliminate at least one of Dragon City's guardian heroes. How many troops and heroes are there in Dragon City? Ano inquired. Although it's a border town, Dragon City has a population of tens of millions. Over 10% of its residents have combat professions. As for heroes, there are 5 in total. You will have to discover any further information yourself. You have one day to prepare. Anu immediately went to teacher Tian WN. Teacher, I want to use my accumulated class points to exchange for 3 level 1 sacred objects. Of course. Choose whichever ones you need. And good luck. Back in his divine realm, Han Wu approached his core with a spirit stone. Divine realm core has absorbed the spirit stone and leveled up to level 10. Space has been expanded. He then proceeded to absorb the 3 sacred objects. Level 1 sacred object, toxic gland. Upon absorption by the divine realm core, there is a chance that nobles will develop poisonous attributes and venomous glands. Level 1 sacred object, earth essence. Upon absorption by the divine realm core, there is a chance that nobles will gain earth attributes and increased defense. Level 1 sacred object, elven shortbow. This dual purpose item functions as both a sacred object and a divine power weapon. Upon absorption by the divine realm core, there is a chance that nobles will gain the ability to summon elven shortbows. The divine being also gains the ability to summon a physical elven shortbow. 3 brilliant beams of light shot up from the core, illuminating the entire divine realm. Most of my mantis men now possess venomous glands. Half of my locusts have increased defense, and nearly all of them can fight with elven shortbows. I think I'm ready. The next day, Anu stood before the bald teacher, who presented him with a glowing orb. Once you touch it, you and your core noble will be transported to the outskirts of Dragon City, the teacher instructed. Anu placed his hand on the orb. It pulsed with golden light, and in an instant, he found himself surrounded by his mantis men in a lush forest, the city walls of Dragon City visible in the distance. A series of system notifications flooded his mind. Intruder detected. Please leave this dimension immediately or be marked as a hostile entity and eliminated. Intruder refuses to leave. Marking as hostile. Calculating threat level. Designation, Locust King. Threat level, I. Engaging hostile entity. A status screen appeared before Anu. Title, Locust King. Level, 80, 60, max noble level, più 20, divinity level. Class, None. Talent, Cousin 1, Unique. Equipment, Ancient Gourd, 2-star Divine Weapon, Exploring Eye, No-star Divine Weapon, Gluttonous Wolf, Special Divine Weapon. Skills, Accelerated Growth, Life Sacrifice, Summon Elven Shortbow. Locust King. Interesting. He then checked the status of his newly evolved Mantis Men. Race, Mantis Men, Exploding Venom Variant. Level, 60. Class, None. Equipment, None. Talent, Natural, Brutal, Voracious, Flight, Low Intelligence, Humanoid Body. Skills, Venom Spit, Summon Elven Shortbow. Level 60. What does the Tibe man? He was still trying to wrap his head around it when a mantis man flew up to him. Divine being. We are under attack. Anu immediately jumped onto the back of a nearby mantis man led the way. Let's see what we're dealing with. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a group of adventurers were fighting their way through a swarm of manhwa locusts. Ton, there are too many. We can't hold them off forever. We need to retreat. Ton, a second transfer dragon blood warrior, surveyed the situation. The sheer number of enemies was overwhelming. However, before he could issue the order to retreat, his companion, a second transfer power fist, excitedly punched an exploding venom locust, shouting, "Don't be such a downer. The more enemies, the bigger our reward. Once we have enough money, we can finally afford our second transfer upgrades." As if to emphasize his point, the locust exploded, showering the group with valuable spirit stones. A small, water-nymph-like creature scooped up the stones and presented them to a young woman. "Thank you, Aqua," the young woman said gratefully. She was a first transfer water healer. Meanwhile, a young girl bombarded the swarm with fireballs from her staff. "Foolish locusts! You are no match for me," she shouted. "No matter how many of you there are, I'll burn you all." "Lily, be careful," Tom warned. "Support each other. Don't get separated." High above them, Manhwa observed the battle, a smirk growing on his face. He summoned his exploring eye to gather information on his opponents. Name, Ton. Level, 37. Class, second transfer dragon blood warrior. Equipment, steel cleaver, divine power weapon, protective armor, divine power weapon. Talent, sword intent, dragon blood. Skills, Cleave, shattering strike, dragon force. He noticed that all 4 adventurers wore matching badges. Don's badge was silver, while the other 3 were bronze. So as the leader. Anu muttered to himself. Down below, Thon was starting to panic. "There are too many. We can't kill them all. We need to retreat." Anu, sensing their fear, decided to test their strength. "Go! See what they're made of." A nearby mantis man swooped down, landing in front of the retreating adventurers. "You're not going anywhere," it screeched. Thon paled. "That's a third transfer monster. Run." Thon, panicking, turned back to his companions. "Split up and run. I'll hold it off as long as I can." He then turned back to face the approaching mantis man, gathering his strength for a final, disperate attack. Dragon force, Cleave. He poured everything he had into the blow, but it only left a small scratch on the mantis man's exoskeleton. Thon stared in disbelief, his heart sinking. It's too strong. I don't stand a chance." Before he could react, the mantis man delivered a swift kick to his chest, sending him flying. The mantis man then turned its attention to the remaining adventurers, who were frozen in terror. "Don't run," it roared, chasing after them. They scattered, running for their lives, but it was no use. The mantis man was too fast. It quickly caught up to them, binding them with its powerful limbs before tossing them aside like rag dolls. Anu, who had been observing the fight from afar, leisurely made his way over to the captured adventurers. In their eyes, he was a terrifying monster. "Don't come any closer, you ugly beast!" The power fist shouted defiantly. "Get away from us!" Anu stopped, feigning offense. "Ugly, you say? For your information, he happened to be quite handsome." He folded his arms, striking a pose. "Now then, if you want to leave this place alive, answer my questions truthfully. In your eyes, what do I look like?" "Like he'd ever answer the question of a monster like you?" The power fist spat. Before Wu could react, the mantis man standing behind him punched the boy in the gut, knocking him unconscious. Anu, startled, jumped back. "What do you think you're doing?" He was just trying to scare him. There was no need for violence. The fire mage and the water healer, witnessing this scene, huddled together, sobbing uncontrollably. Anu, annoyed by the noise, cast silence curse. Ton, enraged, struggled against his restraints. "What do you want from us?" Anu leaned in close, his expression menacing. "I asked you a question. In your eyes, what do I look like?" Ton, terrified, stammered, large round eyes, long antennae. Anu's mind raced. Large round eyes. Long antennae. Sounds like a giant locust. That's it. This must be some kind of twisted image the native will is projecting to scare off invaders like me. He decided to have some fun. Very good. Now, answer a few more questions. 3 hours later. Anu untied Ton. That's all I needed to know. You're free to go. Ton, still shaken but relieved to be alive, didn't he question his sudden change of heart. He needed to report this incident to the Adventurers Guild immediately. He turned and fled, putting as much distance between himself and the terrifying monster as possible. Little did he know, Han W was following him from above, perched on the back of a mantis man. In the distance, a walled city came into view. That must be it, Anu said to himself. Sorry, Ton, but I can't risk exposing myself just yet. But don't worry, once I serve my purpose, you won't be harmed much. He then ordered a shadow curse locust to fire a shadow spike at Thon, effectively planting a tracking device on the unsuspecting adventurer. Alright, everyone, take a break for now. We have a lot of work to do. After absorbing Don's memories, Anu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So, the Dragon City Adventurers Guild has millions of members. Attacking them head-on with my current strength would be suicide. Even with the power of a third transfer, I wouldn't last long. I need a way to increase my power, at least to the level of a level 63rd transfer. Lost in thought, he didn't notice the group of goblins approaching until it was too late. The goblins, however, were overjoyed to see him. To them, he was a god. They immediately prostrated themselves before him. Anu, sizing them up, noticed something interesting. Most of these goblins are weak, but their leader is level 62, a third transfer. But why does he have a class? He approached the goblin leader, his curiosity piqued. Answer me truthfully. Where did you get your class? The goblin leader bowed low. We have consumed many class fragments left behind by fallen adventurers. That is how we obtained our classes, Great One. Anu's eyes widened. So that's how it works. By consuming class fragments, my followers can gain classes too. He immediately summoned his followers. My locusts. I have a new task for you. Closely observe the movements of those adventurers. Gather as many class fragments as you can. 3 days later, Han W stared at the mountain of class fragments piled before him. Time to test this out. He began to absorb the fragments. A list of available classes materialized before him. Mage, warrior, fist fighter, marksman. I need a ranged attacker, he thought. This is perfect for my elite mantis man. He selected marksman, and a new status screen appeared. Race, mantis man, exploding venom variant. Level, 60, max 65, requires magic cores to level up. Class, marksman. Equipment, none. Talent, natural, brutal, voracious, flight, low intelligence, humanoid body, sharpshooter. Skills, venom spit, summon elven shortbow, focused shot. It worked. If I can get my hands on a second transfer class fragment, I can upgrade him even further. Then, taking down a hero will be childish play. He was celebrating his success when a locust flew up to him. Divine being, we have found a cave. There is a powerful aura emanating from within. We dare not approach. Take me there. Soon, Anu stood before a dark, foreboding cave. He could feel a powerful energy emanating from within, tinged with a faint trace of divinity. This place feels familiar somehow. Worth investigating. He cautiously entered the cave, his 2 mantis man bodyguards close behind. The cave opened into a massive cavern. In the center, chained to the ground, lay a gigantic dragon, sound asleep. He smiled. Back when I was studying, my teacher mentioned that some extraterrestrial civilizations would seal away enemies they couldn't easily kill. It seems this black dragon in front of me is a pitiful creature sealed here by some powerful being. He then activated his goblin scouting eye. Soon, a panel with information appeared. Name, Black Dragon Elise. Level, 103. Sealed. Original level, 149. Profession, Rebel. Race, Special Equipment, Unknown. Divinity, Unknown. Talent, Dragon Bloodline, Unknown. Skills, Dark Magic Earth Breath, Unknown. Black Dragon Elise, who was sleeping, suddenly opened its eyes wide and stared at Anu. The 2 goblin grasshoppers with him felt their eyes spinning, as if hypnotized by the dragon's gaze. They started walking towards the dragon involuntarily. Anu panicked. Goblin grasshoppers, stop right there. Hearing his voice, the goblin grasshoppers snapped out of their trance, their faces full of confusion and fear. Furious that its meal had been interrupted, the dragon roared, "You dare to interrupt the meal of Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel? He will devour your soul and swallow your body whole." It opened its massive maw and gathered a large purple energy sphere in front of it, sensing danger. Han W quickly retreated and shouted to his goblin grasshoppers, "It's not good. Retreat." A moment later, a massive explosion erupted where Han Wu had been standing, sending smoke and debris flying everywhere. 5 minutes later, Anu, now at a safe distance, asked, "Are you done?" The dragon, thinking Anu was toying with it, gathered another energy sphere and roared furiously, "You insignificant insect! You dare to mock Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel? He will never forgive you." Seeing the dragon preparing to attack again, Anu hurriedly retreated further. "Oh no, not again! Retreat! Retreat!" 10 minutes later, the dragon finally started to tire, panting heavily. Seeing that, Anu cautiously approached the dragon and said in a conciliatory tone, "I'm not here to provoke you. On the contrary, I'm here to help you." The dragon, still panting, replied, "Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel has seen through your treacherous schemes. Leave before I get angry, or I will swallow you whole." But Anu knew the dragon was just putting on a show. He pulled out a bow from behind him and started drawing the string. "You're trapped here. How can you possibly swallow me? You're asking for a beating." With that, he released the arrow, which shot towards the dragon with a whoosh. However, the arrow bounced off the dragon's barrier harmlessly. The dragon sneered, "You pathetic insect. The defenses of Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel are impenetrable. You can't even scratch me." Seeing that the bow was ineffective, Anu switched to his sword and charged at the dragon. "If that's the case, then try this." He unleashed a powerful sword beam at the dragon. However, just like before, it had no effect on the barrier. "This thing is too tough. I have to inflict at least some damage or it won't take me seriously." Having no other choice, Anu poured 10,000 divine power points into his sword, then leaped towards the dragon and unleashed a series of powerful sword strikes. This time, the dragon roared in pain as it finally sustained injuries. Blood splattered from the wounds left by Hanwu's relentless assault. Despite being heavily wounded, the dragon remained defiant. "You damn lizard! How dare you injure Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel?" Before it could finish, Anu pulled out another weapon and shoved it in the dragon's face menacingly. "I have plenty more weapons. If you keep talking, you might actually die." Realizing that it was unwise to provoke the crazy creature in front of it any further, the dragon calmed down and asked, "What do you want?" Seeing that the dragon was finally willing to listen, Anu smiled and said, "I want to kill a hero of Dolong City. But I'm not strong enough to face a hero yet, so I need your help." Upon hearing Hanwu's wish, the dragon replied, "Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel has been sealed here for over 100 years and still cannot escape. How can I possibly help you?" "The chains binding me are a divine artifact specially crafted by the Adventurers Guild to seal me. Even my dark powers can't corrode them in the slightest, let alone your paltry weapons." Anu Tutti said, "Did you just say that the chains are a divine artifact?" The dragon blinked innocently. "Yes, Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel never lies. What is the point?" Hearing the dragon's confirmation, Hanwu immediately pulled out Gluttonous Wolf and said confidently, "In that case, I have a way." After saying that, Hanwu cheerfully brought Gluttonous Wolf closer to the chain and gently said, "Little wolf, eat freely. Don't be a shy." As soon as the words left his mouth, the chain suddenly emitted a red light, as if being burned by something. Soon after, the chain snapped in two. The dragon, witnessing the scene, widened its eyes in astonishment, as if it saw the path to freedom wide open. It roared urgently, "Quickly, help me break the other chains. This Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel command you." Anu's face turned extremely unpleasant at the dragon's commanding tone. "What did you just say?" Thinking that Hanwu didn't hear clearly, the dragon immediately repeated, "Quickly unchain me. This is a command from Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel." Realizing that the dragon didn't understand the hidden meaning of his words, Anu rolled his eyes and said, "Black Dragon Elise, I helped you remove a divine artifact chain, which shows my sincerity. But what have you done for me? Yet you dare to command me? Do you even have the right?" The dragon replied casually, "You want Black Dragon Elise the Great to help you? It's not like you want to kill a hero or anything." Fine, I agree. It raised its two front legs towards Anu. "Now, quickly unchain me." But things weren't that easy. Anu stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment, then smiled and said, I've changed my mind. I want you to serve me for 100 years as payment for saving you. Being forced to serve a small and weak human for 100 years infuriated the dragon. It widened its eyes and yelled, You despicable, lowly creature. You're dreaming. I am Black Dragon Alice the Great Rebel. Seeing that the dragon didn't add his words, Anu frowned and threatened, I can save you, and of course, I can also kill you. If you refuse to meet my demands, I can only turn you into a stepping stone for me to increase my power. I heard that the entire body of a dragon is a treasure. I wonder how many good weapons your bones can provide me? Seeing Anu's serious expression and cold words, the dragon felt a chill down its spine, and cold sweat unconsciously dripped down. Having no other choice, the dragon softened its tone and negotiated. Black Dragon Alice the Great Rebel is willing to serve you for 100 years. Please quickly unchain me. I'm tired of being bound by these chains. I don't want them on me for another second. Seeing the dragoness remorse, Anu smiled. Don't be so hasty. He then used the system to open a contract and said, Sign this contract first. Seeing the contract floating before him, the dragon became extremely displeased. Are you trying to enslave me? Don't even dream about it. Our dragon race will never be slaves to any other species. Have you heard clearly? Never. But Anu didn't care. He took out a spirit stone and presented it to the dragon. I can sense that you're very weak. After you sign the contract, this shadow crystal will be a snack for you. Having been starved for so long, the dragon's stomach rumbled when it saw the delicious food in front of it, as if to say, I want to eat. I want to eat. Black Dragon couldn't resist but stare at the dazzling light of the shadow crystal. But in the end, food still triumphed. It placed its paw on the contract, completing the signing process. After the contract was successfully signed, Han W summoned Gluttonous Wolf. Little Wolf, eat all these chains. You can eat freely. The wolf's eyes lit up as it dashed towards the delicious meal before it. The chains were quickly devoured by Gluttonous Wolf. Soon, a terrifying beam of light erupted from the cave, soaring straight into the sky, piercing through the layers of clouds. The rocks and debris in its path were flung far away, dust and smoke billowing everywhere. At the same time, a roar echoed throughout the land. Black Dragon Alice the Great Rebel, I am finally free. The scene shifted to the Adventurers Guild building in Dolong City. The building was grand and exuded an air of valor. Inside, a group of people gathered to discuss the matter. A man in a black coat spoke up first. That black dragon has just escaped its seal. It must still be in a weakened state. The 5 of us should join forces to eliminate it. This man was the hero, Extreme Martial Saint. Hearing his words, the Holy Maiden, another hero, spoke. Black Dragon will definitely find a secret place to hide and recover its strength after escaping its seal. The area outside the city is vast. If we want to find it, we need the help of all the adventurers in Dolong City. A man in white added, the dark energy emanating from Black Dragon will strengthen many monsters. This was the hero, Icefire Swordsman. He pushed his hat up with a confident smile. We have to take the initiative before the monsters start running rampant. The hero, Gale Wanderer, scoffed, it's just a black dragon that has just escaped its seal. Is it worth it for everyone to be so tense? Am I right, Dragon Slayer? Dragon Slayer frowned, looking disdainful. It's just a dragon. There's no need to panic. I once single-handedly killed a wind-type green dragon. Although it was a bit difficult to deal with, it wasn't enough to disrupt the formation of all the adventurers in our Dolong City. However, Extreme Martial Saint didn't share Dragon Slayer's opinion. But this black dragon is different. According to the records, it is a rebel of the dragon race. So we absolutely cannot underestimate it. Seeing his abilities being questioned, Dragon Slayer clenched his teeth and glared at the Extreme Martial Saint. Are you doubting my strength? I am a 4th transformation Dragon Slayer. My destiny is to slay dragons. Do you even know that? Extreme Martial Saint was slightly apprehensive seeing Dragon Slayer's expression. Feeling that the others were too troublesome, Dragon Slayer suggested, leave the black dragon that escaped to me. You guys just focus on protecting Dolong City. Hearing the plan, Gale Wanderer smiled and raised his hand in agreement. Dragon Slayer, I support you. After the discussion, Dragon Slayer immediately left. Gale Wanderer hurriedly followed. I'll go with you. At that moment, the monsters in the surrounding area sensed Black Dragon's release and swarmed towards it, bowing their heads in submission to its overwhelming power. Black Dragon Elise stood on a high rock, looking down at the tiny creatures below and roaring loudly, displaying its immense might. Anu, seeing that the monsters in the area had almost all gathered, raised his hands and began to preach. Do you still want to continue living under the slaughter of adventurers? Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel calls for the unification of all monsters. Form the Monster Alliance. Confront the Adventurers Guild head-on. Make hunting adventurers the ideal of the alliance. The monsters were taken aback by HANW's words and looked up in astonishment. Anti-adventurers. But can we even do that? With our current strength, it's impossible. As the monsters voiced their concerns, Han W thought to himself, the strength of my goblin race is limited after all. If we want to win for sure, we have to use these guys as bait to lure the enemy. He took out a glowing spirit stone and said, I can help you increase your strength. The Monster Alliance uses energy crystals as rewards. All monster races can exchange energy crystals with me for equipment and job fragments obtained from killing adventurers. A few days later, Black Dragon Elise was using its own blood to give Han W a bath, while shamelessly trying to bargain with him. My dragon blood can help you break through to the third transformation. I'm feeling dizzy from blood loss, so 500 shadow crystals isn't too much to ask, right? Anu, finding the smell of dragon blood a bit pungent, pinched his nose and turned his head away. Stop pretending to be weak. 500 shadow crystals? You think that's cheap? Remember, you're paying me back. Got it. Soon, the system announced, ding. Your second transformation profession has been upgraded to third transformation, Black Dragon Warrior. You have obtained the Black Dragon Blood talent. Black Dragon Blood increases physical strength by 50%, resistance to all elements by 50%, greatly enhances strength, and provides compatibility with the darkness element. Active skill, Black Dragon Transformation. Upon hearing the notification, Han W stood up and activated Black Dragon Transformation. A mystical pinkish-purple light enveloped his body. A pair of wings sprouted from his back, followed by a pair of colossal horns on his head. His nails grew long and turned pitch black. Finally, a dragon's tail emerged. Name, Demon King. Level, 125. Goblin Race Level, 85. Divine Beast Level, 20. Profession Level, 20. Profession, Third Transformation Black Dragon Warrior. Talent, Heaven's Chosen, Darkness Affinity, Black Dragon Blood. Equipment, Ancient Lake Divine Artifact, 2 star. Gluttonous Wolf Divine Artifact, 1 star. Scouting Eye Divine Artifact, 0 star. Skills, Accelerated Growth, Life Sacrifice, Summon Goblin Archer, Mighty Cleave, Dark Slash, Dragon Slash, Black Dragon Transformation. After the transformation, Anu felt his current strength and was quite astonished. He didn't expect to become so much stronger. While he was deep in thought, Black Dragon Elise suddenly looked up and let out a deafening roar. Noticing the dragon's strange behavior, Han W turned around and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Before the dragon could answer, Anu sensed 2 formidable auras approaching from behind him. He quickly turned around with a cold expression. In the blink of an eye, the 2 streaks of light landed on the ground. They were none other than Gale Wanderer and Dragon Slayer. Dragon Slayer looked at the Black Dragon Elise with a delighted smile. As expected of a pure-blooded black dragon. By slaying you, my Dragon Slayer profession will surely advance to the next level. He then glanced back and said, "Block off the surroundings. Don't let any other monsters interfere while I'm working." "Don't worry, Dragon Slayer," Gale Wanderer said with a grin. "I won't let any monster disturb you." After accepting the order, Gale Wanderer stood up and used his storm barrier, creating a transparent barrier around the mountain, preventing any other monsters from approaching. Demon King, level 125? Gale Wanderer exclaimed in surprise. "To think there's such a powerful monster outside Dolong City." He put on a confident expression. "But I won't let you interfere with Dragon Slayer's battle." Anu, seeing the two heroes come to him, thought, I was originally planning to practice my skills until they were perfect before going to Dolong City to kill a hero. I didn't expect them to deliver themselves to my doorstep. He then used his scouting eye to check his enemy's information. Name, Gale Smith level, 131. Profession, 4th transformation Gale Wanderer. Equipment, Wind God Divine Artifact, 1 star, Green Forest Divine Bow, 1 star. Talent, Agile, Wind Affinity, Light Body, Storm Embodiment. Skills, Eros Aura, Storm Barrier, Sneak Attack, Wind Blade, Severing Wind. Gale Smith then used his weapon transformation skill to change his bow into a dagger. Having obtained his opponent's information, Han Wu took out 2 swords, threw them straight at his enemy, and shouted, "Take this." However, Gale Smith was no ordinary opponent. He easily jumped into the air to dodge the swords. He then used his skills to appear behind Anu. Han Wu couldn't dodge in time due to Gale Smith's speed and was hit, crying out in pain. But as he turned around, Gale Smith appeared in front of him again and launched another attack. Realizing that he couldn't continue like this, Anu immediately ordered his goblin grasshoppers, break that barrier for me. Back to Dragon Slayer, he knelt on one knee and used his hero's aura, Dragon Slayer domain, to summon a group of dragon souls behind him. The summoned dragons roared loudly, displaying their might. They then charged towards Black Dragon Elise, unleashing a barrage of attacks, from breathing fire to ice. Although Black Dragon Elise was large, it was agile enough to dodge all the attacks. However, at that moment, it felt a strong killing intent behind it. It glanced back in shock, only to see Dragon Slayer wield a massive sword, ready to deliver a full-powered blow. Without further ado, Dragon Slayer effortlessly landed a blow on Black Dragon Elise, causing it to roar in excruciating pain. The dragon crashed back to the ground with a resounding thud. Dragon Slayer, pleased with himself, boasted that took no effort at all. He then stomped on the dragon's head, as if to emphasize his victory. Dragon Souls, he commanded, take this black dragon back to Dolong City. He then turned to Gale Wanderer. Do you need any help? No need, Gale Wanderer replied confidently. I can handle this myself. You go ahead, Dragon Slayer. I'll catch up soon. As he spoke, Gale Wanderer used his abilities to open a small passage in the barrier. Dragon Slayer nodded and, without another word, departed with his dragon souls. Seeing the situation escalating, Anu shouted, Goblin Grasshoppers, break through that storm barrier at all costs. Receiving the order, the Goblin Grasshoppers charged at the barrier relentlessly, trying to break through. Soon, cracks began to appear on the barrier's surface. Unable to withstand the onslaught, the barrier shattered. Gale Wanderer was shocked. The barrier is broken? Despite the setback, he remained confident. I'll just keep cutting them down. However, no matter how many goblin grasshoppers he killed, their numbers didn't seem to decrease. His face contorted in frustration as he realized the gravity of the situation. At this rate, I'll be exhausted. I have to get out of here. He turned to flee, slashing at the goblin grasshoppers as he ran. All of you must die. But the sheer number of goblin grasshoppers was overwhelming. They swarmed him, leaving him with no room to fight back. He could only scream as the goblin grasshoppers covered his body completely. Silence fell. Gale Wanderer's hand went limp, dropping his weapon. Moments later, his body, reduced to a withered husk, fell to the cold ground. The goblin grasshoppers, having picked his bones clean, dispersed. As Anu completed his mission, Bald Teacher contacted him. Student Anu, congratulations on completing your mission. I will now open a portal to bring you back. However, Anu wasn't happy. Wait, I can't go back yet. What? Bald Teacher asked in surprise. Don't tell me you want to rescue that captured black dragon? Yes, I have to save it. Anu declared resolutely. It's my contracted partner. Bald Teacher sighed. Student Anu, you need to think this through carefully. If you go to rescue that black dragon, you will be facing not just one Gale Wanderer, but 4 heroes stronger than him, plus millions of professional adventurers, and tens of millions of civilians who can become armed soldiers at any moment. Even a demigod would have a high chance of failure against such a force, let alone a fledgling divine beast like you. Wu replied confidently, no. That's why I'm formally requesting permission to release all my goblin races in the divine realm to fight alongside me. In exchange, I volunteer to increase the difficulty of the mission, to conquer the entire Dolong City. Bald Teacher was taken aback. You want to challenge the entire Dolong City? You're certainly bold. Very well, I grant your request. But let me give you one piece of advice. You're risking your life here. Don't throw it away. As soon as he finished speaking, a teleportation portal opened, and all of Manhua's goblin races were transported before him. Leading the charge was the Swordmaster Goblin, a level 140 hero rank monster. Next came the Red Goblin, a level 113 hero rank monster wielding a massive mace. Then came the Minotaur Goblin, a level 135 hero rank monster with incredible strength. Finally, there was the Skeleton Army, consisting of the Skeleton Lord, a level 132 sealed defective Lord rank monster, the Skeleton Controller, a level 75 hero rank monster, and the Skeleton Reviver, a level 86 hero rank monster. Looking at his assembled goblin army, Han Wu stroked his chin and analyzed the situation. There are too many adventurers in Dolong City. My goblin race is strong, but our numbers are too small. We need help to hold back those low-level adventurers. It seems the Monster Alliance should come in handy. After a moment of contemplation, he issued his orders. Goblin Grasshoppers, send word to all members of the Monster Alliance. The Goblin Grasshoppers immediately set off. Swordmaster Goblin, Minotaur Goblin, follow me to the forest. The scene shifted to a forest, where a wolfman was busy instigating a group of goblins. That black dragon has been defeated. What's the point of the Monster Alliance existing anymore? Are we just going to wait here and let the adventurers wipe us out? The wolfman laughed mockingly. That little goblin grasshopper servant of the black dragon even came to us, asking for help to raid the city and rescue that dragon. I say we kill him and take his energy crystals for ourselves. Before he could finish his sentence, his head was severed from his body, falling to the ground with a thud. The goblins gasped in horror, trembling in fear. Anu stood before them, his eyes filled with disdain. You spineless insects! Not only do you lack loyalty, but you even dare to betray your allies? His anger flared. You're truly courting death. One foolish goblin, still unaware of the danger he was in, pointed a finger at Han Wu and shouted, We were loyal to Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel. Who are you to order us around? Before he could finish his sentence, Han Wu raised a hand and unleashed a bolt of purple energy, striking the goblin and sending him crashing to the ground in agony. The other goblins watched in terror. I'm not asking you to attack the city, Anu said coldly. I'm ordering you, do you understand? Disobedience means death. Knowing that Anu was not to be trifled with, the goblins immediately knelt and bowed their heads. We are ready to obey your every command, Master. Satisfied with their submission, Anu turned and issued his command. All forces, listen up. Our target is Dolong City. Move out. The goblin army roared and followed their leader without hesitation. Meanwhile, inside Dolong City, Black Dragon Elise was bound by iron chains, displayed in the city square for all to see. After a considerable time had passed, allowing the citizens of Dolong City to gawk at the captured dragon, a man approached Dragon Slayer, who was enjoying a glass of wine. Excuse me, Dragon Slayer, the man said in a low voice. The dragon slaying ceremony in the square is ready. Also, Holy Maiden Rose is asking why Gale Wanderer hasn't returned yet. Dragon Slayer frowned. It's been 12 hours. Could something have happened on his way back? He turned to the man, tell her he's probably just delayed. I'll personally look for him after the dragon slaying ceremony. Suddenly, a powerful earthquake shook the city, causing Dragon Slayer to spill his wine. He looked around in confusion, wondering what was happening. A large force of monsters is attacking Dolong City. A voice announced. Adventurers, prepare for battle. The sound of alarm bells and horns echoed through the city. Monsters are attacking. Women and children, take cover in the shelters. All adventurers and able-bodied men, arm yourselves and defend the city. Outside the city walls, a massive horde of monsters approached, led by Han Wu. There were treants, goblins, giant beasts, and countless other creatures. In the sky above, a swarm of goblin grasshoppers descended upon the city. Mage, use your magic to shoot down those flying monsters, a soldier shouted to his companion. But before the mage could react, a volley of arrows rained down from the sky, killing the soldier and his comrades. The arrows had been fired by HANW's goblin grasshoppers. The adventurers of Dolong City quickly mobilized and charged out of the city to meet the enemy head-on. However, their attacks seemed to have little effect on the agile goblin grasshoppers. Meanwhile, the goblin army had reached the city gates. A goblin wielding a massive hammer slammed it with all his might. Skeleton controller, skeleton reviver, move out. Manhwa commanded. The two goblins flew towards the front lines. The skeleton reviver reached the corpses of fallen soldiers and used his abilities. Within seconds, the dead soldiers of Dolong City rose to their feet as undead warriors. Attack! The skeleton reviver commanded his undead army. The soldiers, now mindless skeletons, charged towards their former comrades, their eyes glowing with an airy light. The goblin with the hammer continued to batter the city gates relentlessly. Finally, the gates buckled and gave way. But as the gates opened, Holy Maiden Rose stood before the goblin army, her face resolute. The goblin hesitated, surprised to see only one person standing in his way. Ignoring the goblin, Holy Maiden Rose raised her hands and activated her heroess aura, Rose Wall. Thorny beams erupted from the ground, forming a dense barrier that prevented the monsters from entering the city. Just then, Dragon Slayer arrived and unleashed his Dragon Slayer's flame slash, creating a massive wall of fire that further blocked the monster's advance. Extreme Martial Saint appeared beside him. Adventurers, form ranks and prepare to meet the enemy. The battle for Dolong City had begun. Extreme Martial Saint continued issuing commands. Mage, unleash your magic attacks. The mages gathered, their combined magical power converging into a massive fireball that hovered menacingly in the air. With a deafening roar, the fireball plummeted towards the advancing goblin army, incinerating everything in its path. Goblins were sent flying through the air, their bodies engulfed in flames. Smoke and debris filled the air, obscuring the battlefield. Seeing their chance, Dragon Slayer stood triumphantly before the chained black dragon Elise. Brave adventurers, he boomed, repel the invaders. I will execute this dragon to bolster your morale. Anu, realizing his forces couldn't break through the city's defenses, issued a new command. Skeleton controller, attack. The skeleton controller shot towards the battlefield and began casting its summoning spell. Bones scattered across the ground flew towards each other, merging into a colossal skeleton. The giant skeleton lumbered towards the burning city gate, its empty sockets fixed on the flames. It let out a deafening roar, asserting its dominance. With a mighty heave, it ripped the thorny barrier from the ground, clearing a path for the goblin army. Black Dragon Elise, I'm here to save you. Anu roared, charging into the city alongside his goblin army. Black Dragon Elise's eyes widened in surprise. What? Why are you here? Dragon Slayer scoffed. Foolish creature! You dare to interfere? Extreme Martial Saint, unable to stand by any longer, charged towards Anu. You dare wreak havoc in Dolong City? I'll turn you into mincemeat. He threw a punch at Han Wu, but before it could connect, a minotaur goblin intercepted the attack, smashing its mace into Extreme Martial Saint's face. Anyone who insults my god shall die. The minotaur goblin roared. Seeing Extreme Martial Saint defeated, Holy Maiden Rose joined the fray. Taste my wrath. She summoned thorny vines from the ground, lashing out at Anu. But before the vines could reach him, a red goblin, riding atop a goblin grasshopper, intercepted the attack, its mace crackling with lightning. With my thunder mace, nothing shall pass. Holy Maiden Rose gasped as her attack was effortlessly neutralized. Dragon Slayer gritted his teeth in frustration. Just a few more minutes. A few more minutes and you dare ruin everything? He stomped his foot, summoning his dragon souls. You shall all perish. The dragon souls roared and lunged at Han Wu, their jaws open wide. But before they could reach him, the colossal skeleton swatted them aside like flies. Goddy! It bellowed. Enraged, the dragon souls retaliated, biting and clawing at the giant skeleton. Meanwhile, the skeleton lord, feeling peckish, leaped onto the back of a dragon soul and took a large bite out of its flesh. The dragon soul roared in pain and glared at the skeleton lord. "You dare eat my dragon soul?" Dragon Slayer roared, enraged. "You shall pay with your life." He slashed at the skeleton lord, cleaving it into several pieces. However, within seconds, the bones reassembled, as if nothing had happened. Undeterred, the skeleton lord leaped back onto the dragon soul, taking another bite. Dragon Slayer's eyes bulged in disbelief. "What kind of monster are you?" Back with Hanwoo, seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he summoned Gluttonous Wolf. "Papi, go unlock those chains." Gluttonous Wolf's eyes lit up at the sight of more delicious chains and it immediately dashed towards Black Dragon Elise. "Thank you," Black Dragon Elise said gratefully as Gluttonous Wolf gnawed at its chains. "You are a true friend. He will never forget this." Hanwoo seized the opportunity. "If you're so grateful, how about serving me for another 100 years as a token of your appreciation?" He tossed a handful of crystals towards the dragon. "Here, eat these. They'll help you recover." The dragon eagerly devoured the crystals, readily agreeing to Hanwoo's request. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Hanwoo turned to see the red goblin impaled by Holy Maiden Rose's Torni Vines. "Goblin grasshoppers, assist the Thunder Mace," Hanwoo ordered. The goblin grasshoppers swarmed towards Holy Maiden Rose. Hanwoo frowned. "This isn't working. If we don't escape this situation soon, my entire army will be wiped out." "My dear friend," Black Dragon Elise suddenly spoke, "Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel has decided to bestow upon you a small gift." "A gift?" "Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel shall grant you the title of dear friend. From this day forward, you shall be a great rebel, just like me." A surge of pinkish-purple energy erupted from Black Dragon Elise's eyes, enveloping Hanwoo. Strange words echoed in his mind. "You have received the title, Great Rebel. You have received the talent, Rebellion." Current effects unknown, empowered by the dragon's magic, Hanwoo charged towards Dragon Slayer, his sword drawn. Dragon Slayer, seeing Hanwoo approaching, merely scoffed, as if he were nothing more than an insignificant pest. But as Hanwoo unleashed his black dragon transformation, enhanced by Dark/and Dragon Slayer's confidence wavered. He barely managed to block the attack, his face contorted in effort. Blood trickled from his lips. "Ow! How can you be so strong?" he gasped. Before he could comprehend what was happening, a shadowy figure descended upon him. The skeleton lord, with a bone-chilling grin, plunged its bony claws into Dragon Slayer's back. Dragon Slayer's eyes widened in shock as he realized his fatal mistake. He had let his guard down. The skeleton lord, after successfully backstabbing Dragon Slayer, raised its hand and cast Summon Bone Knight. From Dragon Slayer's body emerged a grotesque, mutated hero-rank monster, the Bloodbone Skeleton. Meanwhile, Hanwoo delivered a swift kick to Holy Maiden Rose's face, sending her crashing to the ground. The impact left cracks on the floor. Despite the pain, Holy Maiden Rose slowly rose to her feet, her eyes burning with rage. "You dare to kill Dragon Slayer? I won't let you get away with this. The next one is you," Hanwoo interrupted coldly, showing no mercy towards the fallen hero. He turned to the red dwarf goblin beside him. "Show her what you're capable of." "Yes, thank you, my god." The red dwarf goblin's eyes gleamed with righteous fury as it hefted its massive mace and approached Holy Maiden Rose. The once proud hero trembled in fear, raising her hands in a futile attempt to defend herself. But it was too late. The red dwarf goblin brought its mace down with bone-crushing force, reducing Holy Maiden Rose to a bloody pulp. With another hero eliminated, Hanwoo moved on to his next target, the battle between Icefire Swordsman and the Swordmaster. Icefire Swordsman currently had the upper hand, but Hanwoo, seeing an opportunity, decided to strike. However, Icefire Swordsman was no pushover. He sensed the attack and turned to defend himself, realizing the danger he was in. The Swordmaster seized the opportunity, unleashing its cross-slash, sending Icefire Swordsman flying through the air with a scream. He crashed to the ground, his body lifeless. Extreme Martial Saint, sensing the death of his comrades, panicked. Retreat! Retreat! He turned to flee, but a group of miniature goblins gave chase. He didn't get far. A skeletal figure clad in armor identical to dragon slayers stood in his path. "What is that?" Extreme Marshal Saint stammered, his eyes wide with terror. Before he could react, a miniature goblin leaped towards him, its massive club raised high. The next moment, a sickening crunch echoed through the air, followed by a spray of blood and bone. With the heroes defeated, the flag of Dolong City fell. Standing atop a tall building, Manhwa addressed his victorious army. "My fellow monsters, ransack the city. Bring me any valuables you find, and I will exchange them for spirit stones. Long live the Demon King." The goblin army roared. Wu turned to Black Dragon Elise, offering a pouch filled with crystals. "My friend, I hope you regain your full strength soon." Black Dragon Elise's eyes welled up with gratitude. "Thank you, my friend. I am forever in your debt." The bald teacher contacted Anu. "Congratulations, student Anu. You have completed your mission with flying colors. You have achieved the impossible. The portal is ready. I will give you 3 hours to gather your spoils of war." "Thank you, teacher," Anu replied with a smile. "Actually, there's one more thing. Would it be possible to establish a permanent portal connecting this city to my divine realm?" "I'm willing to trade all my spoils of war for it," the bald teacher frowned. "I understand your desire to establish a foothold in this world, but have you considered the risks? Building a permanent portal is simple, but what if the civilizations here use it to invade your divine realm? One mistake, and you could lose everything." Despite the risks, Anu remained confident. "I've thought it through, teacher." Seeing Han's determination, the bald teacher relented. "Very well. I will help you stabilize the portal within 10 days. I will also give you a warning device. If any powerful beings from this world attempt to use the portal, you will be notified immediately." 10 days later, a grand building stood tall in the heart of Dolong City, the Monster Alliance headquarters. "Skeleton Lord," Anu said, "I'm leaving Dolong City in your care. I'm leaving the skeleton army and the miniature goblins here to defend the city and repel any counterattacks from the adventurers. If you cannot hold the city," he warned, "retreat to the divine realm immediately. Do not risk losing more of our forces for a lost cause. Understand?" "Yes, master," the skeleton lord stammered. Anu and his remaining forces gathered before the portal. Moments later, they were transported back to the academy. As Anu searched for the bald teacher, he bumped into Teacher Tianwen. "Student Anu," Teacher Tianwen said, his eyes widening in surprise. "What happened to your eyes?" Anu, confused, pulled out his phone and checked his reflection. "Is this because of the great rebel profession?" he wondered aloud. "Well, I might as well check my status." He opened his status screen. Name, Anu. Level, Divine Beast Talent. Heaven's Cause and Only Child Rebellion, Divine Abilities, Accelerated Growth, Life Sacrifice Skills, Mighty Cleave, Dark Slash, Dragon Slash. Black Dragon Transformation Divinity, 3 points, Self-Produced, 100 million/100 million, Self-Condensed, 1 point, Divine Power, 200,000/200,000, External Production, 500,000/500,000, Faith Power, 24.3 million/24.3 million, Core Level, 10 Sacred Artifacts, Law Eater, Defettive, Level 2, Fossil, Level 2. Shadow Spike, Level 1, Poison Gland, Level 1, Earth Vein, Level 1, Goblin Shortbow. He tapped on the Rebellion talent, curious about its effects. Insufficient level. Reach demigod level to unlock this talent. Damn it! Anu cursed internally. Not enough levels. Just then, the bald teacher approached him. "Student Anu, you have passed the Western University entrance exam with flying colors. You have earned a probationary spot at our prestigious institution. However, there are still some conditions you need to meet before you can officially enroll." "What are the conditions?" Anu asked. "To become a probationary student at Western University," the bald teacher explained, "you need to possess exceptional talent in at least 2 out of 4 areas. First, your goblin race's core must be a naturally born spirit rank monster. Second, you must have nurtured at least 1 hero rank monster. Third, your divinity must be at least 4 points. And fourth, you must possess a sacred artifact. He frowned and pointed at Anu. Currently, you only meet the second condition. You need to fulfill one more before you can enter Western University as a probationary student. Anu sighed. This is going to be difficult. The bald teacher encouragingly. Don't give up. The doors of Western University are open to those who are willing to work hard. With that, he turned and left. Anu, left with no other choice, decided to seek help from his homeroom teacher. Teacher, is there any way I can quickly gain 1 divinity point? Teacher Tian went with a troubled expression on his face. I'm afraid you're a day late. If you had asked me yesterday, I could have spared you 1 divinity point. But I've already used it all up. However, he added, our school will be holding a competition in 28 days. The prize? 1 divinity point. Anu eyed his teacher suspiciously. Is he planning to use the divinity point to impress some girl? Sensing his student's gaze, Teacher Tianwen broke out in a cold sweat. Student Anu, please stop looking at me like that. I'm telling the truth. I swear. The scene shifted to Anu's divine realm. He might as well give it a shot, he thought, clenching his fists. He slammed his fist into the ground. A powerful surge of energy erupted, signifying the activation of life sacrifice. He was hoping that luck would be on his side and he would gain a divinity point. However, fate had other plans. His divinity remained unchanged. Not today, I guess, he sighed. I'll try again tomorrow. He continued to use life sacrifice every day, but his divinity remained stubbornly at 3 points. 7 days passed, and still, he had nothing to show for his efforts. He was starting to lose hope. I can't believe I exchanged a divinity card for a measly 150 million divine power. He lamented. If only uno had another chance, I would never let it go. As he racked his brains for a solution, he received a message from an unexpected source, Yuan Song. Hey boss, the message read, any leads on the origins of sacred artifacts? Anu's eyes lit up. Yuan Zong is a demigod. Maybe he can lend me a divinity point. He quickly typed out a reply. Hey, can you lend me a divinity point? Yuan Song, upon reading the message, stroked his chin doubtfully. A divinity point? This boss must be at least a demigod, if not a seasoned true god. And they're asking to borrow a single divinity point? Are they planning to stiff me? But I can't afford to offend the mater. Sure, I can do that, he replied, sending Han Wu a divinity point. And Wu received the notification and grinned. That was fast. As expected of someone wealthy. But as he opened the message, his jaw dropped. It wasn't a divinity point. It was something called a divine river ruin. What is this? He quickly went online to do some research. Divine River Ruins, an abandoned project from the Divine River civilization. Due to excessive research, the dimensional structure of this ruin has been altered, resulting in a certain level of radiation. Over 90% of living beings within the ruin have been mutated by the radiation, becoming monsters with chaotic genes. To survive, these monsters can only consume more radioactive minerals to enhance their mutations. Consuming excessive amounts of radioactive minerals will form stones within the mutated monsters' bodies, which can trigger further mutations in a predetermined direction. These stones are also known as gene stones. Gene stones have special effects and are incredibly effective in nurturing goblins. Even the lowest level gene stone is comparable to a level 3 sacred artifact, with a value of millions of divine power. They are highly sought after by demigods and true gods alike. Anu was speechless. Yuan Zong, you think too highly of me. You're asking a divine like me to compete with the demigods and the true gods for gene stones? I wonder how much I can sell this ticket for. As he was browsing the web for potential buyers, he stumbled upon a shocking piece of news. Breaking news, a god king has gone bankrupt after purchasing low-quality radioactive minerals for his artificial mutated monster farm, resulting in billions of divine power in losses. An artificial mutated monster farm? Suddenly, a thought struck him. That's right. I have the decomposition machine. Even low-quality radioactive minerals can be refined into high-quality ones. And if mutated monsters eat those, they'll mutate faster and produce even more powerful gene stones. I need to check this place out myself. The scene shifted to a small town outside the Divine River ruins. Anu, disguised in a black cloak and a mask, blended in with the crowd. Safety first, he thought. This is unfamiliar territory, after all. As he pondered his next move, a young man with blonde hair and a blue shirt approached him. Greetings, esteemed divine being. This must be your first time at the Divine River ruins. I presume you're in need of a trustworthy guide? Anu coughed, putting on an air of experience. Give me one good reason why I should hire you. The guide straightened his back, a serious expression on his face. I know 80 locations within the Divine River ruins where mutated beasts congregate. Each location has its own unique set of beasts. I also know all the merchants in town, who's trustworthy, who's a cheat, who likes to play tricks. I can guarantee that you will get the best price for any gemstones you find. He continued to ramble on, eager to impress his potential client. Anu, growing impatient, raised his hand to stop him. Just tell me one thing. Are there any merchants here who sell radioactive minerals? The guide's face lit up. So you're here for radioactive minerals? He exclaimed, a predatory gleam in his eyes. Now that the blonde-haired guide understood HANW's intentions, he lowered his voice and explained, esteemed divine being, you may not be aware, but recently a god king purchased low-quality radioactive minerals, resulting in the failure of his mutated beasts' enhancements. They all perished, and his farm, which had an investment of hundreds of billions of divine power, was completely destroyed. Just as the guide finished speaking, a voice boomed from behind HANW. That's because he didn't buy from me. Anu turned around to see a tanned man with a mischievous grin. Hey, kid, the man addressed the blonde-haired guide. The guide quickly scurried behind Han W and said with a forced smile, Mr. Black, this is my client. He's interested in purchasing some radioactive minerals. Esteemed divine being, this is Mr. Black, the owner of the largest mine in the Divine River ruins. Mr. Black puffed out his chest proudly. That's right. I am the biggest supplier of radioactive minerals in the entire Divine River ruins. Over 70% of the radioactive minerals here come from my mines. And I guarantee you, there's no such thing as low-quality goods in my stock. Despite Mr. Black's confident declaration, Han Wu remained cautious. I need some samples to take back to my divine realm for testing. Please provide me with a variety of minerals, each with a purity equivalent to 1000 divine power. Mr. Black shrugged nonchalantly. No problem. Soon, Han W found himself inside the Divine River ruins, surrounded by towering rock formations. He pulled out the pouch of radioactive minerals he had just purchased. 40,000 divine power for 21 radioactive minerals. The exchange rate isn't bad, but he needed to test their effectiveness here in the Divine River ruins. He had barely ventured into the ruins when he encountered a level 1 mutated wolf. This must be an ordinary wild wolf that mutated due to genetic instability, he thought. Its lifespan is only 20 days. To survive, it needs to consume more radioactive minerals to enhance its mutations. Perfect for testing the minerals I just bought. He tossed a radioactive mineral towards the wolf. The wolf, attracted by the scent, eagerly chased after the mineral. As soon as it landed, the wolf began licking it with a look of pure bliss. Moments later, a long horn sprouted from the wolf's head. Its body surged with power, crackling with electricity. Its size increased, its fangs grew longer, its fur thickened, and its claws sharpened. Anu watched in astonishment. Just a few licks and it's already reached level 2 mutation. The wolf, no longer content with licking, devoured the mineral in one gulp. A tear-eye appeared on its forehead, and its gaze turned ferocious. It's now a level 3 mutated beast. Anu exclaimed. It went from level 1 to level 3 in less than 10 minutes. If my goblins consumed these minerals. But before he could finish his thought, the wolf exploded in a cloud of dust. Anu chuckled. Radiation does its risks. I need to be careful. He examined the remains of the wolf and found a small, red gemstone. The effects aren't that great, but the side effects are quite significant. However, considering that a single radioactive mineral can be exchanged for a gemstone, the experiment was a success. He picked up the gemstone. Stone, fangs. Requires level 3 authority to integrate into the divine realm. Effect. Can mutate the fangs of goblins, making them larger and longer. Side effect. Reduces the lifespan of goblins by 3 years. Before he could celebrate, a voice boomed from behind him. Kid, hand over the stone and that blue stone you're holding, or you'll regret it. Anu turned around to see a familiar face, Zhang Gang, the father of Zhang Bin, the young man whose divine realm he had destroyed. Zhang Gang sat atop a giant wolf, his eyes filled with disdain. It's demigod Zhang Gang. But he shouldn't recognize me with this mask, honorable, and what if I refuse? Anu asked defiantly. Then you can die right now. Zhang Gang roared, raising his hand and summoning a pack of wolves through a portal. Anu was quickly surrounded, but he remained calm and collected. Once Zhang Gang had finished summoning his wolves, Anu bit his finger, drawing a small amount of blood. Black Dragon Transformation. He roared. His body surged with power, his hair grew long, and a pair of dragon wings sprouted from his back. The wolves whimpered in fear, their tails between their legs. Annoyed by their whimpering, Anu unleashed a barrage of sword beams, silencing them permanently. Zhang Gang, refusing to back down, summoned even more wolves. Divine Art, Wolf Cavalry Charge. He commanded. The wolves' bodies glowed, their eyes burning with ferocity. They charged towards Anu. But Anu, instead of engaging them head-on, leaped into the air. The wolves looked up in confusion, their jaws hanging open. Trying to wear me down? Anu chuckled. That's the same tactic I used in the beginning. You fools! He can fly. Zhang Gang, seeing Anu soaring through the air, sneered. You dare show off in front of me? Get down here. He raised his hand and activated a divine art, flight prohibition. A wave of blue energy washed over Anu, causing him to lose control of his wings. He plummeted to the ground, landing with a thud. Demigods sure have a lot of tricks up their sleeves, he muttered, struggling to his feet. Wolf Cavalry, tear him apart. Zhang Gang commanded. The wolves lunged at Anu, who had no choice but to flee. He ran towards a sign that read, Danger Zone. Keep out. He's still chasing me even though we're in a restricted area? Anu wondered. Wolf Cavalry, stay on him. Zhang Gang roared. Anu continued running until he came across a clearing. 3 monstrous creatures stood before him, a black, muscular dog, a 3-headed, 6-eyed bird, and a giant yellow rabbit. Their eyes glowed with malice. Without hesitation, they charged towards Anu, intending to devour him all. Oh no, these guys don't look friendly. Anu turned and fled, using all his strength to put as much distance between himself and the monsters as possible. 36 strategies, running is the best. The monsters were about to give chase when they heard the sound of approaching footsteps. They turned to see Zhang Gang as the wolves charging towards them. Seeing more prey, the monsters abandoned their pursuit of Wu and attacked the wolves instead. Zhang Gang arrived moments later and punched one of the monstrous dogs in the face. Get lost! He roared. The monsters, intimidated by Zhang Gang's power, fled. Zhang Gang stomped on the fallen dog, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Where did that kid go? He muttered. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. The air feels strange. A thick fog rolled in, obscuring his vision. I should retreat for now. Meanwhile, Anu had escaped and was resting by a riverbank. He almost died, he exclaimed, scooping up a handful of water and drinking it. A strange fish with long, slender legs swam towards him. It leaped out of the water, as if showing off its beauty. Anu stared at the creature in disbelief. Good heavens! If the creatures in this river are mutating like this, the radiation levels must be off the charts. I need to get out of here. He pulled out his map, only to realize that the river wasn't marked on it. I'm lost. Just as he was starting to panic, a group of mutated beasts approached him. Stay calm, he told himself. He might as well make the most of this situation and collect some more stones. He tossed a few spirit stones towards the beasts. Here's a reward for you. The beasts, just like before, mutated rapidly and then exploded, leaving behind stones. This isn't so bad after all, Anu thought, collecting the stones. Hours passed, and the moon rose high in the sky. I need to find shelter for the night, Anu thought. It's not safe to stay out in the open. He scanned the surrounding area and spotted a beam of light shooting into the sky. There's a building over there. The Divine River ruins are an abandoned project of the Divine River civilization. That building must be a relic of that civilization. It's better to rest inside than to worry about wild beasts out here. He transformed into his black dragon form and flew towards the light. As he approached, he saw a massive, ancient castle. It looks like an abandoned castle. He landed and cautiously surveyed the surroundings. There doesn't seem to be anyone here, but he should still be careful. Suddenly, he noticed pieces of paper. There is a paper here? He sensed a fluctuation of energy and cautiously approached the source. A group of people dressed in black robes were performing a strange ritual, their bodies glowing with green and pink light. Anu hid behind a pillar, observing them. What are they doing? He wondered. The mysterious figures in black robes whispered amongst themselves. Despite the investment's failure, the God King spent hundreds of billions of divine power to create this opportunity for us to conduct the ritual. We cannot afford to fail. One of them held up a glowing blue stone. The time is almost up on Stati Uniti. Let us begin the ritual. They waited until the moon reached its zenith, then tossed the blue stones into a circular formation, activating it. The formation pulsed with light, and a beam shot skyward, expanding into another formation high above. Success! We have successfully accessed the seal left by the Divine River civilization. Anu, hidden behind a pillar, watched with a serious expression. The internet mentioned that the research project in the Divine River ruins was abandoned and sealed due to its high risk. It seems that the God King was secretly researching the unsealing ritual under the guise of creating a mutated beast form. Fortunately, the Divine River ruins have a restriction. Only beings with divinity below a certain level can enter. He tiptoed towards the group. If that God King can't enter, this is my chance. Suddenly, a message echoed throughout the ruins, reaching both monsters and humans alike. The Divine River civilization's source of mutation project is being unsealed. The monsters looked up at the sky, while the humans cheered. It's happening! It's happening! But their joy was short-lived. Warning message appeared. The unsealer is not a super warrior of the Divine River civilization. Intruder detected. Unsealing process paused. Activating defense mode. Releasing level 6 mutated beast, Gomorrah. The monsters clutched their heads in pain, unable to understand the sudden agony. The robed figures suffered the same fate. Activation error. Source of mutation forcibly breaking free from the seal. Blood streamed from the eyes and mouths of the robed figures as they screamed in agony. Anu, however, only stumbled slightly before regaining his composure. What's going on? A giant, green maw with rows of sharp teeth materialized in the air. Greetings, dear players of the Divine Realm, a voice boomed. I am the source of mutation. As a token of gratitude for weakening the seal and freeing me from my prison, I have decided to bestow upon you a gift, the opportunity to become my vessel. However, only one of you can have this honor. So, I'm not sure who among you will be the lucky winner. The robed figures panicked. Who are you? The voice ignored their question. Let's play a little game, shall we? In an instant, Anu and the robed figures were transported to a strange, empty space. A single point of green light pulsed in the distance. A grotesque figure emerged from the light, its body a swirling mass of liquid with sharp teeth and cold, calculating eyes. The rules of this little game are simple, the source of mutation announced. Nurture a mutated beast capable of defeating the level 6 mutated beast Gomorrah. Each of you is limited to 10,000 units of high-purity radioactive minerals. Use your nobles as test subjects. The first one to succeed will become my vessel. One of the robed figures protested. I have no interest in becoming your vessel. If you don't release me this instant, I'll unleash my nobles and raze this place to the ground. But nothing happened. The figure's face paled and his hands trembled. What's going on? Why can't I connect to my divine realm? The first to give up is appeared, the source of mutation announced. A colossal mutated beast emerged from the water, its jaws wide open. It was Gomorrah. Gomorrah swallowed the protesting figure whole, crashing him with its teeth. Anu raised his hand. I can't connect to my divine realmater. I can't summon my nobles. The other figures stared at Han W in shock. Who is he? How did he get here? The source of mutation chuckled. Don't worry. I won't disappoint you. A green portal appeared behind Anu. He can control everything in this space. Anu cursed internally. I'm trapped. 3 hours passed. This isn't good, one of the robed figures said dejectedly. My nobles are dying after consuming the pure radioactive minerals. Only a tenth of them have shown any signs of improvement. How about you? Less than 2/10 of my nobles are still alive, another replied. Me too. Anu, however, was having a different experience. The decomposition machine is a lifesaver. It can refine 6,000 units of pure radioactive minerals. It only cost me 100 million goblin grasshoppers to create this masterpiece. His goblin grasshopper had reached level 3 mutation and was still going strong, devouring the refined minerals with its enhanced regenerative abilities. I'm counting on you, buddy. He tossed more minerals towards the goblin grasshopper. Don't be shy. Eat up. 3 months passed. The robed figures gasped in astonishment. He did it. What kind of monster is that? Anu stood proudly beside his colossal level 6 mutated goblin grasshopper. Gomorrah, go test him, the source of mutation commanded. The giant beast lumbered towards the robed figures, its shadow looming over them. They turned to flee, but it was too late. Gomorrah's jaws snapped shut, devouring their nobles. Losers don't deserve to live, the source of mutation said coldly. Gomorrah continued to feast on the robed figures, their screams fading into silence. Now it's your turn, the source of mutation said, turning to Anu. At that moment, Anu's goblin grasshopper completed its evolution. To enhance my body's strength, I fed him all the gene stones, Anu said with a proud smile. He's now overmutated. His expression turned somber, but his lifespan has been shortened to 1 day. What a price to pay. He shook off his sadness and pointed at Gomorrah. Go! Show them your worth. The goblin grasshopper roared and charged towards Gomorrah. You excite me, Vessel, the source of mutation chuckled. This should be an interesting fight. Gomorrah, attack. The two mutated beasts clashed, their roars shaking the very foundation of the space. The goblin grasshopper, using its wings to gain an advantage, unleashed a barrage of air slashes at Gomorrah. Caught off guard, Gomorrah took a direct hit. But the battle had just begun. Gomorrah, enraged, charged at the goblin grasshopper, headbutting it and biting off one of its legs. Blood sprayed from the wound, but the goblin grasshopper quickly flew out of reach, using its wings to avoid further attacks. To Gomorrah's surprise, the severed leg glowed and regenerated rapidly. Gomorrah roared in frustration, activating a skill to enhance its strength. Not bad, the source of mutation commented. You managed to injure Gomorrah. This is getting interesting. 18 hours passed. Gomorrah, weakened and exhausted, was finally defeated. The goblin grasshopper delivered a final, crushing blow to its head, sending it crashing to the ground. Despite witnessing an US victory, the source of mutation remained calm. What a magnificent battle! Don't you agree, my dear Vessel? Anu feigned ignorance, clutching his chest dramatically. What are you talking about? Vessel? What are you planning to do to my pure and innocent body? The source of mutation was taken aback. Is this guy for real? It shrugged. We'll be sharing a body from now on. Honorable green light enveloped Han W, who screamed in terror. Time passed. Anu slowly opened his eyes. Am I dead? A massive status screen appeared before him. Name, source of mutation, Anu. Rank, divine beast profession, level 1 super gene warrior. Talent, heaven's cause and only child rebellion, divine. Divine abilities, targeted mutation, life sacrifice skills, mighty cleave, dark slash, dragon slash, black dragon. Transformation divinity, 4 points, source of mutation parasite +1. Divine power, 29.7 million, self-produced, 22.5 million, external production, 7.2 million, faith power, 67 million. Core level, 10. Sacred artifacts, law eater, defective. Level 2, fossil, Level 2, Shadow Spike. Level 1, Poison Gland. Level 1, Earth Vein. Level 1, Goblin Shortbow. I Rabdi's head in confusion. Am I Anu, or am I the source of mutation? A small, green flame flickered before him. You're finally awake, my dear vessel, the source of mutation said. Are you the source of mutation? Anu asked. That's right. I am your super progene source. Aren't you going to thank me? Thanks to my presence, you now possess power that surpasses even the divine realm. And your accelerated growth ability has been replaced with targeted mutation. Isn't that more suitable for you? Anu clenched his fists, his teeth gritted in anxiety. The source of mutation, sensing his fear, reassured him. Don't worry about your safety. We are now symbiotically linked. Helping each other is the best way for us to coexist. I am a super gene, after all, one of the most powerful in the Divine River civilization. You've hit the jackpot by becoming my vessel. It continued to sing its own praises. You've been elevated to a whole new level. Do you understand? Anu, tired of its boasting, raised a hand. No talk. How do we get out of here? Simple. I have complete control over the seal. The only guardian, Gomorrah, is dead. We're free. It snapped its fingers, and Han W was instantly transported back to the abandoned castle. Oh, right, the source of mutation said, I forgot to mention something. The unsealing caused quite a commotion. It attracted a lot of demigods and true gods, who are currently waiting outside the ruins. Once the seal completely disappears, they'll be able to enter. What? Anu exclaimed. Why didn't you tell me sooner? They'll skin me alive when they find out there's nothing here. He frantically searched for an escape route. The blood arena. He placed his hand on the ground, activating the teleportation formation. At that moment, the barrier surrounding the castle vanished. The barrier is gone. Let's go. Demigods and true gods rushed into the castle. The treasure is mine, one of them shouted. But when they reached the center of the castle, they found nothing but falling leaves. Where is it? They muttered in confusion. Zhang Gang noticed the remains of the goblin grasshopper. Could it be that brat again? The scene shifted to a luxurious palace. A man dressed in regal attire raged. Useless. You're all useless. Who stole my treasure? He turned to his servants. All nobles, activate your tracking signals. Find that seed signal. The scene shifted to the blood arena. Anu arrived and looked around, sighing. This teleportation cost me 1,000,000 divine power. I could have gone back to the academy. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. You have a new message. Dear Inheritor, you have received a challenge from another divine beast inheritor, Evil Dragon. Do you accept? Refusing 3 challenges or losing a challenge will result in the revocation of your inheritor status. Annoyed by the loss of divine power and the sudden challenge, Anu grumbled. This guy is asking for a beating. Fine, I accept. I'm in a bad mood anyway. He tapped the accept button. A portal appeared before him. Without hesitation, he stepped through. As he entered the arena, the crowd roared with excitement. Evil Dragon! Evil Dragon! Victory is yours! Evil Dragon is mighty! The arena's announcer boomed. Participants, please prepare for battle. While some cheered for Evil Dragon, others supported Han W. Grasshopper! Grasshopper! We're rooting for you. Don't disappoint Stati Uniti. Grasshopper, summon your bone puppet. Let that evil dragon brat experience the fear of being controlled. Evil Dragon, unleash your dragon army and crush Grasshopper. Evil Dragon, I bet 500,000 divine power on you. Don't let me down. Anu chuckled. 500,000 divine power? You think I'll lose? Don't cry when you lose everything. Evil Dragon, a young man with a smug grin, sneered. Grasshopper, I've heard of you. Your noble core must be a grasshopper, but you prefer to exploit the bone puppets for profit. You've met your match this time. Anu, no longer the pushover he once was, bristled at the insult. No talk. Let's get this over with. He summoned his goblin grasshoppers. Evil Dragon, not to be outdone, summoned his own goblins with a confident smirk. If you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. Dragon, attack. The 2 armies clashed, a chaotic battle erupting in the arena. Evil Dragon gritted his teeth in frustration. he wasn't using his bone puppets. Instead, he was using those trash goblin grasshoppers. Are you looking down on me? He roared. Where are your bone puppets? Anu shrugged nonchalantly, sitting down on the arena floor. You better defeat my grasshoppers first before you start boasting. Enraged, Evil Dragon shouted, Dragon, unleash your skills. His dragon goblins breathed fire at the grasshoppers. Anu, seeing his opponent make the first move, countered with his own commands. Grasshopper Legion, listen up. Fallen locusts, defend. Sky demon locusts, attack. Cursed locusts, wait for the opportunity to assassinate. The fallen locusts activated their shields, nullifying the dragon's fire breath. The sky demon locusts retaliated with a barrage of arrows. Dragon, counterattack. Evil Dragon commanded. Burn those filthy insects to ashes. The dragon turned their attention to the sky demon locusts, but Anu's nobles were too agile. They dodged the fire breath with ease. Hero Dragon, shoot them down. Evil Dragon ordered. A dragon hidden in the shadows fired a volley of arrows, taking down several of Hanw's grasshoppers. Evil Dragon smirked. Resistance is futile. Unless you unleash your trump card, your pathetic grasshoppers will be wiped out. Anu watched as his nobles fell, one by one. He clenched his fists, his anxiety growing. At this rate, the grasshopper's sacrifice will be in vain. I need to summon Thunder Mace and Minotaur Goblin. Desperate, he raised his hand. Divine Realm. You're going to let that insignificant brat insult you like that? The source of mutation interrupted. I'm starting to doubt my choice of vessel. Anu frowned. What do you mean? I mean, we're going to use the goblin grasshoppers to teach those arrogant dragon a lesson. But the grasshoppers are no match for the dragon, Anu protested. Weak, you forget who devoured the level 6 Gamora. With me, the source of mutation, there's no such thing as a weak race. There are only races that willingly submit to mediocrity. Now, use the targeted mutation ability I bestowed upon you and wipe out those arrogant dragon. Anu summoned a goblin grasshopper onto his finger. I'm not doing this because you told me to. I just want to test out this targeted mutation ability. A golden light emanated from the grasshopper, enveloping the surrounding area. Vessel, how do you want your nobles to mutate? The source of mutation asked. Anu looked at his nobles. The fallen locusts are suitable for defense. I want them to be able to withstand more damage, to take the brunt of the attacks. Here are 3 options, the source of mutation said. 1. Exoskeleton mutation. Thickens the exoskeleton of the fallen locusts, increasing their physical damage resistance tenfold. Cost, reduces their lifespan by 50 days. 2. Gland mutation. Mutates the glands of the fallen locusts, allowing them to secrete a large amount of mucus that increases their resistance to elemental attacks. Cost, reduces their lifespan by 90 days. 3. Full mutation. Mutates the fallen locusts completely, increasing their size and overall strength. Cost, reduces their lifespan to 24 hours. Anu analyzed the dragon's attacks. They were relentless, and his grasshoppers were dying rapidly. I have to take a gamble. Option 3. The goblin grasshopper on his finger grew larger, towering over him. Without waiting for his command, the giant grasshopper charged towards the dragon, slamming its head into one of them, sending it flying. Good job! Anu exclaimed. Fallen locusts, accept the targeted mutation. Embrace your ultimate defense. The fallen locusts rushed forward, their bodies glowing with golden light. Anu continued to empower his other grasshoppers. Sky demon locusts, cursed locusts, accept the targeted mutation. The grasshoppers were enveloped in a purple light. The cursed locusts, now empowered, attacked the dragon with their shadow spikes, catching them off guard. The sky demon locusts followed up with their savage collision skill, headbutting the dragon. Evil Dragon watched in horror as his dragon were overwhelmed. What the hell, man? What's going on? Referee. Dosometing. Anu smirked, enjoying his opponent's panic. Targeted mutation complete. His goblin grasshoppers, now mutated and powerful, stood before Evil Dragon, their eyes glowing with menace. Little Dragon, Hanw said, you better watch out. They raised their bows and fired a volley of arrows, forcing the dragon to retreat. Even the hero dragon, terrified, turned to flee. But Han W wasn't going to let him escape so easily. Mutated grasshoppers eliminated the hero dragon. The grasshoppers gave chase. Evil dragon, seeing his hero dragon being hunted down, fell to his knees and cried, "No! I surrender! I give up!" The man who had bet on evil dragon roared in anger. My 500,000 divine power. Evil dragon, you useless dog. Anu laughed triumphantly. This is a perfect opportunity to film an anti-gambling. He received his reward, a divine realm fragment and a blood arena mark. The scene shifted to an US divine realm. He had placed a miniature version of the blood arena inside. Special building, blood arena. Allows nobles to train their skills. Victors have a chance to level up and a small chance to bypass the hero template, allowing super nobles to directly evolve into hero nobles. Defeating an inheritor reduced the extremely small chance to a small chance. What a pleasant surprise! He walked towards his divine realm core and noticed the corpse of a dragon noble. Holy moly! Now this is a surprise. Vessel, the source of mutation said from behind him, a small reward has already bought your loyalty? I'm starting to question my judgment. Anu jumped, startled by the sudden voice. Compared to true value, this is just the tip of the iceberg, the source of mutation continued. Anu, still reliant on the source of mutation's abilities, quickly placated it. You're absolutely right. I'm just a humble servant, ready to serve my master. When I become a stronger, I will kill you sooner or later, he thought. Anu activated life sacrifice. A massive vortex appeared in his divine realm, sucking in a swarm of goblin grasshoppers. The options for the sacrifici appeared. Level 4 Sacred Artifact, Storm Armor. Integrating it into the Divine Realm core will grant nobles the ability to summon the power of the Storm Armor. Level 3 Building, Observation Tower. Constructing in the Divine Realm will allow you to clearly observe the situation within a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Flesh Puppet Creation Manual. Uses the corpses and flesh of powerful creatures to create flesh puppets that possess the characteristics of those creatures. The strength and abilities of flesh puppets are fixed and cannot be upgraded. Flesh puppets. So I can create puppets of Gamora and Little Strong? I cose the Flesh Puppet Creation Manual. A purple aura enveloped him. I cracked his knuckles, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. My reset to power has just begun.